The story begins on a beautiful sunny day at the top of Yunfeng Mountain. A frail, trembling hand is desperately clinging to the steep cliff. A young man with a pale face clearly just suffered a brutal beatdown by thugs. He gritted his teeth and gasped, "Li Kai, why did you harm me?" Old Li Kai looked down from above, his face fierce, his voice menacing. "Chen Yuan, I heard you have a junior sister known as the Beauty who sleeps in the forest. If you bring her to my house to play for 3 days, I'll help you up, how about that?" Upon hearing such inhumane words, Chen Yuan was so enraged he nearly lost control. "Li Kai, you animal, if you dare target my junior sister, I will kill you." But powerless to act, Li Kai stood with his arms crossed, looking at him as one would look at a chicken ready to be slaughtered. "If you can't even protect your own life, how can you kill me?" He deliberately stomped on Chen Yuan's hand with his foot as big as a hunk of meat. Chen Yuan felt as if he was about to become the next Guo Huanji. 2 allies behind him added fuel to the fire. "Li's senior brother, he's just an outsider testing drugs. Once you're done playing, just kill him." "Exactly, why waste words on a useless person?" Li Kai thought of the innocent, naive Chen Jr. and licked his lips, saying, "Little guy, die. In your next life, don't encounter me again. Laozi must go find your junior sister." As soon as he finished speaking, he violently kicked the weak rock that Chen Yuan was clinging to. Needless to say, Chen Yuan fell straight to the bottom of society, leaving only the sound of his desperate cries in the green forest. Chen Yuan had never felt the Earth's gravitational pull as terrifying as this. He landed directly on a solid rock. Down here, there were already a few zombies waiting, and the earlier noise had successfully attracted all of them. Believing he was to be crushed to pieces, Chen Yuan still retained some consciousness at this moment. "Am I going to die?" he wondered. Switching scenes to the plotters, Li Kai, the lazy underling behind him said, "Senior brother, there's no need to watch anymore. A little guy like Chen Yuan won't survive such a fall from this height." Li Kai, after forcing someone to their death, showed no signs of remorse, instead laughing with glee. Even if he doesn't die from the fall, he's surrounded by corpse cultivators down below. Those corpse cultivators will definitely tear him apart, there's no way he can survive and return. After saying this, he turned and walked away. "Let's go, let's find that little bride Chen Yao." Little did they know, Chen Yuan down below still had a faint breath and a fighting spirit left. "I can't die." He crawled up awkwardly, even though his body was in so much pain that he could no longer feel it. Chen Yuan reassured himself, "Chen Yao is still waiting for me to come back." However, one calamity after another struck. The scene before him made Chen Yuan pale with fear. A horde of zombies was heading towards him, each one stumbling along. Chen Yuan gasped, "It's a corpse cultivator." The story from years past suddenly resurfaced. This place used to be the territory of the Lai Yang sect, which was infected by corpse cultivators 50 years ago. All disciples of the sect turned into corpse cultivators. Is there really no hope left? Just as Chen Yuan was about to resign himself to his fate from the very beginning, a mechanical voice echoed. "Aura of the corpse cultivator detected, initiating system activation for all entities." Chen Yuan jumped in shock. What was that sound? Before he could collect himself, the system continued with its announcements. "Host's life force critically weak, activating protective mode for the newcomer." A protective aura enveloped Chen Yuan. "Do you want to be infused with blood to revive?" On the brink of death and being offered a blood infusion, Chen Yuan immediately shouted, "Yes." The system operated with great efficiency, immediately casting a healing spell that mended all of Chen Yuan's wounds from the inside out. Chen Yuan suddenly felt a surge of masculine vitality throughout his body. "I've recovered, my injuries actually healed in an instant." Chen Yuan now truly was Chen Yuan. He struck his coolest pose. "With this, I have the strength to fight." You can't go to battle without weapons, so he drew out a pair of sharp twin swords. The zombies didn't just stand still and accept death like in American movies, one struck a palm attack at him. Chen Yuan secretly felt tense, the corpse cultivators are really formidable, they were definitely not weak when they were alive. Judging by their attire, they must be deacons of the strong level. The wise man takes a step back, so Chen Yuan just kept his head down and ran. This is the servant room of the Lai Yang sect, not far from the mountain gate. I should be able to escape quickly. After running frantically, Chen Yuan finally reached the city gate, but the situation there was even more dire. It's over, there are so many corpse cultivators outside the mountain gate. If I want to get out, I have to deal with this group of corpse cultivators. Chen Yuan was also a smart person, quietly plotting his plan. It seems the only way is to lure them one by one and gradually deal with them. If there's too much noise, it will attract the other corpses, and I'll be done for. Chen Yuan played a game of cat and mouse with the zombies until the sun reached its zenith. Fortunately, these corpse cultivators aren't aware, so I can lure them here one by one. The ugly zombies only knew to charge after their prey, moving at an incredible speed. However, Chen Yuan was outsmarted. He skillfully seized an opening, flashed his knife-like eyes, and decisively delivered a deep strike directly to its face. Yet, the zombie remained unharmed, while Chen Yuan was flung back several dozen meters. Chen Yuan was drenched in sweat, regretting his own weakness. A disciple-turned-corpse cultivator is nearly my equal, I am still too weak. In times of difficulty, wisdom emerges, and he hurriedly called out to the system, "Is the system there? If you can help me heal my wounds and eliminate all these corpse cultivators, that should be a small matter, right?" The system also had its own rules, clearly stating, healing injuries is a benefit for new players, limited to just once. The system is a support system, capable of assisting the host in absorbing the essence of all things. Can't attack directly. Chen Yuan had to comply. Then help me absorb the corpse cultivator in front of us. This system also knows how to tease the hearts of players, only by killing the corpse cultivator can it be obtained. Chen Yuan's face darkened, the zombie had already pounced on him, and he had no time to think. He still had to fight personally. Chen Yuan's gaze was fierce, he decided to take a gamble. It seems I can only use that move. His eyes were filled with blood, veins standing out on his face, as he unleashed a rebellious blood strike. Wherever the sword danced, golden spiritual energy erupted. With just one move, he sent the corpse cultivator soaring into the clouds. However, Chen Yuan was not much better off. He coughed painfully, then struggled to spit out a mouthful of blood. I've succeeded, the corpse cultivator has been dealt with. The rebellious blood strike was used when I was testing the potion for the fourth elder. Due to a mistake, the blood chi reversed, and it became a technique I developed myself. He slowly made his way toward the zombie, carrying two long swords. After that swing, Chen Yuan had almost lost half of his life. He told himself, this move can greatly increase my attack power. But it consumes a lot, it won't be used unless absolutely necessary. Chen Yuan quickly signaled to the system. System, absorb the corpse cultivator in front of us. The zombie on the ground was immediately drained of true chi, to the point where its eye sockets turned pitch black. The system continued to present three options. Please choose a method. 1. Cultivation corpse cultivator. 2. Memories of corpse cultivator. 3. Corpse poison from corpse cultivator. Only a child would choose, adults take everything. Chen Yuan shouted happily. So even corpse poison can be obtained. That's impressive. However, he realized he couldn't be that greedy and decided to choose method 1, corpse poison from corpse cultivator. His gaze turned sharp as a blade. Chen Yuan was determined. Right now, nothing is more important than increasing cultivation. Streams of corpse cultivator true chi flowed directly into him. Chen Yuan absorbed it all the way to its lower back. Waves of spiritual energy enveloped Chen Yuan, making him feel vibrant and full of life. Finally realizing he had leveled up, he laughed triumphantly. I've broken through, my cultivation has officially reached the first realm from the refined chi stage in the cultivation realm. He recalled his former self, a Chen Yuan who was both tattered and useless. The fourth elder once told me that my talent was foolish. There is absolutely no talent, and throughout this life, don't ever hope to step into the true realm of cultivation. But now, Chen Yuan has returned, stronger than before. I never expected to easily reach the first realm, the Royal Foundation Establishment Realm, by utilizing this system that absorbs all things. As Chen Yuan thought, he carried his sword and marched straight into the Lai Yang sect, his imposing aura akin to a king of hell seeking souls. Now, let's handle the corpse cultivator guarding the entrance and test my strength. Not keeping Chen Yuan waiting for long, a zombie dropped down from the roof directly onto his head. Slash. But it couldn't even touch a hair on him. Chen Yuan skillfully executed a clean slash. This swordsmanship is something Chen Yuan felt most clearly. He grinned and said, "No wonder this is the true realm of cultivation. After refining qi, my strength has at least increased tenfold." He commanded the system again. System, withdraw the corpse cultivator in front of me, extract the direction to choose, extract cultivation. Once again, the spiritual energy within Chen Yuan surged, and true qi flowed abundantly in his body. However, this time, it still wasn't satisfying. His cultivation increased a little, but now that he has stepped into the first realm, the strength increase is no longer noticeable. Sensing the aroma of fresh pork belly, several corpse cultivators rushed in like an army. But all of them were just tools for Chen Yuan to wash his sword. He frantically swung his sword, unleashing a massacre. With his dual swords combined, in less than 3 moves, he made the corpse cultivators dig the ground for their teeth. This time, it's a great harvest. The system will extract the cultivation of the corpse cultivators in front of me. This time, his cultivation increased considerably. The more corpse cultivators he killed, the stronger Chen Yuan would become. He felt as happy as a mother returning from the market, enjoying the feeling of soaring, saying, mid-stage of the first realm, this cultivation has increased in a brutally simple and comfortable way. There were corpse cultivators sprawled all over the ground, and Chen Yuan still struck a pose, showcasing the coolest stance. After a while, he suddenly remembered something important at home. I must hurry back to find my junior sister. Just at that moment, a fierce wailing voice came from behind him. As soon as Chen Yuan heard it, he recognized it as the distinctive sound of a corpse cultivator, and he immediately turned around. Another one is coming. But this corpse was on a different level, its eyes shining like car headlights. Not good, it's a deacon-level corpse cultivator. The zombie went berserk and punched at him. Chen Yuan struggled to block the attack with his dual swords. The force is too strong. He was hurled back by the pressure, barely managing to steady himself on the ground. Chen Yuan was panting heavily, gritting his teeth, with a face more strained than a guitar string. But in this misfortune, there was a stroke of luck. Thankfully, he had no wounds. Otherwise, if he contracted corpse poison, it would be a hassle. The zombie over there was still furious, conjuring a green flame, then charging forward at lightning speed, fists and palms coming at him like a storm. Chen Yuan was so scared that his face turned as green as a banana leaf. He realized in horror that this is the ultimate technique of the Lai Yang sect, the Yang Palm. He never expected a deacon to inherit the Yang Palm. In a dilemma, Chen Yuan could only fight it out desperately, crossing his swords to block one of the strikes. It goes without saying, Chen Yuan was completely overwhelmed. He was kicked up into a branch of the tamarind tree. Indeed, Chen Yuan was still too inexperienced. He used both hands to shield his head. The situation was hopeless, and Chen Yuan had to resort to a risky move. It seems I can only use this technique again, otherwise, I won't stand a chance. Thinking of this, he gathered all his strength to unleash a blood reversal frenzy strike, sweat pouring down like rain. Compressing enough spiritual energy, he propelled himself forward, the force shattering the ground. Combined with incredible speed, the swordsmanship struck with a fiery slash. The entire mountain was shrouded in death aura. The corpse cultivator, after taking a hit, stood there dazed. At this moment, it finally felt its body being torn apart, painfully howling in agony, but no one came to its rescue this time. The corpse cultivator fell flat on its face, literally. However, this zombie was as resilient as leeches, moving its hand in preparation to recover. Chen Yuan was a step faster, swinging his sword down from the cliff. One final strike, die. The corpse cultivator hadn't even had time to scream for its mother before Chen Yuan's sword pierced straight through its brain. Chen Yuan valiantly stepped on the corpse cultivator, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Crushing the brain like this must be the end. Chen Yuan was exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. He realized he had poured all his strength into that last move, blood reversal frenzy. I can only use it a maximum of 2 times. Thinking about this, Chen Yuan fell into contemplation, shifting from disappointment to despair. If I use it one more time, I fear I will die suddenly on the spot. Yet, as fate would have it, the system appeared, bringing hope for a life-changing opportunity for Chen Yuan. Please choose an absorption direction. 1. Cultivation Corpse Cultivator. 2. Skill Corpse Cultivator. 3. Memory Corpse Cultivator. Chen Yuan was shocked. This time there is actually a skill selection option. After weighing his options, Chen Yuan made a decision. I choose 2, absorb the Skill Corpse Cultivator. Although Chen Yuan's talent and natural ability were non-existent, he had a brain full of wrinkles. He thought seriously, the Liaoyang palm is the extraordinary skill of the Liaoyang sect. If I can learn it, this will be a significant opportunity. Heaven truly did not disappoint him. The system displayed, please select a skill. 1. Liaoyang palm. 2. Basic breathing technique. 3. Basic essence nurturing technique. Needless to say, Chen Yuan immediately chose the first option, selection 1, Liaoyang palm. A stream of yellow spiritual energy representing the skill entered his body. The spiritual energy enveloped Chen Yuan's hand and formed 2 blazing flames. Chen Yuan smiled like he had hit the jackpot. Liaoyang palm, I've really learned the Liaoyang palm, and the system automatically allows me to master it seamlessly. Chen Yuan, without any effort and rigorous training, could already skillfully use it almost readily. He tested it with a typical rising dragon fist, and it must be said that the credit largely goes to his buddy, the system. Chen Yuan praised it without reservation. System, we give you a like. A hoarse voice echoed. Why did you kill my son? Chen Yuan jumped in shock, turning abruptly towards the source of the sound. The scene before him was truly overwhelming. A wicked female demoness was glaring with fiery red eyes, demon energy thick enough to almost suffocate the air. Chen Yuan could only silently recite a mantra. He lamented, the evil energy is too dense. From one difficulty to another, Chen Yuan gritted his teeth and thought, what level of corpse cultivator is this? I didn't even notice her arrival. At this moment, Chen Yuan still had the presence of mind to observe the outfit of the corpse. Looking at the clothing, could it be that when she was alive, she was the female master of the Liaoyang sect? Sure enough, the clothing of this female corpse cultivator was more intricate and fancy than that of other corpse cultivators. Chen Yuan then vaguely guessed, the corpse cultivator deacon I just killed is her son, which means I've stirred a hornet's nest. Chen Yuan regretted it was too late, no wonder she knows the prestigious skill of Zhentong Liaoyang palm. The female corpse master was furious to the extreme, continuously screaming fiercely. Why did you kill my son? The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, and Chen Yuan noticed another bizarre thing. Wait, this isn't right, how can a corpse cultivator know how to speak? Thinking this, Chen Yuan's face turned a deeper shade of green. The female corpse master didn't have time for casual conversation with Chen Yuan and unleashed an unprecedented strike unlike anything from other corpse cultivators. Surrender your life. A blood-red palm strike shot straight towards Chen Yuan. If you barge into my sect, don't expect to leave alive. With no strength to resist, Chen Yuan stood frozen, accepting a direct punch to the mouth. The force and pressure reached their peak, the fireball seemed ready to swallow him whole. This female corpse cultivator is incredibly strong. Chen Yuan managed to keep his life, maintaining his balance as he prepared to counterattack with all his might. Don't let him get angry, if he does, he'll run away. Thinking this, Chen Yuan promptly bolted. If I don't run now, when will I? The female corpse master wasn't stupid either, she swung another punch. Pay for my son's life. This massive strike was aimed right at his backside, its size comparable to a mountain, leaving Chen Yuan to scream in despair. Suddenly, a distinct stream of yellow spiritual energy wrapped around him. Chen Yuan silently cursed, what the hell is this? With no other choice, Chen Yuan turned and randomly attacked, I can only take a gamble. This was the Liaoyang palm he had just secretly learned from the corpse cultivator deacon. In Chen Yuan's mind, there was only one thought, I must bring this worthless life back home. Fortune favors the bold. Chen Yuan successfully broke free from the demoness's violent palm. The female zombie master was now so shocked that her limbs froze in place. How does he know the Li Yang palm? Chen Yuan didn't have time to explain to the old lady, he quickly turned and fled. Fortunately, I learned the Li Yang palm, otherwise I would have been killed by that palm strike or burned to death. Without hesitation, he stood on the roof tiles and leaped down to the ground. Let's go back to the sect first. As Chen Yuan soared through the air, he reflected on the situation. From 100 years ago, corpse poison spread, countless cultivators turned into corpse cultivators, with the entire cultivation world facing an unprecedented apocalyptic era. But everyone knew that corpse cultivators had no consciousness, only instincts to kill. Now, corpse cultivators can even talk, proving they have intelligence. This is extremely important news. The demoness on the other side still did not chase after, deep in thought as if calculating something. She raised her pitch-black nails and slowly whispered, "You cannot escape." The female master of the Lai Yang sect, filled with a desire to dominate humanity, said, "The entire Chao Xian sect is about to be destroyed, the future belongs to the corpse cultivators." Switching scenes to where the young girl Chen Yao and the lecherous Li Kai are. Old Li Kai licked his chapped lips, a smug expression on his face as he said, "No wonder she's the beauty sleeping in the woods, this little girl is very beautiful." The henchman behind him didn't hold back either, showering her with compliments and wearing a similarly lecherous expression. "Li's senior brother, the little guy Chen Yuan is dead now, and nobody will bother you anymore. Today, Chen Yao is yours to torment as you wish." Li Kai pressed his long-neglected mouth close to the girl's face, the pervert exhaling, "This little girl is mindless. Although she lacks a certain flavor, she possesses another kind of scent." Just as the beasts were about to pounce for a threesome, a voice like a roaring tiger shouted, "Get your filthy hands off her." Chen Yuan had returned just in time to rescue his sister. He spread his legs wide, his aura dominating as he declared, "Get away from her." In the depths of his eyes was nothing but a glimmer of evil energy, ready to play rough at any moment. The group of perverts was drenched in sweat when they saw Chen Yuan return from the underworld. "Chen Yuan, how is this possible? How are you not dead yet?" Chen Yuan maintained the attitude of a reckless individual, frowning tightly and saying, "You beast, if you are still alive, how could I possibly be dead?" The allies began to express their concerns. One of them, somewhat amused, said, "Chen Yuan's cultivation is low, falling into the Lai Yang sect, filled with corpse cultivators, and he managed to survive." The other one looked paler than a pig's liver. If he didn't die, he should have been eaten by a corpse cultivator. However, to the leader Li Kai, Chen Yuan was merely a lucky brat, nothing more. "What are you afraid of?" He looked at Chen Yuan with a bullet-like gaze, his tone 1 part threat and 7 parts contempt. "So what if he's not dead? I can make him die 10 times now." All three perverts looked at Chen Yuan with mocking smiles, adhering to the motto of 3 against 1, if he doesn't get hurt, he'll get crippled. Li Kai's words became increasingly reckless as he arrogantly said, "Chen Yuan, if you let me have your junior sister for fun, I can promise you a painless death." Chen Yuan cherished his little sister at home. Hearing this, he coldly drew out his pair of twin swords. "Li Kai, you are definitely going to die today." The subordinate behind him wanted to show off in front of the boss, volunteering for the battle. "You speak arrogantly. Li's senior brother, let me kill him for you." He charged forward with a palm strike aimed directly at Chen Yuan, shouting, "Die." However, he hadn't even taken 3 steps when an excruciating pain struck him in the gut, freezing him in place. Chen Yuan, moving at the speed of light, had somehow struck a deep blow straight into his aorta. What? Witnessing this scene, the two allies gasped, their eyes wide in shock. This. With just 1 strike, Chen Yuan had sent the first pervert off to the afterlife. He writhed in a pool of blood before succumbing to the icy grip of death. Seeing this, Li Kai began to panic and shouted, "Chen Yuan, you dare to kill my men?" He showed no mercy for his subordinate, instead laughing heartily. "Now that I'm killing you, it's completely justified." At this moment, the system conveniently updated the loot from the previous sword dance. Kill the ordinary disciple of the Chao Xian sect. Please choose your reward. 1. Cultivation. 2. Skill. 3. Item. Chen Yuan calculated the gains and losses for a moment. This person is Li Kai's junior brother, his cultivation is low, his skills are poor, and he certainly has no good items. However, even mosquito meat is still meat, so let's go with cultivation. Overall, it's better than nothing. As Chen Yuan selected, weak spiritual energy slowly penetrated his body. The group of Li Kai was still feeling quite arrogant. He pointed and ordered, "All of you, go and capture him for me. I must enjoy the beauty sleeping in this forest before him." A group of 3 strong men charged at Chen Yuan to gang up on him, shouting, "Go, kill." But the scene before them left 2 of the cultivators stunned. They only caught a glimpse of a sword grazing their eyelids. An extraordinary swordsmanship sent the 2 cultivators flying straight to the rooftop. Chen Yuan coldly declared, "You don't know your own strength." The 2 young men sat slumped on the ground, their faces in agony as if they had just swallowed poison. What's going on? Why is Chen Yuan's cultivation so profound? Has he reached the first realm? Li Kai, watching this miserable scene, gritted his teeth and roared, "Useless people, I'll have to take matters into my own hands." Indeed, he radiated the aura of a leader, the spiritual energy surging in stark contrast to the 2 fools earlier. He fiercely declared, "Chen Yuan, you piece of trash. Do you dare to resist me?" Chen Yuan was not intimidated by this muscular man. He smiled knowingly and replied, "What will happen if I resist you? You beast, stop babbling and come here so I can kill you." Li Kai could no longer hold back his anger, rushing in with a fire of hatred, wanting to go all out. "You 2 brothers will not spare anyone today." These petty tricks were no more than a show to Chen Yuan. He decisively swung his sword to strike. He thought he would send his opponent back to the earth with one blow, but unexpectedly, it was Chen Yuan who suffered. Watching his sword shatter into pieces, Li Kai laughed triumphantly. "I, Li Kai, am a disciple of the Inside sect, a servant like you cannot compare to me at all." He continued to flaunt his prowess and lecture Chen Yuan. "If I can make you die once, I can make you die 10 times. Feeling disinterested, Chen Yuan forcefully threw his twin swords to the ground, then exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression dark and unreadable. Chen Yuan exerted himself, and a fierce storm rose behind him, flames of spiritual energy skyrocketing, horrifying Li Kai to the point where his face drained of color, stuttering for half a minute. "What kind of aura is this?" Chen Yuan demonstrated his extraordinary power. "He has returned, stronger than ever. If you couldn't kill me before, then don't even think about being able to kill me for the rest of your life." In his presence, the boy pressed the teleportation speed button in an instant. Before he could even regain his composure, Chen Yuan stood firmly before him, holding the impotence palm technique. Without hesitation, he struck straight into the old man's face. At that moment, Li Kai could only curse silently, "What?" As the mighty palm struck, Li Kai was sent flying to the tip of Xie Mao, the force so strong that it cracked the ground where he fell. He painfully spat out a mouthful of blood, almost at the brink of death, yet the old man still couldn't believe the truth. "This is the impotence palm technique, how do you know it?" Chen Yuan couldn't say it was because he had acquired it from the system. He pressed the tip of his sword against the old man's throat, emanating a dense aura of evil energy. He spoke coldly as ice, "You have lost." Li Kai, still not willing to accept reality, attempted to roar defiantly. "You dare to kill me, I am an outside sect disciple, my gauge is an inside sect disciple." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and ran for his life. Chen Yuan would not allow this lecherous man to continue living to pollute the air. He struck from behind with a powerful blow, delivering a fatal strike. Li Kai was in so much pain that he wished for death, tears welling in his eyes as he cursed, "You." Before he could leave any last words, Li Kai departed forever, and we mourn him eternally. Chen Yuan retained the expression of a cold-blooded person, his face unchanged as he said, "I told you, today you will surely die." The little minions around, seeing their leader had fallen, panicked like headless chickens and exclaimed, "What? You actually killed Li's senior brother, how dare you?" Chen Yuan looked at them with a perplexed expression and kindly advised, "If I were you, I wouldn't be saying stupid things here right now, but would be running away quickly." As if enlightened to the truth, 3 or 4 of the rascals urgently ran away in a panic. "Right, run fast, run. But Chen Yuan wasn't one to make it easy for them. He pointed the broken sword directly at their faces. It's too late now, buddy, even the Lord can't save you anymore. The little pests had no choice but to plead for mercy, saying, we were wrong. Showing mercy to the enemy is being cruel to oneself. With that reasoning, Chen Yuan resolutely charged ahead, sending the three to meet their end. After finishing the job, he stood there calmly, taking deep breaths. After a while, Chen Yuan gently approached his younger sister and softly said, Yao Yao, it's okay now. Chen Yao remained emotionless like Hu Guangshao, her face pale like a lifeless doll. Chen Yuan felt a sting in his heart. He looked at her with sorrowful eyes, and after a moment, he resolutely patted her head. Chen Yuan appeared to be a model older brother, his eyes shining with determination as he said, don't worry, Gage will definitely find a way to cure you. He glanced at the group of cultivators sprawled on the ground. Next, we should take them away. The system worked very efficiently and soon finished clearing the pile of corpses. He pondered over the gangster Li Kai. Everyone else has taken the cultivation, but only Li Kai's corpse remains. I killed Chao Xian Sek's outside sect disciple, Li Kai. The system continued to send notifications. Please choose a collection direction. 1. Cultivation. 2. Skill. 3. Memory. Chen Yuan continued to use all his brainpower to calculate the pros and cons. Li Kai is an outside sect disciple, Gage. He is more powerful than an inside sect disciple. The fact that I killed Li Kai will soon be known by others, so I must prepare in advance, knowing both the enemy and myself. Finally, he made an unexpected choice. I choose 3, take the memories. As soon as he pressed the button, a stream of blue light shot straight into his head. The process of absorbing memories is underway. Chen Yuan's head throbbed painfully, he clutched his head and screamed in agony. Chen Yuan felt that his worldview was deeply tainted. He furiously said, is this Li Kai's memory? This guy is indeed a beast, he deserves to die. Without wasting any time, he calmly sat down and actively practiced his cultivation. Yesterday's breakthrough was too fast, my foundation is still unstable. Chen Yuan felt a strong vitality pouring through his body and excitedly said, after a night of training, I've finally stabilized my realm at the first realm, reaching the mid-stage of foundation establishment. After saying this, he went over to his little sister with concern, let's check on Yao Yao's condition a bit. He slowly rolled up the embroidered peach blossom sleeves of her dress, revealing a black tattoo that enveloped her tiny arm, depicting a bizarre pattern. Chen Yuan secretly sighed in relief, half happy and half worried. Fortunately, the corpse poison hasn't spread yet. Let Yuan brother tell everyone the full story. Here's how it happened. Both Chen Yao and I are orphans, our parents passed away when we were very young. After that, corpse cultivators spread throughout the cultivation world. In order to survive, I had no choice but to take Chen Yao to the Chao Xian sect to seek protection. However, on the way, we were attacked by corpse cultivators. Chen Yao was bitten on the arm by one of them. In every misfortune, there is a silver lining. Although we ultimately escaped a disaster, from that moment on, Chen Yao lost her sanity and became like this. However, as long as there is breath, there is hope. He optimistically said, the good news is that Chen Yao has not turned into a corpse cultivator. I still have a chance to save her, and I will definitely find a way to eliminate the corpse poison from her. While the two siblings were lost in conversation, a sharp voice called out from the other side, Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan. Politely pushing the door open, I greeted, Huang senior brother, is there something you need? Huang senior brother arrived with a grumpy expression and complained, what do you need? Little guy, have you forgotten that today is the day for the fourth elder's medicine trial? Knowing that I was in a dependent position, Chen Yuan still tried to maintain as pleasant a face as possible and said, how could I forget? I will go right now. The senior brother was still grumpy, mumbling, let's go. Lest I provoke the fourth elder's displeasure. Speaking of this old man, Chen Yuan didn't know what to say. The fourth elder was the elder of the pill room, and when I first arrived at the Chao Xian sect, he said I was talentless, with no aptitude for cultivation, and refused to let me into the Chao Xian sect. In the end, I had to plead desperately before he reluctantly agreed to let me into the servant room, with the condition that I become an apprentice to test the pills for him. Indeed, being a young man facing many challenges, Chen Yuan was suffering greatly. He exhaled a long breath like the National Highway 1A. The so-called apprentice to test the pills meant that I had to come and take the pills that the fourth elder had just researched at regular intervals. Of course, these pills were basically various toxins and had side effects, each time being an excruciating torment for me. However, Chen Yuan had no choice. He followed Huang's senior brother into the pill room. The old man stood with his hands clasped in front of a gigantic pill refining furnace. "Fourth elder, you've arrived." Chen Yuan greeted him respectfully, salutations to the fourth elder. The fourth elder, with his sharp eyes, immediately recognized him. "Chen Yuan, it's been a while. Your aura has strengthened quite a bit, has your cultivation progressed a little?" Chen Yuan did not hide anything. He smiled foolishly, scratched his head, and said, "Thanks to the fourth elder, I've made some progress." The fourth elder stopped chatting idly and got straight to the point. "In recent days, I have managed to coordinate a new pill recipe, using valuable spiritual herbs for the refinement." The furnace emitted a familiar clattering sound, signaling an ominous sign. However, the fourth elder was quite pleased, jumping for joy. "It's a success." Just at that moment, the furnace suddenly popped open, then shook violently. With his extensive experience, the fourth elder's face turned pale, and he shouted, "This is bad." After a while of stabilizing, the furnace ejected 3 pills, resembling 3 piles of dog poop, along with a thick plume of black smoke rising. The fourth elder was in despair. "Damn it, another failure," and it turned into a useless pill. Where did I go wrong? Both of them couldn't help but cover their noses. "This pill smells terrible, it's so foul." The fourth elder wasted no words and tossed it to Chen Yuan. "Here, you eat it." Life as an eunuch testing poisons is truly hard. Chen Yuan sensed that pungent, offensive smell. "Are you serious?" the fourth elder said nonchalantly. "Enough talk, if I tell you to try the medicine, then you must try it even if it's a waste pill." Chen Yuan couldn't deceive himself any longer and cursed, "This is disgusting." Huang's senior brother, listening from behind, erupted angrily, "How dare you, a mere attendant, be so picky about trying medicine? Do you want to get beaten?" The fourth elder, being old, didn't have the energy to argue. He ordered, "I don't want to hear any more nonsense, just eat it." Chen Yuan started thinking about his future, holding 3 dog feces in his hand, feeling utterly confused. "I've eaten plenty of waste pills before, and even if they were waste pills, they never smelled as bad as this one. There's no way it could be extremely toxic. If I eat this, I might just die, right?" Just when he felt like he was hanging by a thread, the system appeared and said, "System reminder, 3 waste pills detected, you can choose the direction to take, 1, toxin pill, 2, essence pill." Chen Yuan was surprised that society had developed to this point. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "I didn't expect pills could also be chosen. So if I choose the toxin pill, does that mean the pill won't be poisonous anymore?" Huang's senior brother, impatient and feeling like he was being chased by a dog, urged, "Hurry up and eat. Dare to be slow." Chen Yuan did not hesitate and immediately selected a toxic pill. The system was indeed advanced. It not only separated the toxins but also said, "The toxic pill has been stored in the system space and can be checked for use at any time." Chen Yuan took a gamble and swallowed 3 black pills at once. This time, it should be fine. As the pills reached his throat, a refreshing and intoxicating feeling enveloped Chen Yuan. He felt like a wilted plant that had been watered with holy water, excitedly saying, "The pill, after having its toxins removed, has a very strong effect. It is enhancing my body, I feel warm and refreshed all over." The fourth elder looked at his expression, anxious and restless. "How does it feel?" He thought Chen Yuan would immediately vomit 3 times, but unexpectedly, Chen Yuan grinned and said, "It's amazing, is there more?" The fourth elder was momentarily at a loss for how to respond and stared blankly. Huang's senior brother, witnessing Chen Yuan's dazed behavior, was also taken aback. "This little guy has taken the pills, and it's as if he's fried his brain." The fourth elder then commanded, "You go and test him." Huang's senior brother performed a breath test that could make the surrounding air feel like it was sinking, raised 4 fingers, and asked, "Qin Yuan, what is this?" Qin Yuan, not blind, decisively responded with a tense punch to his jaw. Huang, the senior brother, felt both pain and shame as he cradled his swollen face and shouted, "You dare hit me?" Qin Yuan turned to the 4th elder. "No need to test, 4th elder." Qin Yuan displayed his most authoritative demeanor, his eyes shining like car headlights. "I am very awake and handsome." The 4th elder maintained his thoughtful expression and said seriously, "If you're fine, it seems that this pill, even if it isn't successful, has yielded considerable results." Huang, still fixated on old grudges, snapped, "No, you were awake and still hit me." Qin Yuan waved his hands as if he were very righteous. Huang's senior brother, "Don't focus on those minor details, the 4th elder's pill is more important." The 4th elder seemed uninterested in such trivial matters. He lowered his voice, commanding, "Qin Yuan, you may step back for now, I need to brew another batch, come back in 3 days." Qin Yuan had no reason to stay. Clasping his hands, he said, "Yes, disciple takes his leave." The elder stroked his beard, watching Qin Yuan's figure disappear. "Oh, this young man is truly interesting. You will be mine." That is what the 4th elder did not think. The elder contemplated deeply, "This little guy is growing on me more and more." Not long after he began to smile, the elder suddenly widened his eyes, coughing violently, a mouthful of blood spewed out. Huang's senior brother hurried over to ask, "Elder, are you okay?" The elder waved his hand, "It's nothing, just an old ailment." He hurriedly wiped the blood off his mouth, his voice now hoarse, but he still tried to say, "What exactly went wrong with the pill? Why doesn't the healing pill have poison?" Switching scenes to Qin Yuan, he was just as confused, wondering while pondering. The pill from the 4th elder was indeed strange. "I can feel my body being greatly reinforced." Suddenly, a lush green tree in the distance caught his attention. Poor tree, he decided to use it to test his punching power. "Let's see." Before he could see anything, there was a loud crash, and the surrounding trees started shaking violently. It turned out that the unfortunate tree had been smashed in 2 by Qin Yuan's punch. His 5 fingers were still intact, and Qin Yuan laughed joyfully like a father celebrating the birth of a child. "Very good. Now I finally have the power to protect myself in the Chao Xian sect." While laughing happily, a loud voice called out, "Qin Yuan." It turned out to be my close friend Huang Ting, a young man with a striking golden tile-like appearance. The 2 brothers reunited after a long time and had a lot to talk about. Curiously, I asked, "Where have you been these days?" Huang Ting is considered my best friend at the Chao Xian sect, but this little guy is involved in illegal activities, specifically tomb raiding and digging for treasures in ancient ruins occupied by corpse cultivators. That's why he is often nowhere to be found. Huang Ting displayed a mysterious expression. "Well, it's hard to explain in just one sentence." After a while, he recounted the details of the event. "Recently, I discovered a hidden sect deep in the mountains, but unexpectedly found out that it had already been taken over by corpse cultivators. I thought I might salvage something, but I almost got trapped there myself." Qin Yuan knew that his brother often borrowed items from ancient tombs, which was very dangerous. He patted Huang Ting's shoulder and reminded him, "You'd better not do those immoral things anymore. If one day you get buried, I won't even know where to find you." At this point, Huang Ting also seemed a bit awkward. He sighed, "Well, I don't want to do it either." It turns out Huang Ting was also swept away by the currents of life. He smiled in a seemingly indifferent way and said, "That drunken master of mine made me swear before he died that I must open all 108 ancient tombs from 10,000 years ago before I can wash my hands and hang up my sword. I suppose I've been fooled by him." Speaking of the corpse cultivator, Huang Ting suddenly remembered something. "By the way, how is Qin Yao doing lately?" Qin Yuan also felt heavy-hearted, still the same, no improvement, but not getting worse either. Huang Ting was indeed a good brother. He patiently reassured, "Don't worry, there is definitely a way to treat Qin Yao. When I find a treasure in the ancient tomb one day, perhaps Qin Yao can be cured." Qin Yuan didn't know what more to say. He was more sorrowful than a dragonfly, saying, "I hope so, but the 4th elder once said that someone of the sect master's level might have a way to save him." I have to find a chance to meet the sect master. Upon hearing the 3 words, meet the sect master, Huang Ting felt despair. The truth is harsh, but Huang Ting was always ready to pour a bucket of cold water on Chen Yuan's face. You're overthinking it. The sect master is prideful and extremely esteemed. How could he be someone we can meet? Chen Yuan wasn't about to give up that easily. You believe in the principle that hard work can achieve anything, confidently stating, effort is enough. Huang Ting also sincerely wants to help this brother. He chased after while saying, but if you want to meet Yi Yun's senior sister, I have a way. Chen Yuan curiously asked back, Yi Yun, isn't she the grand senior sister Yi Yun of that outside sect? Thinking of the legendary beauty who is both stunning and charismatic, Huang Ting blushed and said, that's her, the #1 genius of the outside sect. It turns out this is the main focus of today's reunion. Huang Ting continued, recently, Yi Yun's senior sister wants to go out for a trial and needs a few people to accompany her. I came here to invite you to join. Chen Yuan still couldn't believe it. He asked in confusion, Yi Yun will take our servant disciples with her. Huang Ting shrugged and explained, you don't understand this matter, in ordinary battles, she definitely won't need our servants. The heartache of being a playboy, Huang Ting said honestly, there are always a few dirty, tiring jobs that need doing, this is where we come in. But many people want to do those dirty jobs but can't. Chen Yuan whispered, is it that good? Huang Ting became more mysterious. You're asking the key question now. Huang Ting didn't know where he dug up some very useful gossip. The trial site this time is a spiritual field behind the mountain of the Liang sect, a place quite far from the sect itself. Even this much is common knowledge. Corpse cultivators roam the area, but their strength isn't anything remarkable. Thinking of this, Huang Ting's mouth practically flooded with drool, his face lighting up with excitement. If we can get in, after all these years, the spiritual field must have stockpiled a ton of elixirs. We might be able to grab a share. That's something you couldn't even dream of snatching after hundreds of years working in the servant quarters. But of course, nothing in this world comes for free. Chen Yuan's face darkened as he asked, is it dangerous? Don't blame Chen Yuan for being cautious, he was still traumatized by their previous encounter. That corpse cultivator from the Liang sect who could actually talk had been a shock no one expected. Although the spiritual field was far from the sect, who's to say danger wouldn't still be lurking? But Huang Ting, who belonged to the fear-nothing school of thought, scoffed in disdain. Danger? What danger? What are you so afraid of? Turns out, he had no intention of relying on his own skills. With great pride, he declared, Yi Yun is going too. She's the #1 genius of the outer sect. As long as she's there, we'll be fine. Chen Yuan couldn't find a reason to object anymore. Fired up, he said, if that's the case, then let's go. The next day, 500 brothers had gathered, fully assembled behind the Forbidden Mountain. Chen Yuan anxiously watched the sun rise to its zenith. He said impatiently, the time has come, why hasn't Yi Yun arrived yet? He felt as though he were sitting on a pile of embers, restlessly wondering, is something delaying her? The world always has unexpected people showing up, spouting words laced with disdain, why is there a servant disciple still here? The one who had just spoken was none other than the outside sect disciple, Zhou Qinglong. As soon as he spoke, he targeted the Chen brothers directly. Having servant disciples along is just causing trouble, isn't it? The more he spoke, the more outrageous he became, making Chen Yuan feel utterly embarrassed. Isn't it just a burden for you two to follow us? You two should leave quickly. Huang Ting, adhering to the principle of harmony, scratched his head and said foolishly, Zhou's senior brother, we are just here to help with some trivial matters. One of the young subordinates leaned close to Zhou Qinglong and whispered something. Zhou's senior brother, let them come along. To put it bluntly, it's to use them as cannon fodder at a critical moment. Zhou Qinglong, with his deep and cunning nature, smirked slyly. I see what you mean now. The main character always appears at the last moment, and just then, a beauty dressed in a deep purple gown slowly approached. Have you all arrived? The monks around him were stunned for a moment before finally managing to speak. Ah, senior sister Yi Yun. Senior sister Yi Yun had a stunning appearance, her curves flowing elegantly. The monk beside her squinted his eyes and cheerfully reported, "Senior Sister Yi, everyone is here." Without hesitation, Yi Yun gave the command, "Let's get going, my 500 brothers." Huang Ting, also quick to catch on, elbowed Chen Yuan, urgently warning, "Let's go, be a bit quicker, Zhou Qinglong won't let you off easily." Just like that, a group of people lined up and moved forward, led by Senior Sister Yi Yun. Half an hour later, the entire group had entered the den of demons. Zhou Qinglong, appearing knowledgeable, stepped forward to suggest, "Senior Sister Yi, the yard contains the spiritual fields of the Lai Yang sect, should we send someone to scout first?" "That's fine. These dangerous tasks are naturally for the dogs to do." He glanced over at Brother Qin Yuan, "You two go in and scout." Unexpectedly straightforward, Huang Ting couldn't hold back his indignation. "What? You're telling the two of us servants to go first, you're just intentionally sending us to our doom, aren't you?" Zhou Qinglong didn't mind being so unreasonable. He pointed straight at their faces and said, "Do you dare refuse? What do we need you for?" Huang Ting's sharp tongue was not to be underestimated. He decisively retorted back at him. An outside sect disciple dared not step up, leaving it to us servant disciples to take the lead. "What do we need you for?" Seeing he couldn't win the argument, he could only loudly curse, "Do you dare to argue?" Huang Ting remained as calm as ever, responded unperturbed, "I am trying to reason with you now, do you understand? If I can't win verbally, I'll resort to martial arts." He rolled up his sleeves and rushed in, wanting to engage, daring to offend, "I will break your legs." Yi Yun, the senior sister, of course was someone who understood the situation. She coldly interrupted the combat, "Stop your hands." Zhou Qinglong was very angry at this point. Reckless blood outweighed wise blood. He said, "Yi Yun senior sister, these two servants refuse to listen, let me teach them a lesson for you." Chen Yuan leaned close to Huang Ting and dreamily said, "Why do I feel that Yi Yun senior sister is trying to help us?" Huang Ting remained confused. "Is that so?" Huang Ting looked at Yi Yun's retreating figure, filled with admiration in his words. Yi Yun's senior sister had always been upright in her actions, that is her character. After a moment, Zhou Qinglong finally had to face the truth. He stood in front of the Lai Yang sect gate and cursed, "That annoying little guy, making me come to such a dangerous place." Besides being loud-mouthed, he was also quite cowardly. The divine soul urged him, "You absolutely cannot go in." What followed was an illusion realm devoured by zombies. What if I encounter some powerful corpse cultivator? I'll die here. Thinking this, Zhou Qinglong desperately wanted to run back and hide. He was so scared that his whole body trembled. The few juniors behind him sat guessing, what is Zhou's senior brother doing? Why is he standing outside and not coming in? Zhou's senior brother is very cautious, he must be probing. Having started this, Zhou Qinglong had no choice but to continue. He used his illusion technique to conjure a majestic long sword, ready to fight to the death at any moment. He gave it his all and smashed down on the door. "Break for me." The brothers behind could only hide in a corner chanting Buddhist prayers, their faces puzzled, not understanding what was happening. It's not that he's not afraid of a strong enemy, he's just afraid of his dumb teammates. He's breaking the door, with that much noise, how many corpse cultivators is he trying to attract? As expected, a horde of zombies turned around, staring hungrily at their lunch named Zhou Qinglong. Zhou Qinglong was drenched, his face drained of blood, gritting his teeth and saying, "Damn it, is there really that many?" The group of corpse cultivators caught the scent of fresh pork belly and immediately rushed into Zhou Qinglong's buffet. Before he could fight, he turned and ran, screaming for help, help. A few brothers behind him, seeing the danger so close, began cursing. This Zhou brother led the corpse cultivators here, telling them to scout, but instead he brought a bunch of corpse cultivators along. Yi Yun, seeing the young man ruining everything, angrily said, "No success but plenty of failure, and everything ends up on my plate." She drew a long, slender sword from her waist, the spiritual energy from her swordsmanship exuding a formidable aura. Like a true general, she waved her hand and ordered, "Prepare for battle." Huang Ting, knowing his status as a servant, understood he shouldn't get involved in this. He waved his hand and called, "Chen Yuan, follow me." Yi Yun was on the other side, fighting for her life against the corpse cultivators. A zombie lunged at her. True to her reputation as a martial arts expert, Yi Yun decisively delivered a powerful slash. The blade ignited with fire, slicing through the corpse cultivator and sending it flying. A massacre shook the entire forest, with the smell of blood thick in every nook and cranny. And in some hidden corner, two young men were hiding. You think that following you means hiding here? Huang Ting shrugged. Of course. Huang Ting had no trust in this close brother of his. The one at the front always dies first. Huang Ting frowned and asked, "You really want to charge straight at those corpse cultivators?" "I'm fine, I have ways to keep myself alive, but your cultivation is very fragile." Just then, a heavy breathing sound from behind interrupted their discussion. It was Zhou Qinglong who had caught up, panting heavily with his hands on the rock wall. Despite the humiliating need to run away, he still felt confident. That was too dangerous. Luckily Zhou Qing is quick-witted and ran fast. Now, he noticed that Huang Ting and Qin Yuan had been waiting for a long time. Zhou Qinglong seemed to have a startle reflex. He pointed directly at Qin Yuan and scolded harshly, "You two scaredy cats, while others are fighting, you're hiding here." Huang Ting, splashed with dirty water, immediately lost his cool. He shouted, "You still have the nerve to say that, didn't you also run over here? I came to supervise you." Zhou Qinglong persisted in his efforts, justifying it wholeheartedly. "I am here to supervise you all." Huang Ting found the situation unbearable, waving his hand as if shooing away flies. "Get lost, don't force me to curse at you." Zhou Qinglong, suffering from a severe case of pride, was infuriated and threw a punch. "You insolent one, a mere servant disciple daring to insult me, I'll beat you to death." Before any interaction could take place, a pair of crooked legs belonging to a corpse cultivator appeared menacingly. Seeing the undead, Zhou Qinglong turned pale and sought to shift the blame. Now that the corpse cultivator is here, it delays. Suddenly, his attitude flipped 180 degrees, and he insidiously continued, "But, this is also a good opportunity." As he said this, he pulled out a small, exquisite gourd. He maliciously threw it towards where Huang Ting and Qin Yuan were standing. "Two little guys, die for me." Qin Yuan was not to be underestimated. He quickly reacted and punched back, causing the gourd to shatter into pieces. Black smoke began to billow from the broken gourd. Qin Yuan was still confused. Clearly this was a blunder of epic proportions. He pinched his nose, coughing, "What is this?" Huang Ting, well informed, understood the situation. He took 3 deep breaths and realized, this is bad, this is a soul-dispelling test. Zhou Qinglong was very pleased after committing evil deeds. He laughed happily as if he had reaped a good harvest. "You two little guys, the soul-dispelling test has an incredibly strong allure for corpse cultivators, just let them destroy you." Zhou Qinglong seemed accustomed to playing dirty. He laughed sinisterly, "Dare to be arrogant with me? I will make sure even your bones are gone." Huang Ting and Qin Yuan looked even tenser than a drawn bowstring. Huang Ting angrily retorted, "Zhou Qinglong, just wait, even if the corpse cultivator bites me, I will not spare you." After using despicable tricks, Zhou Qinglong still had the energy to argue here. "You two bastards, if you are dead, how can you not spare me?" The corpse cultivator was not interested in watching the show. It was eager for a feast, baring its fangs and claws, charging straight at the two brothers. In the 36 strategies, running is the best choice. Huang Ting immediately grabbed Qin Yuan's hand and they fled at high speed, running so fast that the naked eye could hardly keep up. However, it was of no concern to the corpse cultivator. Qin Yuan and Huang Ting unexpectedly came to a sudden stop. They realized that running was no longer a viable plan, as the corpse cultivator was already closing in. Huang Ting was drenched in sweat. "I was so tired that I couldn't even keep my mouth closed. This corpse cultivator basically couldn't be shaken off." Qin Yuan suddenly spoke up, "Stop for a moment." Huang Ting was in a rush, and when he encountered his brother feeling a bit off, he cried out with tears streaming down his cheeks, "What are we stopping for? Are we waiting to die?" Qin Yuan remained calm throughout, saying serenely, "It's possible that we can defeat this corpse cultivator." Huang Ting abruptly stopped walking. He turned to Chen Yuan and stared at him with an extremely serious expression. Chen Yuan was startled and asked, "What are you looking at me for?" With a serious and contemplative face, Huang Ting proudly replied, "You know everything already." Chen Yuan questioned, "No." Huang Ting proudly placed his hands on his hips and declared, "If you already know, then I won't pretend anymore, I will reveal my card." Chen Yuan found this strange and thought to himself, "What is this guy talking about?" Suddenly, a burst of powerful magical energy along with a strong wind blew out, causing Chen Yuan's hair to fly messily. It turned out the source of that power was emanating from Huang Ting, whose magical flames were incredibly strong and expansive. Huang Ting proudly shouted, "I truly have the strength to defeat this corpse cultivator." A corpse cultivator charged at Huang Ting, shouting, "Kill." In just a few seconds, a powerful punch hit it squarely in the face. The corpse cultivator couldn't withstand it and was immediately knocked away. Chen Yuan saw this and understood the situation. He thought, so this guy has been hiding his true strength all along. After breaking the corpse cultivator's jaw, Huang Ting turned to Chen Yuan and said, not intending to boast, "Brother, actually my strength reached the mid-level of the first realm half a year ago. I never told you because I, Huang Ting, have always been modest." Chen Yuan felt nothing but helplessness at that moment. He thought, I was going to reveal my true strength, but unexpectedly, Huang Ting's true strength came to light. Huang Ting patted his shoulder encouragingly, "Chen Yuan, keep going, you can do it, one day you will catch up to me and be as strong as I am." Chen Yuan was speechless with dissatisfaction. Huang Ting maintained his self-satisfied attitude as he walked away. "Let's go, we are covered in corpse soul powder." Huang Ting raised his hand, and dust escaped from his body. "This stuff is hard to get rid of, we should hurry and find senior sister Yi." Huang Ting waved his hand urging, "Otherwise, we will only attract more corpse cultivators." Chen Yuan stood there still. He took the cultivation from the corpse cultivator while Huang Ting wasn't paying attention. "System, take the cultivation of the corpse cultivator." His cultivation suddenly brightened. Chen Yuan sensed it, feeling extremely happy and surprised. He exclaimed, "I can't believe my cultivation has reached the late stage of the first realm." Suddenly, the scene transformed, and a sword was drawn from the corpse cultivator. It was Yi's senior sister and Zhou Qinglong. Qinglong stood behind, joyfully shouting, "Senior sister, the corpse cultivator has been dealt with, and no one died." Yi's senior sister turned around, her cold gaze asking, "Where are the two servants?" Qinglong showed no fear and calmly replied, "Yi's senior sister, the two servants are dead." Upon hearing this, Yi's senior sister stopped and asked, "Dead? How did they die?" Qinglong still smiled and said, "I saw them being chased by a corpse cultivator. With the cultivation level of those two servants, they probably have no remains left." Yi's senior sister couldn't hide her anger and slapped Qinglong hard. Qinglong covered his face, surprised, and asked, "Senior sister, why did you hit me?" The flames representing Yi's senior sister's anger were apparent. Yi's senior sister said sternly, "They are dead, and you are happy about that?" Qinglong stammered, "I just felt that if they are dead, then we are no longer implicated." As soon as Zhou Qinglong finished speaking, a familiar voice rang out. "Who said we're dead?" Hearing the voice, everyone turned around with puzzled and doubtful expressions. "Huh? Who's been eavesdropping on us?" When they turned, they saw Chen Yuan and Huang Ting appearing nonchalantly, without a single scratch on them. Zhou Qinglong was taken aback upon seeing them, his face turning pale. He angrily shouted, "Why are you two still alive?" Huang Ting, observing Zhou Qinglong's vile demeanor, couldn't help but feel annoyed. He grimaced and replied, surprised, "Are you?" Yi Yun had been watching them argue from outside and had caught a strange scent. Without hesitation, she approached Chen Yuan and Huang Ting to clarify the situation. "What is that smell on you?" Yi Yun pondered the scent for a moment, and suddenly her expression grew serious. Could it be soul-dispersing powder? Seizing the opportunity, Huang Ting quickly accused Zhou Qinglong, Yi's senior sister, "This is all Zhou Qinglong's doing." Zhou Qinglong was drenched in sweat, looking no different than someone admitting guilt. The expression on his face betrayed him. "We almost got killed by him." Even at this point, Zhou Chenglong still stubbornly denied his crime. He shook his head vigorously, trying to deny it. Yi senior sister is not like they say, listen to my reasoning, let me explain. Anyone believing Zhou Chenglong's statements was indeed strange. Yi Yun was certainly not a fool. From his attitude and words, she had guessed a few things. Yi Yun slapped Zhou Chenglong hard across the face, leaving a clear imprint of 5 fingers. The slap knocked Zhou Chenglong flat on the ground. From his perspective, Yi Yun looked even more intimidating, and she threatened, I give you a chance to argue. If you say even one word that is false, I will kill you right here. Zhou Chenglong, despite having a lot of courage, did not dare to boast. He was at a loss for words. Yi Yun's threat had indeed been effective. Zhou Chenglong sweated in fear and immediately backed off. I won't say anything more. Huang Ting, standing outside, couldn't help but chime in, worried that Zhou Chenglong's fate wasn't tragic enough. Yi senior sister, as far as I know, to eliminate the soul dispersion, there is only one way, which is to use human blood qi to permeate the whole body. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun became quite interested and immediately asked, what then? Huang Ting's face turned very smug, as if everything was going according to his plan. Huang Ting smirked as he replied, so let Zhou Chenglong deal with him and help us eliminate the soul dissipating spell. Zhou Chenglong, upon hearing this, was terrified and fell into a submissive position, pleading desperately. No, Yi senior sister, my crime doesn't deserve death. Zhou Chenglong quickly changed his attitude and knelt down, pleading to Huang Ting. Anyone who didn't know would think he was being bullied. Huang Ting brother, Huang big brother, spare my life, I won't commit the same mistake again. Huang Ting regarded these words as mere wind passing through his ears, and Zhou Chenglong's act of fake humility made him unwilling to let it slide. Zhou Chenglong, are you scared now? Calling me grandfather is useless. Yi Yun, who had been holding a sword for who knows how long, walked closer to Zhou Chenglong. She didn't say much. With a swift strike, Zhou Chenglong didn't even have time to prepare. Blood sprayed from every part of Zhou Chenglong's body. His face changed from worry and panic to shock and helplessness. Yi Yun truly exhibited the mesmerizing aura of an authoritative figure, exuding an impressive coolness. After finishing her strike, she turned and softly said, hurry up, eliminate the soul dissipating spell. It took them some time to eliminate the soul dissipating spell. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Huang Ting and Chen Yuan sniffed around their bodies, and finally, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, the smell is gone. The group began to move. Yi Yun also turned to remind them, let's go to the spiritual herb garden. As Huang Ting and Chen Yuan were about to leave, the scoundrel Zhou Chenglong, who was bandaged all over, couldn't keep quiet and shouted. You two bastards dared to make me bleed in front of everyone, making me lose face. I will kill you. Huang Ting slowly raised his left hand, speaking in a teasing tone, look at my left hand. He then lifted his right hand and continued, right hand. Both hands raised, Huang Ting made a vulgar gesture towards Zhou Chenglong, clearly trying to provoke him, his movement slow. Zhou Chenglong was visibly furious, the veins in his eyes bulging, as if his eyeballs might pop out, clearly showing how angry he was. Everyone expected him to rush in for a fight, but perhaps Zhou Chenglong knew he didn't have the capability, so he turned and left. Humph. Huang Ting also began to move, but only Chen Yuan noticed the mutated corpse on the ground. After a moment of contemplation, he thought, system, take all the cultivation of this corpse cultivator. The corpse cultivators underground had rotted away, but their cultivation was still usable. Chen Yuan could not let resources go to waste. He absorbed the cultivation of more than 10 corpse cultivators in no time, feeling exhilarated. It feels amazing to gain something without doing anything. Chen Yuan sensed the power he had just accumulated and couldn't help but smile, his face clearly delighted. After a while, the group finally reached their destination. They had arrived in front of the spiritual field. Yi Yun, taking on the role of elder sister, carefully considered and reminded her younger brothers, we're about to enter the spiritual field, everyone be cautious. They each proceeded with caution, not knowing whether a blooming life or a dead end awaited them ahead. As soon as they stepped into the spiritual field, the group noticed a fragrant aroma wafting through the air. The smell of elixirs is really strong. The initial cautious demeanor seemed to fade away. Many people appeared excited about the pile of elixirs there. Oh my, there are so many elixirs. Yi Yun's warning went in one ear and out the other. One guy, seeing the rare elixirs, rushed forward excitedly. Striking it rich, striking it rich. But fortune didn't seem to be in sight. Getting sick is a certainty. The elixir plants suddenly exude a fragrant aroma, and it's clear that they shouldn't be touched. On the other side, upon realizing the situation, they were unexpectedly shocked, their mouths agape in surprise. It wasn't just one plant like that, but many all at once. That guy who was so interested just a moment ago is now hastily retreating. What's going on? Yi Yun observed the situation and came to a conclusion. The spiritual herbs here are all corroded by corpse poison. Although the spiritual energy is still present, ordinary cultivators fundamentally won't be able to use them. Everyone who heard the news felt extremely shaken. They thought they would make a big profit this time, but it turned out to be merely an illusion. What? The spiritual herbs have been eroded? Doesn't that mean we came here for nothing? Yi Yun, although a woman, seemed the most composed and rational among the group. She calmly spoke, "Search around. This is the outer spiritual field. I remember the Lai Yang sect also has a spiritual field protected by a formation, perhaps there are intact spiritual herbs inside." Chen Yuan was still deeply interested in the spiritual energy. He glanced at the pile of spiritual herbs and thought to himself, I wonder if I can salvage these useless spiritual herbs. How would he know without trying? Deciding to act, Chen Yuan quickly began collecting the pile of spiritual herbs. System, retrieve the spiritual herbs in front of me. The system is indeed very reliable, immediately presenting Chen Yuan with two options. Use the power of the spiritual herb to form a pill. Use the power of a poisonous herb. Even a 3-year-old child would know which option is more beneficial. Chen Yuan quickly made his decision, and it can directly form a pill. How convenient. I choose one, use the power of the spiritual herb. The transformation process swiftly took place, and the power from the spiritual herb was released. The energy from numerous spiritual herbs around flowed toward Chen Yuan. This time, he gained a lot. The system began accumulating the spiritual energy that Chen Yuan had amassed. A notification instantly appeared, congratulations, you have received 10 basic healing pills, 5 beauty pills, and 3 protection pills. This batch of spiritual herbs could not be used by anyone else, so only Chen Yuan benefited from them. Once the spiritual herbs were transformed into pills, they gradually vanished. In no time, the ground that was once filled with herbs became barren. This was too unusual, attracting quite a bit of attention from other cultivators. What is happening? Why are the spiritual herbs turning to ashes? Chen Yuan did not expect that the spiritual herbs would fade away like this after the transformation. He was taken aback by this situation. Damn, the potency of the spiritual herbs has been completely drained by me. Chen Yuan looked confused and alarmed. If we get examined this time, no amount of excuses will help. I never expected it to turn out like this. Yi Yun was extremely surprised by the sudden and unexpected situation. She said with a serious expression, what is going on? Why does it feel like all the spiritual energy from the spiritual herbs here has vanished in an instant? Suddenly, one of them noticed something unusual and exclaimed, Elder sister, I found a formation here. Yi Yun led the group to investigate the situation, temporarily setting aside the issue of the spiritual herbs. Let's go check it out over there. After a while, they finally arrived at a large hall not far away. The earlier person quickly reported, Senior sister, the formation is inside this hall. They stood outside, peering in and observing for a while. If they were careless and impulsive, they would definitely face trouble. Based on the arrangement of the sects, this formation must lead to the spirit field. Yi Yun reviewed the situation, and it seemed the group would act based on her decision. She commanded, let's go inside and take a look. The group entered the dark hall, which was completely without light. The dark space caused everyone to feel uneasy. Yi Yun was the one leading the group. She carefully took each step, remaining vigilant. Be careful, corpse cultivator. Mentioning Tao Tao, he appeared immediately. As soon as Yi Yun finished speaking, a hideous corpse cultivator charged at her, catching Yi Yun by surprise. However, these insignificant corpse cultivators were not a match for our elder sister. Yi Yun delivered a decisive slash aimed at the charging corpse cultivator. Most ordinary corpse cultivators would be cut into pieces and fall to the ground with one strike. But this one was able to raise its hand to block the blow and seemed unharmed by her strike. Yi Yun immediately sensed something was off. She guessed that this corpse cultivator was no ordinary foe. What? This is a high-level corpse cultivator. To protect the younger disciples behind her, Yi Yun quickly issued an order: disciples with insufficient cultivation, step back. Just as Yi Yun finished speaking, the corpse cultivators moved even faster. One lunged forward and bit the neck of one of the people in the back. That guy was unlikely to survive this time. With tears in his eyes, he cried, "Ah, I don't want to die." Yi Yun saw that the situation was dire. They were all likely in deep trouble. She shouted loudly, "All disciples cultivating in the first realm, use all your strength to eliminate these two corpse cultivators." Upon hearing the command from Yi Yun, everyone immediately regained their composure, entering a state of readiness for battle. Charge! Indeed, no matter how advanced these corpse cultivators were, they were not a match for them. Just in terms of numbers, they didn't stand a chance. The corpse cultivators were slashed numerous times, seemingly losing their ability to fight back. Shortly after, the group had completely defeated the corpse cultivators. They all collapsed on the ground. The previous situation had been quite dangerous. They had all sweated profusely to deal with the corpse cultivators. "Senior sister, we've killed them all." Thinking the situation was under control, suddenly a cultivator rushed over, looking flustered. "Senior sister, Zhang San is in trouble." Zhang San had just been bitten by a corpse cultivator. He was sitting on the ground, his face drenched in sweat, looking extremely unwell. "Senior sister, Zhang San was bitten by a corpse cultivator, he might be about to transform." Zhang San was in tears, his skin had begun to turn green, and he was utterly terrified. "Yi senior sister, I don't want to die." Yi Yun remained remarkably calm upon seeing this scene. She truly was the resilient and mature senior sister. "You can't be saved now, there's no way to cure corpse poison at this time." Zhang San's face had turned completely gray. Gradually began to rot. He had started to transform. Zhang San screamed in pain. No. His eyes now perhaps no longer had clarity. His brain was occupied by corpse cultivator cells. "I don't want to die." As Zhang San finished speaking, he completely transformed, losing his sanity, and charged towards Yi Yun. Roar! In an instant, a sharp blade came down, and Zhang San was split in two. Yi Yun looked very much like a strong woman, both her strength and aura were extraordinary. She emphasized, "You all remember this well." Yi Yun's gaze suddenly became sharp, with a hint of cold ruthlessness in her eyes. "Corpse poison cannot be cured. If any of us are affected, we must deal with it immediately, including myself." It seemed there were still some dissatisfied with Yi Yun's solution. A hand quietly clenched among the crowd. Chen Yuan understood upon hearing Yi Yun's words: "If infected by corpse poison, the only way is death, there can be no cure. I will definitely find a way to save Chen Yao." Suddenly, loud footsteps approached, and everyone panicked, sweating in fear. What is that? What emerged was a large corpse cultivator, growling, with a fierce face. Everyone who saw it was astonished, continually asking one another, "What kind of corpse cultivator is this? Why is it so huge?" Suddenly, from behind, a glistening sword was raised, arrogantly asking, "So what if it's big?" This guy dared to assert, his face smiling confidently, what powerful corpse cultivator could there be outside the Lai Yang sect? After saying that, he rushed towards the corpse cultivator. "I'll eliminate them all." Yi Yun finally reacted, shouting, "Come back, don't." But it was too late. The corpse cultivator had punched him squarely in the face with great force, sending him flying and crashing headfirst to the ground. It seemed he was no longer breathing, let alone being arrogant as before. People looked at the spot where he had been struck down, mouths agape, what? It turned out this corpse cultivator was not an ordinary one. This was the mountain guardian, one of the 4 great protectors of the Lai Yang sect. Yi Yin told everyone, this is bad. Upon hearing the identity of this corpse cultivator, which was so high-ranking, everyone was stunned and unable to believe it. What? Mountain guardian? This is one of the top 100 strongest experts of the Lai Yang sect. Someone lamented, oh my God, how could we be so unlucky to encounter a protector character outside the Lai Yang sect? Seeing this, someone asked, does a corpse cultivator basically retain their cultivation during their lifetime? Is it necessary to retreat now? Yi Yin noticed that this group of cowards was already thinking about running away and turned back, her face gloomy as she said, don't panic yourself. Yi Yin explained, although the guardian corpse cultivator has high cultivation, it lacks spiritual intelligence, so it might not be unbeatable. Just as she said, although it was a guardian, a corpse cultivator was still a corpse cultivator. They only knew how to fight and had no spiritual intelligence like humans. It charged frantically, wanting to kill everyone here. Chen Yuan raised 2 swords crossed in front of him and shouted, it looks like we have to fight a big battle now. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Chen Yuan's sleeve. When he turned to see who had pulled his clothes, it was Huang Tang. He asked Chen Yuan, what are you doing? Chen Yuan didn't understand why Huang Tang was asking him but replied, dealing with the guardian corpse cultivator. Huang Tang asked with a laugh, raising his eyebrows in disdain at him, are you stupid? Just let them deal with it themselves. He chuckled and pointed to the formation behind, we should enter the teleportation formation and go to the spirit field. Chen Yuan thought this idea was not bad, praised him, and even gave him a like, you really are a genius. Let's go. The 2 people approached the formation, waiting for the teleportation to shift to another space. Suddenly, from behind, someone saw Chen Yuan and Huang Tang using the formation to move elsewhere. It turned out to be Zhou Qinglong, who snickered, 2 little guys, pretty clever. After saying that, Zhou Qinglong looked around cautiously and stealthily followed Chen Yuan and Huang Tang into the formation. Still want to hide from me? The formation activated, preparing to take him to another dimension. Humph, let's see what good stuff you want to steal. Inside, it looked like a cave, surrounded by rock. Suddenly, a green light flashed, reflecting off the stone walls. It was the formation that had brought Chen Yuan and Huang Tang to this place. Huang Tang looked around and put a hand on his chin, beginning to speculate, the teleportation formation brought us to this stone cave. With my many years of tomb raiding experience, there must be treasures here. Suddenly, Chen Yuan spotted something and pointed to the top of a rock outcrop. Look over there are 3 strange flowers up above. After hearing Chen Yuan, Huang Tang looked in that direction. Those 3 flowers were indeed valuable. Huang Tang's eyes lit up immediately, there really is treasure. Those 3 spiritual herbs are all earth-tier spiritual herbs. He happily said to Chen Yuan, now they are all ours. But Chen Yuan expressed some concern and asked Huang Tang, we have taken everything, is ye senior sister unhappy? When Huang Tang heard this, he waved his hand and said, no. Huang Tang reiterated the purpose of this trip and suggested he would give Yi Yin a share. This time Yi's senior sister mainly came to find the fire spiritual herb. There happened to be one here, and later he would give the fire spiritual herb to her. Saying this, he shared it equally, leaving one for each of us. Zhou Qinglong appeared from behind, suddenly shouting, what are you doing? He strode over, reproaching them as if he had uncovered a major scandal. You 2 little guys sneaking around, how dare you steal the spiritual herb? Huang Tang felt his anger rise upon seeing him, his face flushed with rage as he cursed, Zhou Qinglong, you dog jerk, what do you want? He only sneered at Huang Tang's shout, wanting to eliminate both Chen Yuan and Huang Tang. What do I want? There's no one else here, it's a perfect opportunity to kill both of you. Huang Tang calmly asked him, aren't you afraid Yi's senior sister will find out? He was not foolish, after I kill you 2 and steal the spiritual herb, no one will notice. If he didn't say so, Zhou Qinglong asserted, she won't know. Upon hearing his vile words, Huang Tang gritted his teeth in anger, unable to hold back any longer, and drew his sword, rushing towards Zhou Qinglong while cursing. Zhou Qinglong was extremely pleased as he brandished his sword and rushed forward, threatening, looking for death. How dare you strike first at me? Huang Tang leaped down from above, and Zhou Qinglong managed to block this strike. The two swords clashed, creating a loud noise. Zhou Qinglong suddenly grimaced, unable to believe it as he gritted his teeth and said, "What?" It turned out that Huang Tang had used his sword to push him away. Indeed, Zhou Qinglong had underestimated his opponent. He pointed his sword at Huang Tang and questioned, "How can your servant disciple be so strong?" Huang Tang smiled confidently, holding his sword in a defensive position. "Isn't it because I wanted to surprise you?" Taking advantage of the moment, Huang Tang turned to Chen Yuan and said, "Quick, go outside and find Yi's senior sister." Zhou Qinglong, fearing that everything would be exposed, shouted angrily, "No one is getting away." He continued to charge at Huang Tang, saying, "Little guy, how can you hide your strength?" His face twisted in a maniacal grin as he fought harder, not forgetting to flex his ranking achievements. "Zhou Qinglong, I am a top 10 disciple of the outside sect in the rankings, you are still no match for me." Huang Tang urged Chen Yuan to hurry up while fighting. "Chen Yuan, what are you still doing? Go find Yi's senior sister right now. I can't hold on any longer." But Chen Yuan just stood there, his face cold, saying, "No need to bother Yi's senior sister." Finally, Huang Tang could no longer withstand it. He was knocked away by Zhou Qinglong. Seeing Huang Tang lying on the ground, Zhou Qinglong sneered, "Humph, you don't know your own strength." He held his sword and said, "Little guy." Chen Yuan remained standing still. Zhou Qinglong praised him for being perceptive, his face twisted, "You have quite the enlightenment." Chen Yuan listened to him, remaining silent. He walked towards Chen Yuan with his sword. "If that's the case." That twisted smile reappeared. He pointed his sword at Chen Yuan, "I can give you some pleasure." Huang Tang lay on the ground, gritting his teeth as he looked at him. "Chen Yuan, hurry and run." He decisively swung his sword at Chen Yuan, saying, "You can't escape." Huang Tang yelled, looking at him, "Zhou Qinglong, you dare." Before Zhou Qinglong's sword, Chen Yuan was still unafraid, even mockingly smiling as he stood there. Suddenly, Zhou Qinglong was sent flying, this time spitting blood from his mouth. He stared in shock. What? It turned out that Chen Yuan had only used one hand to strike his belly, which was enough to send him flying several meters. Zhou Qinglong was slammed to the ground. Chen Yuan still raised his hand, exasperatedly mocking, "Humph, one hit and he's down." He lay on the ground, groaning in pain, as golden-orange lights like fire appeared around him. Huang Tang, lying on the ground, had to jump up, wide-eyed and mouth agape, unable to believe his eyes. "What is happening here?" Zhou Qinglong slowly sat up, also asking him, "Why, how are you so strong?" He clenched his fist and questioned back, "Isn't this to surprise you?" It turned out the golden lights were Chen Yuan's power. Huang Tang smacked his back, "Well done, Chen Yuan, you dared to hide your strength behind my back." Chen Yuan was startled and almost fell forward. Zhou Qinglong gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, unable to accept the truth. "You beast, I am one of the top 10 outer sect disciples." He shouted fiercely, no longer with the smug attitude from earlier, only filled with hatred, "I will kill you." Chen Yuan challengingly waved his finger lightly as if calling a dog, "Come on." Zhou Qinglong clasped his hands together, preparing to unleash all his skills to defeat Chen Yuan. Suddenly, a divine figure with a fierce golden face appeared behind him, the golden body motionless. He rushed in with a hand behind him that was 3 to 4 times larger than that of a normal adult, hovering midair. His eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth to the point that tiny red veins appeared in his eyes. He shouted darkly, "Eliminate." The hand came crashing down as if to crush Chen Yuan, who stood there still holding his sword. At that moment, as if returning to his senses, he sweated profusely and stared wide-eyed. "Huh, what kind of palm technique is this?" The hand slammed down to the ground. Thankfully, Chen Yuan managed to dodge this blow in time. The force of the hand was immense, creating a loud crash, and he was thrown back. Zhou Qinglong angrily shouted, "Little guy, do you have any idea how powerful the top 10 geniuses are? Zhou Qinglong then clasped his hands together and said, now I want you dead. Huang Tang looked at Qin Yuan and, without hesitation, said, Qin Yuan, let's combine forces to defeat him. Qin Yuan, dripping with sweat, replied, no need. Qin Yuan then shot toward Zhou Qinglong like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yuan was right in front of Zhou Qinglong, unleashing the fierce yang palm. In just one strike, he knocked Qin Yuan away before he could react. Qin Yuan tumbled to the ground, writhing in pain as he raised his hand high and said, what? Then, with no strength left, he went directly to join his ancestors. Huang Tang was extremely surprised but tried to hold back and asked, Qin Yuan, are you really my brother Qin Yuan? Qin Yuan turned around and smiled, replying, Huang Tang, I just hid a bit of my power. Huang Tang then raised his hand to gesture as Qin Yuan spoke, it truly is a bit much, huh? Huang Tang continued, you've kept this from me for so long, it's really infuriating. Qin Yuan casually said, you were both afraid of your brother suffering and afraid of your brother getting a Land Rover. Huang Tang, feeling a bit annoyed, asked, what on earth is going on? Even if you conceal it, it shouldn't be that powerful, your strength is almost that of an inside sect disciple. Qin Yuan, without beating around the bush, walked while saying, let's go, quickly take out 3 spiritual herbs, to avoid long nights filled with dreams, we'll talk outside. Huang Tang readily replied, all right then. And so, Qin Yuan let Huang Tang go ahead while he stayed behind. Qin Yuan said, system, extract the body of Zhou Qinglong. The system then displayed a screen, please choose an extraction method, 1. Memory, 2. Cultivation, 3. Special physique of low-quality gold class in the metal system. After the system appeared, Qin Yuan thought, no wonder Zhou Qinglong could shatter the sword with one strike and still make it into the top 10 outside sect disciples. RA is a special constitution, although it is a low-level special constitution. Qin Yuan then concluded, better than nothing. The system selects 3, extracting the low-grade gold special constitution of the metal system. Qin Yuan immediately began to test his strength. This is the metal system special constitution, Qin Yuan said happily, I can feel my body becoming much stronger. Huang Tang saw Qin Yuan standing there and said, Qin Yuan, come here quickly. Qin Yuan turned to respond, I'm coming. Huang Tang squatted in front of 3 spiritual herbs and said, all 3 spiritual herbs are high grade, the fire spiritual herb is for ye senior sister. Huang Tang pointed to the 2 spiritual herbs, one orange and one yellow, and asked Qin Yuan, which one do you want, the metal or the wood? Qin Yuan replied, give me the metal spiritual herb. Qin Yuan took the metal spiritual herb in his hand. Qin Yuan also took a spiritual herb and said to Qin Yuan, let's go outside. Qin Yuan then called out to the system. The metal spiritual herb flew up, extracting this metal spiritual herb. In a moment, a green flame enveloped the metal spiritual herb. The system then announced, extraction of the metal spiritual herb successful, do you want to absorb the essence of the metal color? Qin Yuan, holding the golden essence, said, the golden essence must be the essence of this golden spiritual herb. Without hesitation, Qin Yuan said, absorb it. Huang Tang once again saw Qin Yuan standing there in a daze and shouted, Qin Yuan, why are you still standing there? Let's go. At that moment, Huang Tang felt his horizons expand. He saw Qin Yuan as if he had just leveled up to an explosive new stage with thousands of blazing flames behind him. Huang Tang quickly took a stance and stepped back, saying, oh my, this is a special physique. Qin Yuan then raised his fist enthusiastically and said, awesome, absorbing the golden essence can refine the special body of the metal system to great success, this golden spiritual herb is extraordinary. Huang Tang, eyes wide and mouth agape, exclaimed, awakening a special physique. Qin Yuan, you've awakened a special physique, you are going to die. Qin Yuan had a thought, if the golden spiritual herb is this powerful, then isn't the soil where it grows extraordinary too? Qin Yuan then dug up a bit of soil to feel it. Qin Yuan said, I can sense that there's quite a bit of spiritual energy in the soil. Huang Tang looked at Qin Yuan as if he was crazy and asked, Qin Yuan, what are you doing? Qin Yuan said to Huang Tang, you come and try it out. Without hesitation, Chen Yuan reminded the system in his mind. System, extract this piece of land. The system immediately responded. Please choose an extraction method. 1. Black spirit pure soil. 2. Pure spiritual energy. 3. Heaven-bestowed earthly energy. Chen Yuan looked at the screen and thought, the first two options make sense, but what is the heaven-bestowed earthly energy? Chen Yuan smiled and thought, perhaps it's something good. Once again, Chen Yuan spoke to the system. System, choose 3, extract heaven-bestowed earthly energy. Suddenly, countless bright green lights erupted from the ground. Each of those green lights gradually swirled and touched Chen Yuan, giving him an indescribable feeling. Huang Tang quickly approached and patted Chen Yuan on the shoulder, asking, "What are you doing, Chen Yuan?" Chen Yuan was astonished to see what was in front of him and said, "What the?" Beneath Chen Yuan's feet, an uncontrolled surge of power began to rise, causing Huang Tang to feel dizzy. After witnessing the scene, Huang Tang quickly stepped back and exclaimed, "Holy crap." Standing to one side, Huang Tang shouted, "He's breaking through." Huang Tang clenched his fists, tears streaming down his face as he painfully said, "Chen Yuan, you've actually broken through to the second level. You deserve to die. Have you thought about how I feel?" Chen Yuan continued to absorb countless vital essence, making him think. Not just a breakthrough, the breakthrough may just be convenience. We absorb the Earth's energy gifted by the heavens, our bodies are changing. The Earth's energy is enhancing our bodies. Chen Yuan's hand suddenly burst into flames, smoke swirling up fiercely. Chen Yuan was extremely happy to look at his hand, thinking, this is the change the Earth's energy has given me, I can use a layer of sturdy mud to envelop my body. Furthermore, I feel that this mud shell can continuously grow stronger while I absorb the Earth's energy. Huang Tang was sobbing as he ran toward Chen Yuan, shouting loudly, "Chen Yuan, tell me, am I dreaming?" Chen Yuan joyfully replied, "You're not dreaming, I've taken off." Huang Tang looked at Chen Yuan with a pout, "Tell me, how did you do it?" "I want to." Chen Yuan boldly challenged, "Call me Dad." Huang Tang was confused, "Dad is what?" Chen Yuan quickened his pace, making Huang Tang chase behind, shouting loudly, "Even though I don't know what Dad is, I can still call it out. Daddy, 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 Daddy." The guy in the green shirt was knocked through the wall, while the corpse cultivator raised his fist towards him, expressing his hatred. The corpse cultivator turned around to see another person and said, "What?" The man in the purple robe exclaimed in panic, "So strong, definitely unbeatable, even if we wanted to run, we couldn't." The corpse cultivator raised his fist, ready to land a blow on his opponent. The punch was extremely decisive, aimed straight ahead. The man in the purple robe cried out with all his hope, "No!" Just as the punch was about to reach its target, Yi Yun rushed in and deflected it. The corpse cultivator was stunned, not understanding what was happening. The man in the purple robe urgently called out, "Senior sister." Yi Yun glanced back and said, "You all get back, I'll hold them off." The man in the purple robe and his companions fled, frowning as he said, "Senior sister, be careful." The corpse cultivator then accelerated, charging towards Yi Yun. He unleashed a burst of green energy with lightning speed. Yi Yun quickly dodged and said, "The shockwave made my hand go numb." With her face covered in wounds, Yi Yun continued, "I misjudged the strength of this corpse cultivator, today might be." The corpse cultivator leaped up with both hands brimming with power, flying straight towards Yi Yun. Yi Yun gritted her teeth, her face changing color as she said, "This is bad." A palm strike sent her straight to the ceiling. Yi Yun then coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Yun was knocked dizzy by the corpse cultivator. This push caused her to fall face first onto the ground, her whole body in pain. The massive figure of the corpse cultivator moved closer to Yi Yun, with each step shaking the ground. Seeing the corpse cultivator approaching, Yi Yun thought to herself, "No, I must think of a way." With that, she tried to muster the strength to support her aching body, muttering a curse under her breath, "Damn it." Suddenly, two figures appeared in the blue light of the array. Seeing this scene, Yi Yun was stunned, standing frozen for 5 seconds. "Senior sister, a startled voice called out. As the figures gradually became clearer, Yi Yun finally recognized them as Qin Yuan and Huang Tang. Huang Tang, upon seeing the situation, scratched his head and asked blankly, "What's going on?" At that moment, after being helped up by Qin Yuan, Yi Yun gasped and squeezed her arm, saying, "Forget about me, you guys go ahead, let's each save ourselves if we can." Huang Tang resolutely clenched his fists and said loudly, "I won't go. How can I abandon my senior sister to run away? Only cowards do that." Just as the sisterhood deepened, the corpse cultivator suddenly let out a deafening roar and lunged its massive body toward them. A killing sound echoed, and Huang Tang rushed toward the monster. Yi Yun, seeing this scene from behind, panicked and stopped Qin Yuan. She shouted, "No!" Huang Tang raised both hands to shield his chest. A punch from the corpse cultivator fell, its strength still greater than Huang Tang's. Huang Tang thought, "Damn, this is too much." Just as that thought crossed his mind, he was knocked back several meters by a blow from the corpse cultivator. The floor was rubbed by him, producing 2 streams of white smoke. Realizing he lacked the strength to push back the corpse cultivator, Huang Tang hurriedly called out to Qin Yuan, "Dad, save me." The corpse cultivator lunged again, aiming to finish off the 3 of them with a punch. Suddenly, Qin Yuan dashed forward and caught the corpse cultivator's punch with one hand. Huang Tang, watching from the side, saw Qin Yuan's defense was so beautiful that he waved his hands in encouragement like a child. "Dad is impressive." Yi Yun was also startled by this scene. She gasped, "Huh? A servant can block the attack of a 3rd-level corpse cultivator." Seeing its death punch technique thwarted, the corpse cultivator became furious. Its pitch-black eyes suddenly sparkled with a green light, making it look even more terrifying. The corpse cultivator swung another strike. This technique is several times stronger than the punch earlier. Qin Yuan was taken by surprise and quickly grabbed Huang Tang by the collar, shouting, "Run." As he spoke, he pulled Huang Tang to jump back quickly. Yi Yun, seeing Qin Yuan's abilities, curiously asked, "What is your name?" Huang Tang, hearing this, quickly replied on behalf of Qin Yuan, "His name is Qin Yuan, bro." Upon hearing the term, bro, Yi Yun, having never heard it before, questioned, her head full of question marks, "What does bro mean?" Huang Tang also didn't know how to explain it to his senior sister, rubbing his chin and saying, "It can be understood as a type of title or something." After saying that, he turned to Qin Yuan and asked, "Qin Yuan, I'm not wrong, right?" Qin Yuan, sweating and feeling helpless, said, It can be understood that way." Before the 3 of them could chat for long, the corpse cultivator roared, its voice echoing, and it heavily lunged towards them. Its gigantic footsteps stomped down hard on the floor. Seeing the scene before her, Yi Yun shouted to Qin Yuan, "Bro, you block for me a bit while I gather my strength to kill him." Hearing Yi Yun call him bro, Qin Yuan helplessly said, Senior sister, you can still call me Qin Yuan." The monster charged forward, continuing to use its thunder punch skill, wanting to kill the group of them. Yi Yun furrowed her brows and shouted, "Qin Yuan, block him." "Understood." Listening to his senior sister, Qin Yuan rushed forward, drew his sword, and slashed at the corpse cultivator. He swung his sword, creating a sharp green light that struck towards the corpse cultivator. As he executed the technique, Qin Yuan shouted, "Don't even think about passing through here." His sword sliced through the monster, causing it to freeze for 5 seconds. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Yun stood behind and gathered energy for her next move. "Great, now let's see what I can do." Saying this, Yi Yun also drew her treasured sword. She moved her sword in a circular motion in the air, creating a ring of fire. Remembering the grudge of being pushed down by the corpse cultivator earlier, her technique became even more powerful. With a whoosh, the ring of fire shot towards the corpse cultivator. Qin Yuan's technique combined with Yi Yun's ring of fire significantly increased the damage. Good, it's effective. This attack from Yi Yun had sent the corpse cultivator flying several meters, its massive body staggering as if about to fall. However, it was still not enough. These 2 moves were not sufficient to take him down. It growled, revealing its sharp, jagged teeth. At this sight, everyone was taken aback. Yi Yun exclaimed, still not dead yet. Saying that, she turned and ran, pulling her 2 followers along. Let's go, we need to get out of here. Seeing the sunlight shining outside, they felt a bit relieved. The 3 of them bent over, breathing heavily, while she took steady breaths. Suddenly, Chen Yuan stood up straight, looking into the distance. He said, wait a minute. Huang Tang, hearing this, was full of questions. He stared blankly and asked, what's wrong? Chen Yuan replied to Huang Tang's curiosity. He darkly said, I sense a great danger approaching. Upon hearing this, Huang Tang looked around in panic, asking, where exactly is the danger? Suddenly, a chilling scream echoed from the tower in front of them. This scream drew their attention to the tallest tower. Above it, a figure with disheveled hair radiated a frightening dark aura. At a glance, they recognized who it was. It's her, the female master of the Lai Yang sect. The female corpse cultivator who can talk. At this moment, she lifted her head, revealing a face that seemed to consist only of bones. The eye sockets were pitch black, with a bright red light showing inside, making her face even more terrifying. Chen Yuan suddenly asked, is she also a corpse cultivator? Huang Tang beside her looked at the woman in fear, not taking his eyes off her. This is it, if she attacks, none of us will be able to escape. Upon hearing Huang Tang, Chen Yuan realized that the strength of this corpse cultivator was greater than that of the previous one, not weaker. The corpse cultivator stretched out her sharp, pale hand. She pointed down towards Chen Yuan's group and commanded, get up. Seeing the corpse cultivator point at them, they were all puzzled. Huang Tang asked, what is she pointing us to do? Before they could come up with an answer, the previous corpse cultivator rushed over. It let out a thunderous roar, releasing waves of gloomy green light. Yi Yun and Huang Tang heard the noise, turned around, and she frowned. It's coming again. From behind them, another corpse cultivator appeared. The long-haired corpse cultivator that had just been summoned screamed piercingly. Huang Tang looked at it and recognized its rank, panicking, it's another high-ranking corpse cultivator. It's over this time. Yi Yun drew her sword, signaling her 2 underlings to run ahead. You 2 go first, I'll hold them off. Huang Tang felt dejected upon hearing this, we didn't leave earlier, so we can't leave now. Chen Yuan looked at Huang Tang, who was disheartened in front of him, thinking to himself, what's wrong with this little guy Huang Tang? If it were usual, he would have run away long ago. Then he glanced at Yi Yun, continuing to think, why has she changed since encountering Yi Yun? Yi Yun executed a move, shouting, fire dance, and flames swirled around her. With a swoosh, she flew towards the bald corpse cultivator. Her blade slashed through the bald corpse cultivator, which let out a roar of pain. Glancing back, the long-haired corpse cultivator was also charging towards her. She gritted her teeth and exclaimed, damn it, I'm running low on spiritual energy. Ouch! Taking advantage of her moment of vulnerability, the long-haired corpse cultivator struck her. Yi Yun was sent flying back, barely managing to stay on her feet. Seeing Yi Yun covered in injuries, with fresh blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, Chen Yuan shouted, senior sister, are you okay? Yi Yun wiped the corner of her mouth. It's okay, said Man Mi. After saying that, she turned her gaze towards the bald corpse cultivator and said, let's focus on taking down one corpse cultivator first. After a moment, the bald corpse cultivator quickly regained its strength and let out a roar. Seeing this, Chen Yuan drew his sword and charged forward, shouting, kill. With a loud boom, a burst of bright red fire flew towards the corpse cultivator. The long-haired corpse cultivator, feeling pity for its comrade, also rushed towards them in an attempt to strike down Chen Yuan and the others with a finishing move. Its punch slammed down, causing the ground to shatter. Yi Yun and Huang Tang jumped simultaneously, perfectly dodging its punch. Chen Yuan, standing the farthest from the corpse cultivator, reached into his chest and fumbled around. He said, there's no other way, we can only rely on the explosive essence pills I obtained earlier. After searching for a moment, Chen Yuan pulled out 3 explosive essence pills from his chest. He handed one to Huang Tang and one to Yi Yun, shouting, Yi senior sister, Huang Tang, catch this. Holding the explosive essence pill in hand, Huang Tang looked at it for a moment and exclaimed, "This is..." Yi's senior sister, seriously injured, still keenly looked at Qin Yuan and asked, "Is this the explosive essence pill? It can burn its inner essence in an instant, enhancing cultivation. Extremely precious. How could a servant disciple like you have such a pill?" Qin Yuan swallowed the pill, simultaneously answering Yi's senior sister to brush it off. "Senior sister, it's an emergency. Don't pay attention to these details." Yi's senior sister said nothing more, putting the pill in her mouth and swallowing it. Huang Tang bit his lips tightly, swallowing with difficulty. After absorbing this rare herb, the bodies of all three glowed, their bodies filled with a powerful source of energy. Huang Tang looked at his body, excitedly saying, "Now I feel my whole body brimming with power, this feeling is great." Yi's senior sister didn't miss even a second, drawing her sword and shouting, "Kill." The power emitted from the sword rushed towards the corpse cultivator. Huang Tang and Qin Yuan charged forward together. Combining the tremendous strength they had just gained with their teamwork, the three of them decapitated the corpse cultivator. Qin Yuan landed on the ground coolly, raising his face, pretentiously whispering, "Took down one." Without giving them a moment's rest, the next corpse cultivator lunged down from the sky. Yi Yun sensed something unusual. Qin Yuan, Huang Tang, and Yi Yun regained their balance and all shouted, "Kill." But things did not go as expected. This corpse cultivator was much stronger than the other one. It swung its sword very quickly, and the blue light emitting from the sword was also very powerful. The three of them stood frozen for 3 seconds, all in unison, "What?" while its sword lunged towards their faces. After 3 seconds, they regained their composure and dodged, each jumping in a different direction. Huang Tang bent down, feet apart, and asked, "What's going on? Can a corpse cultivator use weapons too?" Yi Yun, in a stylish dodging pose, speculated, "It seems the corpse cultivator is continuously evolving." Minutes later, the sounds of battle still rang out incessantly. Yi Yun, Qin Yuan, and Huang Tang were all exhausted, but they still tried to surround and resist the corpse cultivator. Yi Yun noticed the situation was dire and asked, "Are you all okay?" Huang Tang was now visibly drained, his clothes soaked with sweat and his face as if he had just come out of a shower. Breathing heavily, he replied to Yi Yun, "I can't hold on much longer." Yi Yun planted his sword in the ground, and flames flared around it. Yi's senior sister pondered and declared, "Damn it, this corpse cultivator is unusually strong, but we are about to kill it, just hold on a little longer." Suddenly, a strange sensation coursed through Yi Yun's body. So painful. Yi Yun collapsed, her heart racing uncontrollably. Yi Yun refused to let the pain defeat her and slowly stood up. Qin Yuan saw Yi Yun in such a state and worriedly said, "Yi's senior sister." Yi's senior sister raised her sword without trembling, her cold gaze aimed at him, saying, "I can still fight on." Qin Yuan remained concerned and advised, "Senior sister, you are seriously injured. If you force yourself to continue fighting, it will only worsen your injuries." Huang Tang was also discouraged, saying, "It's over, even senior sister can't stop him." Qin Yuan took out 2 more precious healing pills and tossed them to Yi Yun and Huang Tang, who were exhausted, saying, "Take these." Qin Yuan thought to himself, "These healing pills were ones I obtained earlier, just in time to use them." Huang Tang caught one and hurriedly asked, "What kind of pill is this?" Yi Yun pinched the pill between her fingers, recognizing it immediately, and admired, "It's a healing pill, and a very high-grade one at that." Huang Tang looked at him, asking about the origin of these rare pills, "Where did you get these?" Qin Yuan didn't answer, only urged, "Don't talk much, hurry and take them." Huang Tang did not ask any further and threw the pill into his mouth. Yi Yun followed suit. As soon as they swallowed, both experienced a strange sensation. A powerful source of magic emitted from the two of them. Qin Yuan, feeling relieved, asked, "How do you feel?" Huang Tang intently looked at his hands in admiration, "It has a very significant effect. My injuries are almost healed." Yi Yun pointed out a drawback, "But I still feel fine, the only regret is that the wounds have not fully healed yet." Hearing this, Qin Yuan tossed 2 more pills towards Yi Yun and Huang Tang. Yi Yun was caught off guard and Huang Tang hurriedly caught them. Chen Yuan said, "It's fine, you still have some left." Huang Tang enthusiastically cheered, "Dad, please support us with both hands." Yi Yun and Huang Tang swallowed the pills without hesitation this time. Their strength had significantly increased, and their wounds were gone. Yi Yun confidently declared, "I have completely recovered, let's continue fighting." The three of them charged toward the powerful corpse cultivator together, shouting in unison, "Kill!" Because of the restored strength of Yi Yun, Chen Yuan, and Huang Tang, the corpse cultivator could not resist. A large explosion occurred, throwing this corpse cultivator far away, defeating it in an instant. Huang Tang wiped his sweat and sighed in relief, "Finally, we got rid of him." Chen Yuan stood behind, looking at something and said, "It's not over yet." He was looking at a tower and confirmed, "There's still a female corpse cultivator up there staring at us." The female corpse cultivator on the tower let out a terrifying shriek. Huang Tang jumped in shock. Huang Tang slowly turned around and fearfully said, "What is she screaming about? She made me jump out of my skin." Suddenly, a group of corpse cultivators appeared from the sky. The three of them looked up in panic. Huang Tang exclaimed, "Why are there so many corpse cultivators?" Chen Yuan calmly analyzed, "They must have been summoned here by that female corpse cultivator." Yi Yun looked at them and firmly said, "These corpse cultivators have truly evolved. How can a higher tier corpse cultivator command the lower tier ones? This doesn't bode well for us." Huang Tang, frightened, advised everyone, "Stop talking, let's run. If we linger any longer, it'll be too late." All three of them ran away. Chen Yuan called on the system and requested, "System, bring me those two guardian corpse cultivators." The system displayed the message, "Please choose a direction for withdrawal, 1 for strength, 2 for memories, 3 for cultivation insights." Chen Yuan stopped and looked at the system, letting out a sigh of relief. "This is interesting, I can actually obtain cultivation insights," he thought for a moment. "My cultivation has been increasing very quickly, but my foundation is not stable, I need these insights to consolidate myself." After thinking, Chen Yuan pressed number 3. "System, I choose number 3, cultivation insights." The corpse cultivator's body from earlier emitted a blue light and began to move out. Gradually, its entire body turned pale and lifeless. Chen Yuan was absorbing all that energy, and he felt extremely good. Chen Yuan thought to himself, "Is this the cultivation insight of a high-level guardian? It has solved so many difficult problems in cultivation in an instant, even increasing my cultivation experience by several decades." His entire body emitted a powerful blue flame. Chen Yuan happily thought, "Moreover, this type of cultivation insight was selected by the system, so it won't have any adverse effects on me." Huang Tang looked over and urged, "Chen Yuan, what are you still doing? Hurry, run faster." The red source of power emanated. Huang Tang, filled with fear, shouted, "It's coming." The female corpse cultivator hovered in the sky, staring at them. The corpse cultivator spoke in a raspy voice, "You all." The three of them, running, were suddenly startled. They turned to look at the corpse cultivator, perplexed. "What did you say?" Seeing the corpse cultivator floating in the air made Yi Yun widen her eyes in amazement. She said, filled with doubt, "This corpse cultivator is talking." It glared fiercely at the three of them below and coldly declared, "You all must die." Realizing the seriousness of the situation, she urgently reminded them, "Run, hurry." Huang Tang, unable to understand what was happening, still ran like the wind, asking, "What's going on?" Then all three ran desperately, as fast as a gust of wind. Finally, when they escaped the danger, they stopped running. He was exhausted, collapsed on the ground, panting, and asked, "We finally made it out, that was so frightening. How does that corpse cultivator know how to talk?" Yi Yun was also uncertain about this, but one thing she was sure of was that this was a serious matter that needed to be reported to the sect. Next, this mainland will likely become even more chaotic. His face was filled with confusion as he called out, "Senior sister, your face." Upon hearing this, she widened her eyes in shock. Then she raised her hand to touch the wound on her face and said seriously, "This wound was inflicted by a corpse cultivator, all attacks from corpse cultivators carry corpse poison, and it won't be easy to cure. Just as she was feeling confused about what to do, Chen Yuan held a pill in his hand and softly called, "Senior sister." He threw it to her and casually said, "This is for you." Therefore, she also reached out to catch it. But when she saw what was in her hand, she exclaimed in amazement, "This is a nourishing essence pill." He crossed his arms and lightly smiled, replying, "That's right." To have something like this readily available was impressive enough to make Huang Tang point at him and ask, "Chen Yuan, are you the young master of various treasures? Do you have this too?" Yi Yun also looked at him with gratitude and said, "Thank you, junior brother. I owe you a favor." The wound was torn deep inside. Thanks to the nourishing essence pill, the opening had closed, but it still left a scar. Seeing her touch her face, he carefully reminded her, "The wound is a little lighter now, but it's not completely healed yet," causing her gaze to suddenly become deep and sorrowful. Understanding this, he threw her another pill and happily said, "It's okay, I have more." Huang Tang could only remain silent, coming to terms with his actions. Moments later, she joyfully returned to her usual self. After taking the second pill, her wound had completely disappeared, and her face looked rosy. Huang junior brother happily announced, "All right, this time you can't even tell I was hurt, in fact, your skin looks better than before." She looked at the two of them and gently suggested, "Let's go, let's head back." In this way, the three of them moved together toward the Lai Yang sect. Then Yi Yun suggested, "Let's separate here, I need to quickly report to my master about the changes with the corpse cultivator at Lai Yang sect. This is a significant matter that affects the entire cultivation world." She then looked at him regretfully and said, "Chen junior brother, with your abilities, you really shouldn't just be a servant." Moreover, she carefully promised, "I can ask my master to promote you to an outside sect disciple, allowing you to participate in this year's inside sect competition, where the carp jumps over the dragon gate to soar into the sky." Seeing her so enthusiastic, Chen Yuan could only smile shyly and reply, "Well then, thank you, senior sister." Huang Tang couldn't help but feel jealous, pointing to her face and asking in confusion, "Senior sister, what about me?" She looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked, "What do you want to do?" Well, if she dares to ask, then he dares to answer. Excitedly and firmly, he replied, "I also want to join inside sect." However, her response completely caught him off guard, "You can't." Not satisfied with just that, Yi Yun added more tasks for him, "You have your own mission, you must go dig a grave." Hearing that, he immediately questioned, "Sister, do you want to bury me?" Then began a lament, "I have been digging for so many years, basically finding nothing. Moreover, my strength may not be equal to Chen Yuan's, but it's still enough to enter inside sect." He remained in a daze from this one word, "sister," of his. Yet, her expression remained calm as she replied, "Father said, this is your mission." This once again astonished him, and he exclaimed, "Father." Not receiving his agreement, Yi Yun directly turned around and left. He continued to plead, "Don't go, think of a way, please compromise." But in the end, the result was still the same. Not only that, he was pulled back for questioning, "Huang Tang, what's going on? You and Yi senior sister." Well, since the situation had reached this point, he no longer hid anything and honestly replied, "I exposed that hand." After that, he started to reveal the whole story. "In fact, Yi Yun is my older sister, precisely a half-sister with the same father but a different mother." Hearing this, he couldn't help but exclaim, "You hid that well." Huang Tang scratched his head, helplessly replying, "I have no choice, my sister doesn't acknowledge me." Suddenly, he approached and patted his shoulder, calling out affectionately, "Huang Tang." This unexpected action left him completely bewildered, looking at him warily and asking, "What are you doing?" Then, Chen Yuan began to speak with a serious tone, "Since I saw your sister, I must befriend your companions." Huang Tang, upon hearing this, was frightened out of his wits and quickly removed his hand, flustered as he replied, "Hey, don't joke around." But he just calmly smiled and said, "Don't call me Dad anymore." Seeing his sudden change in demeanor, Huang Tang couldn't help but ask, "Then what should I call you?" Yet, he, still unaware of what shyness meant, bluntly suggested, "Call me brother-in-law." In this situation, Huang Tang could only feel awkward but didn't know what else to say. After that, the two of them parted ways. He gently opened the door and slowly said, "I'm back." But Chen Yao remained silent, her dazed gaze making him helplessly sigh. Quickly grabbing a wooden chair, he placed it right next to his sister and confided, "Yao Yao, today there is good news. The #1 outside sect genius, senior sister Yi Yun, has promised to find the sect master for her. The purpose of this is to help me enter the outside sect to participate in this year's inside sect competition." At this moment, Chen Yuan silently made a resolute decision and said, "I must do my utmost to advance into the inside sect. At that time, I will have the chance to meet the sect master and then ask for her to save you." He began to stand up, warming up, excitedly saying, "Next is body refinement." Because he was confident that, combined with the two corpse cultivator elders with decades of cultivation experience, it would help increase his combat power another level. Just like that, 3 hours quickly passed as he focused on body refinement. His whole body radiated a strong, blazing flame, and beads of sweat began to appear on his face. At that moment, he seriously looked at his hands, pondering to himself, although my cultivation hasn't increased, my combat power has definitely risen a level. Even if I meet a super-level corpse cultivator guardian, I am not afraid. Although I can't guarantee I can defeat him, I will definitely not let him kill me. At that moment, a furious and urgent voice suddenly rang out. Chen Yuan rushed in without waiting for him to respond, prompting him to slowly stand up. In contrast to his rough and irritable attitude, he calmly asked, "Huang's senior brother, what's the matter?" For some reason, after hearing this question, he suddenly turned dark-faced and replied fiercely, "What's the matter? I'm here to find you, that itself is a matter." Knowing that he was in a bad mood, he cut to the chase and asked directly, "Does the fourth elder want to test the medicine again?" Yet, he still shouted at him roughly, "Of course, why are you still talking so much?" This was a bit strange, making Chen Yuan unable to contain his curiosity and ask, "Didn't the fourth elder say he would test again in 3 days? Why is it only 2 days now?" The Huang senior brother was losing patience, grabbing his collar tightly and scolding, "Why do you always have to talk so much?" This left him astonished. Then he started to emphasize, "The fourth elder told you to go whenever he says so. Do you understand?" Although he was very angry, he forced himself to suppress it and smiled, replying, "Understood." But he went too far by patting him on the shoulder and scolding, "Fool." His gaze gradually shifted to your sister, Chen Yao, and he asked curiously, "Is this your sister?" After staring for a while, he sighed in satisfaction, "Indeed, she has grown up well." Then, treating it as if no one was around, he directly approached to make advances, coldly saying, "Let me feel it with my hands." At this moment, Chen Yuan's blood was boiling, and he couldn't hold back any longer, shouting loudly, "Huang's senior brother." This made him a bit annoyed, responding irritably, "What is it?" Since he had reached Chen Yuan's limit, he no longer held back, coldly warning, "Don't you dare touch my sister." This was also the first time he spoke to him in this tone, causing Huang's senior brother to become even angrier, cursing, "Who do you think you are? Today, I must touch her." Chen Yuan's eyes suddenly darkened, seriously saying, "If you dare to touch my sister, I will chop off your hand." A person of his standing couldn't stand such words. He angrily shouted, "Oh Chen Yuan, do you dare to say that to me? You, a mere janitor. So you dare to speak to my outside sect disciple like that?" Then he laughed wickedly, stepping closer, raising his dirty hands, crazily saying, "I see you're insane, I'm not just going to touch." Huang's senior brother intended to raise his filthy hand to touch Chen Yao's face. With a treacherous heart, he added, "And today I'm also." Suddenly, a sword strike swung by, brushing past Huang's senior brother's hand, startling him. Blood splattered onto his sleeve, blood sprayed onto Chen Yao's face as she stared blankly. Huang's senior brother had lost one of his hands, collapsing, screaming in pain, "AAA." He cradled his severed hand, eyes wide, gritting his teeth in hatred looking at Chen Yuan. You. Chen Yuan had an extremely fierce expression, coldly warning, "I gave you a chance that you didn't take." He grimaced, gritting his teeth as he snarled each word, "Then you go die." Hearing this, Huang's senior brother, like a madman, shouted loudly, "You dare, I will kill you." Saying that, he abruptly stood up, rushing towards Chen Yuan, looking extremely pathetic. Chen Yuan forcefully delivered a punch, sending him flying backwards, completely out of strength to resist. He was in shock. Relentlessly interrogating him, "What have you done? What is your cultivation? Why do you possess such great power?" Chen Yuan looked at him with a cold gaze and replied firmly, "I just want to say one word." His expression seemed to want to deal with him right then, saying just one word, "Die." He swung a sword in front of him, and the man turned pale with fear, trying to defend himself. "No, the fourth elder won't let you off." He stepped closer to him, disregarding his words as if they were merely the wind. "No one can touch my sister." His heart was filled with rage as he coldly threatened him, "She is the only relative I have in this world. You only have yourself to blame for seeking death." The system interface appeared. "Please choose a direction, 1 cultivation, 2 skills, 3 memories." He had thought it through in advance and told the system, "Huang's senior brother is, after all, the last disciple of the outside sect. Taking his cultivation and skills won't benefit me much." He chose, "System, I choose number 3, take the memories." A stream of blue light surged from his head. He realized, "What is this?" The memories of Huang's senior brother appeared before him, and he sneered, "His memories have no value at all. What is this? But having a memory related to the fourth elder is already somewhat useful." The fourth elder coughed up blood, and he was a bit surprised, so it turns out the fourth elder doesn't have much time left. A while later, at the fourth elder's residence, Chen Yuan arrived and greeted, "Fourth elder, I'm here." He turned around, his face scrunched up as he asked, "Why is there only one person? Where is Huang Ling?" Chen Yuan lied without blinking, "Senior brother Huang said he had something to do right after he informed me, and then he left." The fourth elder naturally inquired about him, "Chen Yuan, you've been testing the medicine for 3 years now, right?" He replied, "It's been 2 years and 1 month, not quite 3 years yet." He stroked his beard, lowered his head and looked directly at him with a crafty gaze and sighed, "Your body is indeed very good. A normal person might face problems within a year and a half, but you seem to have no discomfort at all." He politely and coldly responded, "It's all thanks to the advanced refined pill technique of the fourth elder." The fourth elder pointed at the refined pill furnace and asked him, "Do you know what type of pill I'm refining this time?" He calmly replied, "I don't know." He clasped his hands and explained, "This time, I am using high-grade elixirs. He has kept this for dozens of years to make this pill." He raised his eyebrow and made a firm decision, "This time, absolutely no way will I fail easily." Chen Yuan pretended to encourage, "The fourth elder will definitely succeed." But inside he thought differently, "This fourth elder is probably not something good." Suddenly, the lid of the pill refinement stove made a noise. It opened, and a shiny golden pill appeared. He exclaimed, "It's done, haha, it's done, it's done." The pill flew out of the furnace, and he joyfully said, "This elder has finally refined this my pill." Chen Yuan looked at the pill, speechless, "What kind of black my pill is this? It looks a bit strange." The fourth elder called him, "Chen Yuan, come here." He politely replied, "Elder, do you have any instructions?" He placed a hand on Chen Yuan's shoulder, making him surprised as if he realized something. His face looked cunning as he handed him the pill, pretending to praise, "A very healthy body, indeed the vitality of a young person, physical condition is also very good." Chen Yuan was sweating and thought to himself, "This old man truly has no good intentions." He reached out and said, "Chen Yuan, here, take it, eat it." Chen Yuan hesitantly accepted it and nervously asked, "Huh? Elder, do I really have to try this my pill?" He frowned, his attitude displeased. "What? Don't you want to try?" He forced a smile and replied, "I don't dare." He tried to make an excuse, "This is a pill that the elder has spent a lifetime accumulating to refine. If I eat it, what will happen to the elder?" He dismissed it, "You don't need to worry about that, you just eat it." He chose to refine 2 toxin pills. The system emitted a notification, "Completed." He asked suspiciously, "What are you doing?" He replied with a forced laugh, "I'm eating it right now." He closed his eyes and put it in his mouth. He burst out laughing in pleasure, "Ha ha ha, good." He clenched his fist, a look of smugness on his face, "Chen Yuan, from today you are mine." He raised both hands and smiled to stop him, "Fourth elder, please have some self-respect. His expression was tense, his complexion pale, secretly thinking, this crooked old man is indeed no good. Suddenly, he stopped, feeling strange. He held his head, looking bewildered. The fourth elder stroked his beard in satisfaction, having achieved his goal, and said, don't worry, I will make good use of your body. Chen Yuan staggered, his whole body trembling. Then he collapsed, lying sprawled in front of the fourth elder. After a while, Chen Yuan was taken somewhere. He lay still on the floor, vaguely coming to. He opened one eye and wondered, what has happened? He propped himself up, holding his head in discomfort, and exclaimed, ugh, I feel so dizzy. Chen Yuan sat on the ground, looking around, puzzled about where he was. Suddenly, the fourth elder's voice came from behind, startling him, Chen Yuan, sweetheart, you're awake. He quickly backed away, scared out of his wits. His whole body shook as he tried to stand up, but it was very difficult. He questioned, fourth elder, what are you trying to do? Silently wondering, why do my legs have no strength? Unable to stand, he fell face down again. The fourth elder feigned concern, advising, sweetheart, don't struggle anymore. He wore a malevolent expression, triumphantly saying, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. You still tried hard to get up, using words to advise him. Fourth elder, please have some self-respect. He ignored it and threatened Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, just lie down quietly, you won't escape. You shouted loudly, disgusted. You are originally a superior, I don't like men, get away from me. He caught on to the point. Like men, he frowned and explained. You think too much, elder here is not good at this, but I won't waste words with you anymore. He raised a hand to signal. Come on, Tran Kai. A formation appeared around Chen Yuan, and he smiled satisfied. From now on my elder can continue to have chances to live. Suddenly in front of him, Chen Yuan was charging in with a fist raised. He widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed. What? You rushed in and punched him in the face, causing him to tumble back several meters. He was extremely bewildered. What's going on? His face looked furious, shouting. Why are you completely unscathed? Chen Yuan replied, killing you while you are sick. This fourth elder still had some bravado left. You dare, you beast. Saying that, Chen Yuan glided in and punched him hard in the stomach, making him spit out a mouthful of blood. He was thrown far away to the side of the screen, blood continuing to spurt from his mouth. He was not convinced, why can't it be, your strength? Chen Yuan sneered, the fourth elder is indeed not bad. He exposed him, right now you are just a paper tiger, your strength has long been unable to be restored as before. He was still able to stand up, staring at him and asking, how does that little brat know? He calmly replied, of course, Huang's senior brother told me. He secretly speculated, from the memories of Huang's senior brother, it seems that the fourth elder practiced incorrectly and has contracted some terminal illness, won't be alive for many more years. The fourth elder held his face muttering, his expression fierce, Huang dog, he dared to betray me. He admitted, you're not wrong, this elder has indeed overdone it, unable to recover his strength as before. And I remind you that I won't be alive much longer, at most just one more year. After realizing the fourth elder's intention to use him to continue living, he asked the old man, so you want to take over me? He shouted, not denying but rather admitting his wicked intention. He even criticized Chen Yuan. Initially, I didn't pay any attention to someone like you. That's right, I never thought I would consider a servant like you and chose Huang instead. He said this greedily after noticing Chen Yuan's exceptional physique, but unexpectedly, your health is so good that the poison couldn't kill you, that's why I changed my mind. Chen Yuan remained silent, no longer thinking. If that's the case, I won't feel wronged if I kill you today. The elder laughed derisively at this. Kill me? He clenched his hands in front of his chest, emitting a purple aura, challenging Chen Yuan. Do you have the ability to do that? Chen Yuan recognized it immediately. Unable to believe it, he frowned and asked the fourth elder, this is demon energy, have you submitted to the magic clan? The fourth elder's eyes were now engulfed in a deep black, with only a fiery purple pupil visible due to the demon energy. He smugly said, "Little guy, it doesn't matter if you know, you won't live much longer anyway." His demon energy had spread everywhere to Qin Yuan's side. He added, "Only the magic clan has the secret technique to take over, and this elder will certainly submit to them." The elder had indeed been blinded by the magic clan's demon energy. Not only praising the magic clan, moreover, the skills of the magic clan are indeed stronger, but also exhibiting a distorted mindset. This elder somewhat regrets not submitting to them earlier. The fourth elder stepped towards Qin Yuan, his footsteps enveloped in heavy demon energy. He roared, "Little guy." Unexpectedly, he unleashed demon energy at him, saying, "Accept your fate." The demon energy struck him, leaving him no time to react, his eyes widening in surprise. Fortunately, the fourth elder's attack only knocked him aside without causing injury. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, regaining his balance, gritting his teeth, and frowning in anger. His hands were enveloped in fire from his magic. Seeing he had landed a hit, the fourth elder became even more arrogant and prepared to attack again. "Ha ha! A little bug dares to resist this elder." He raised his fist towards Qin Yuan, saying, "What are you?" The elder began the process of seizing his body, directing powerful demon energy towards Qin Yuan. "This elder will destroy your soul first." With a boom, the demon energy surged towards Qin Yuan, forming a tornado of demon energy around him. He stood at the center, surrounded by a bright purple hue of demon energy. Qin Yuan finally fought back. He froze his expression, preparing to unleash his move, Lie Yang Palm. His Lie Yang Palm collided with the demon energy of the fourth elder, creating a loud explosion. The fourth elder frowned, "What is this?" Before he could respond, Qin Yuan used his fire to overpower all of the elder's demon energy, shooting forward at the speed of light. His blazing golden fist slammed right into the face of the fourth elder. Indeed, the wicked old man was caught off guard and was punched out the door by Qin Yuan. He fell, still engulfed in flames, landing on the floor before Qin Yuan. The elder was battered, his clothes in tatters, his body scratched all over, still burning, questioning him, "Lie Yang Palm, how do you know Lie Yang Palm?" Qin Yuan lowered his hand and mocked the elder, surprised. "Happy?" The elder stood up, extinguishing Qin Yuan's flames, unable to believe how Qin Yuan had learned this technique. The Liang sect was destroyed, full of corpse cultivators. How could you learn Lie Yang Palm? Qin Yuan looked down at him with a contemptuous gaze. "Want to know? Call your father." The fourth elder gritted his teeth and cursed at Qin Yuan, "Little beast, even if you know Lie Yang Palm, risking this mortal body of yours, despite the potential impact on the process of seizing power." The fourth elder rushed in frantically with his hand cloaked in demon energy, shouting, "I will still kill you." His hand moved closer to Qin Yuan, who was sweating with fear. This demon energy really cannot be underestimated. He stood there frozen. The elder wanted to finish Qin Yuan off right here, die. Qin Yuan reacted just in time, leaping backward, but was still affected by the demon energy that crashed down, creating a massive blast that knocked him back. Qin Yuan managed to brace his feet against the ground without being sent flying too far, finally stabilizing himself. He gritted his teeth, dripping with sweat, pondering that the distance between him and the fourth elder was indeed considerable. Damn it, this fourth elder has a cultivation level a whole realm higher than mine. He frowned, his face darkening as he said, "I'll have to use some trump cards." Amidst the thick smoke, he could only see the shadow of the elder dimly and heard his voice, "Really hard to kill. I didn't expect you to be so deeply concealed." In an instant, amidst the swirling dust that had not yet settled, the fourth elder suddenly disappeared, then reappeared right in front of Qin Yuan, raising his hand to prepare to deliver an ice-cold punch. Fortunately, Qin Yuan was quick to react, using the celestial mud shell to bolster his defense. The black eyes were still there, but the old man was sweating, unable to believe that you could withstand this unexpected blow. The angry, veined hand of the old man punched through your celestial mud shell. He asked, "What is this?" Bang! Qin Yuan's defending hand turned to fire, and the heavenly immortal mud shell shattered, revealing his calm face. Before the fourth elder could regain his senses, He charged at him with a powerful strike to the stomach that ignited flames. The force of the blow was so strong that it created a loud explosion, sending the fourth elder flying far away. Chen Yuan placed his hands on his hips, speaking to himself, indeed, the mud shell formed by absorbing celestial earth is still too weak, only able to withstand one attack from the fourth elder. The fourth elder stood up amidst the thick smoke from the explosion, coughing from the dust, his face pale and his body wounded. Chen Yuan waved his finger in a taunting manner, "You old scoundrel, do you have any moves left? Hurry up and show them to me." The fourth elder clasped his hands, begging him, "Chen Yuan, I was wrong, this elder was wrong, spare my life, you can name any condition." He raised his sword, ready to finish off the elder, showing no intention of sparing him. The magic clan and human clan have always been irreconcilable. The magic clan must die. Your sword is close to the throat of the fourth elder. He fearfully says, "Wait." He claims he is not the only one doing this, raising both hands in a mix of fear and saying, "Chen Yuan, I tell you, I am the only one in the Chao Xian sect who has submitted to the magic clan. You stop the sword and the elder still tries to threaten Chen Yuan, if you kill me, they will not spare you either." Chen Yuan asks him sternly, "Is there anyone else?" The fourth elder, hearing your question, thinks you fear being killed and quickly becomes smug. "Aha, are you scared?" The fourth elder has the sword at his throat, yet still arrogantly offers conditions against you. This elder will certainly not tell you. Now you can only be loyal to me. The elder believes you value your life and also crave some benefit. I can allow you to enjoy the glory of the magic clan. Chen Yuan sneers, "Do you think I'm a child? Only when you are dead will I be at ease." Saying this, Chen Yuan's eyes turn red, and he gathers his power with his hand, punching directly at the fourth elder. The elder is struck so hard he coughs up blood, exclaiming, "No." He can no longer stand and collapses to the ground. He looks at his body, unable to believe he has lost, continuously mumbling, "I am the elder, how can I?" Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed on the floor and died. Watching his lifeless body on the ground, Chen Yuan said, "I didn't expect there would be others in the Chao Xian sect who submitted to the magic clan." Through today's events, Chen Yuan realized he had to exert himself to enhance his cultivation to handle the upcoming situations, and he wondered if the body of the fourth elder could be extracted. The corpse of the fourth elder was gradually emitting demon energy. Indeed, his body is slowly disappearing. The stench was horrifying, making Chen Yuan cover his nose as he could hardly breathe. This is the magic clan's secret method to destroy a corpse and erase traces. The body had almost completely decomposed, leaving only the clothing on the floor. The demon energy was like a fire burning the elder's corpse. The fourth elder's body was self-destructing. Simultaneously, Chen Yuan commanded the system, proceed with the extraction of the fourth elder's corpse. The system displayed 2 lines of text, please choose the extraction method, 1, cultivation, 2, relics. Chen Yuan looked at the screen, so there are only 2 simple extraction methods. He chose the system to extract cultivation. Once selected, green lights enveloped him, then transmitted that green electricity into the corpse of the fourth elder. Chen Yuan raised his hand to absorb, cultivation has increased to mid-second realm. At that moment, the body of the fourth elder decomposed completely, and all the demon energy clothing vanished before his eyes. He looked at it and felt good, the fourth elder's corpse self-destructed without a trace, saving me a lot of trouble. In another place, high mountains, lush forests, and beautiful skies. In a cave, deep inside a small hollow in the mountain, there was a figure shrouded in a hooded cloak, surrounded by demon energy. Suddenly, he widened his eyes, the demonic aura of the fourth elder from outside the sect has disappeared. He stood up, who killed him? Could it be that he was discovered? A moment later, he had used demon energy to teleport to the place where the fourth elder and Chen Yuan had fought. In an instant, he appeared inside. The floor still bore the traces of the fourth elder's decomposition. The mysterious figure in the black cloak recognized immediately, it wasn't the sect that discovered him, but someone else killed him. Surrounded by demon energy, his eyes resembled those of the fourth elder at that time, deep black and filled with rage. Who did this? Saying that, he gradually disappeared, fading into the air. We will also find you. Just a moment later, he completely disappeared. In a small house, Chen Yuan sat quietly with his eyes closed, deep in thought. The daily cultivation must be done well, only then can I protect junior sister. Behind him was Chen Yao, Chen Yuan's younger sister, sitting in a wheelchair. Suddenly, something red emanated from Chen Yao while Chen Yuan remained in contemplation. Chen Yao's eyes turned blood red, radiating demon energy that caused her to become demonic. Suddenly, Huang Tang rushed in from somewhere, opened the door, and called out loudly to Chen Yuan. Hearing Huang Tang's loud call, Chen Yao suddenly returned to her original state. Huang Tang entered. Chen Yuan asked him, "What brings you here?" He scratched his head and cheerfully replied, "Look at you, can't I come to visit my dad if there's nothing important?" Chen Yuan looked at this fool and thought, "Dad? Huang Tang really casually calls him that. If he knew what it meant, he'd probably beat me to death." Huang Tang raised his finger and said, "Actually, I have a matter to discuss too." Chen Yuan scolded him, "Spit it out quickly, don't waste my cultivation time." Huang Tang turned away jokingly. If those high-level cultivators are striving so hard, how are low-level cultivators like us supposed to live? Chen Yuan shouted angrily, "Get to the point." Huang Tang stopped teasing him and said, "What else is there? The outside sect competition has started. My sister asked me to inform you, hurry and join in." Chen Yuan, confused and unable to believe his ears, asked, "Can a servant disciple like me participate?" Huang Tang confidently replied, "Don't worry, my sister has already taken care of it for you. Just go directly." By this time, the crowd had gathered, and Chen Yuan was arriving as well. He told Huang Tang, "There are so many people." The disciples were discussing, "Senior sister Yi Yun is participating in the competition with us this time." Another said, "Logically, a genius like senior sister Yi Yun should be able to ascend directly to the inside sect. It's just that senior sister Yi is participating with us based on her own principles." Everyone looked over at Yi Yun, all curious. This time the competition is in groups of 3, we wonder who senior sister Yi will team up with. Yi Yun remained standing there, indifferent to the eager disciples. "I hope senior sister Yi teams up with me." Someone else snapped him back to reality, "Stop dreaming." Suddenly, someone walked with their hands behind their back, leisurely approaching her and calling out, "Yi Yun." It turned out to be Bai Wu. He spoke up, wanting to team up with her, "Let's form a team together later." Yi Yun rejected him outright without thinking, "No need." Bai Wu couldn't believe he was refused so quickly, huh? He laughed loudly, explaining, "We rank first and second in the outside sect, if we team up we can achieve better results, besides you don't have anyone to team with now." Yi Yun ignored him and simply said, "I already have someone I want to choose." Bai Wu stood there, angry to the point of shaking, gritting his teeth, "Yi Yun, this woman is really arrogant, she doesn't even respect me, Bai Wu." At this moment, Huang Tang and Bai Wu squeezed in. The crowd of disciples was too dense, and Huang Tang shouted, "Make way, make way." Another disciple scolded, "What are you pushing for?" Someone yelled, "Get in line behind." Huang Tang hurriedly explained, "Sorry, we're looking for Yi's senior sister to form a team." Just then, several disciples leaned close to him, laughing mockingly. Everyone's faces were gloomy, glaring with disdain. One suddenly spoke up, pointing at the faces of the two who were laughing and mocking, "Are you making a joke?" Huang Tang asked him again, "What's so funny? Get out of the way." Chen Yuan also looked at him with an annoyed expression. They all joined in mock laughter, with one saying, "We've met these two before, they seem to be servants, yet they stubbornly insist on participating in the outside sect competition." Everyone looked down on them. Participating in the outside sect competition was one thing, but to dream of forming a team with Yi's senior sister was another. They even told Huang Tang and Chen Yuan to get out of here, "You two little guys don't know how high the sky is, get lost." Huang Tang clenched his fist, angry and gritting his teeth, "You." Suddenly, Yi Yun spoke from behind, "Let them through." The disciples looked at each other, "What? Yi's senior sister is letting them pass." In the end, they reluctantly let the two through. Huang Tang was still fuming, cursing as he walked, "HMPF, blind eyes don't know how to judge people. Chen Yuan greeted, "Yi senior sister." Bai Wu angrily ground his teeth and asked, causing a ruckus, "What are two servants like you doing here?" Yi Yun spoke up to defend them, "Bai Wu, I've already asked for permission from the master. Chen Yuan and Huang Tang can make an exception to participate in the outside sect competition." Bai Wu looked down on Huang Tang and Chen Yuan, sneering, "Make an exception? What qualifications do they have to make an exception?" Yi Yun was annoyed by Bai Wu's words and turned her face away. "It's none of your business, they will cooperate with me." Bai Wu followed her, confused, asking, "Damn it, Yi Yun, you don't want to team up with those two, and you don't want to team up with me either." Yi Yun turned back and said, "You're overthinking it." He frowned and asked, "Overthinking?" Suddenly realizing she might be trying to explain herself to him, his expression relaxed and he looked pleased. "So do you want to team up with me?" Before he could bask in his own happiness, she coldly replied, "Even without them, I don't want to cooperate with you." Bai Wu felt struck by lightning upon hearing Yi Yun's harsh response. He gaped, "That's really heartbreaking, I can't even compare to those two useless guys." Suddenly, the ground cracked, and a large fissure split the earth. To everyone's astonishment, something shot up from the crack, appearing like a large gate. Everyone was perplexed. What is this rising from the ground? Suddenly, a figure landed on the roof of the gate. Everyone listened intently. The elder said, "Behind the stone gate, a secret realm of the sect has been discovered. Enter and slay the monsters. The stronger the killing, the higher the rank achieved." The elder only announced the rules and did not look down. 10% of the disciples with the highest scores will have the opportunity to enter the inside sect. After hearing this, everyone discussed fiercely about this competition. Only 10% of the disciples can enter the inside sect, even fewer than the previous group. The competition this time is extremely fierce, the elder said. Combat teams are to be formed with 3 or fewer members. If there are more than 3 people, any monster killed will not be counted for points. After explaining the methods and rules clearly to the candidates, the elder ordered, "All disciples, heed the call and set off immediately." Upon hearing the start command, they rushed forward like a storm. "Go seize the opportunity. Let's go, our group of 3 needs to hurry." Bai Wu began to panic, angrily holding Yi Yun's arm. "Yi Yun, let's form a team." With the same old response, "Absolutely not." Bai Wu frowned and tried to persuade her, "Think about it, bringing along those 2 useless assistants will only be a burden for you." He constantly criticized Chen Yuan and Huang Tang, "Even if standing at the top of the outside sect, these 2 trash will drag you down." Ignoring Huang Tang and Chen Yuan's anger and discomfort, he mocked them without a hint of respect. Yi Yun calmly replied, "Then you don't need to worry." Bai Wu stood there gritting his teeth, his face turning purple with anger, veins bulging, looking very unpleasant. Yi Yun turned his back to Chen Yuan and Huang Tang, saying, "Let's go." This blonde guy, Huang Tang, really enjoyed teasing others. His disdainful gaze at Bai Wu made it clear he considered him a loser. Bai Wu was speechless, gritting his teeth, unable to say anything, his whole body trembling with rage. The 3 of them immediately proceeded into the stone gate like 3 rays of light piercing through. They fell from another space without much speed. The landing was in a lush green forest. The 3 of them walked to observe the situation, and Huang Tang remarked, "The atmosphere here is truly beautiful and full of spiritual energy." The 3 looked towards the forest ahead. One of them asked, "Aren't you planning to hunt monsters? Why can't you see any?" Suddenly, a foot of some creature appeared right behind Huang Tang. Huang Tang turned around in shock, wide-eyed, with no time to react as it seemed to be charging at him. Yi Yun quickly moved to slash it, saving Huang Tang's life. "Be careful. It was a monster. Its eyes were pitch black, bleeding from being slashed by Yi Yun's sword. It cried out in pain like a dying fish." Chen Yuan glanced at it and commented, "As a demon monkey, its strength is not that impressive." Suddenly, a line of text appeared above its head, "Chao Xian sect reminds, Yi Yun gains 1 point." Chen Yuan and Yi Yun looked up in surprise. Huang Tang raised his hand to speak, "The sect can really see everything about us in real time, and can even perform integral calculations, advanced level." Chen Yuan whispered to the system, "System, bring out the protective demon monkey." The system presented two options. Please choose a withdrawal method. 1. Demonic power. 2. The inherent talent of the demon monkey clan. He was considering his choice. The demonic power of the demon monkey would be useless against me. After thinking, he chose, I choose 2, the inherent talent of the demon monkey clan. As he pondered the pros and cons of this, he became somewhat distracted. This type of talent is extremely weak, almost useless, but it can level up another type of talent. Suddenly, Yi Yun reminded him, be careful, something is coming. There was a rustling sound in the trees. At that moment, the companion of the previous demon monkey revealed itself. But these two look more ferocious. It seems they have come to seek revenge for their brothers. Below, there are more of them staring intently at the three like enemies. Chen Yuan and Yi Yun looked up. Huang Tang shouted, why are there so many demon monkeys? How do we fight against this? Yi Yun commanded, retreat. Chen Yuan urged the two, run quickly, there are more and more of them. The three hurriedly fled. Seeing this, the group of demon monkeys immediately wanted to give chase. They jumped down from the trees, one charging straight at Yi Yun as she ran. She suddenly turned around and sliced two quick strikes. Slash! The monkey leaping down was hit directly by the cross-shaped strike. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan had knocked one demon monkey to the ground. Kill it! While fighting this one, another ferocious one charged at him from behind. He shouted, slash! The sword blazed with bright golden fire, making it very difficult. Saying this, he turned around and struck down this monster with a decisive slash. After a continuous bout of killing, more and more demon monkeys showed up in pursuit, crazily closing in on the three. Growl, growl. In the forest, there were loud cries of alarm. Huang Tang was both running and shouting. He was so scared that his face turned pale, jaw dropped. Why are they so tenacious? The demon monkeys behind him were indeed relentless. Huang Tang, Yi Yun, and Chen Yuan were still trying their best to escape, wanting to shake off these demon beasts, or they would exhaust themselves. Think of a solution quickly, we can't escape from these ferocious beasts. While running, Chen Yuan suddenly spotted a large rock and said, there's a rock over there, let's hurry up and hide. Chen Yuan took a leap forward and jumped high. He advanced to a cliff and said, that place is elevated, we can gain the upper hand there. The three of them, Chen Yuan, Huang Tang, and Yi Yun landed on the rock. Watch out for enemies all around, be careful of pursuit. Yi Yun noticed something unusual nearby, no wonder she is called elder sister, she is very sharp. A demon monkey climbed up from below. It bared its fangs and claws, looking ready to attack them. Yi Yun held a sword in his hand, aimed at the demon monkey. Humph, let me go down there. Not just one, but a whole pack of demon monkeys climbed up, one after another, to the rock where Chen Yuan and the others were standing. Huang Tang also swung his sword relentlessly. But the number of these demon monkeys showed no signs of decreasing, there are still so many. Chen Yuan also contributed significantly, they had already killed quite a few demon monkeys. At this rate, we can kill them all. Chen Yuan only needed to split each demon monkey in half with one strike. Kill. The group led by Chen Yuan had been slashing back and forth for a while, but countless demon monkeys still climbed onto the rocky outcrop. One after another, in groups upon groups. Aren't they afraid of death? They're still climbing up. Handling so many demon monkeys had allowed Chen Yuan to accumulate a fair amount of power. Chao Xian Sect Reminder, Yi Yun gains 2 points. Chao Xian Sect Reminder, Chen Yuan gains 2 points. Chao Xian Sect Reminder, Chen Yuan gains 1 point. Killing one demon monkey was certainly no problem, but dealing with this many was indeed exhausting. After a while, Chen Yuan was drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. The three of them, Chen Yuan, Huang Tang, and Yi Yun, were completely worn out after a long fight. The bodies of the demon monkeys lay scattered at the base of the cliff like fallen leaves, but the number of surviving ones was still considerable. The group of demon monkeys gaped with their mouths open, looking pitifully hurt. Surely they had wised up and no longer stubbornly climbed up the cliff, as no more were seen climbing up to meet their fate. Huang Tang stood at the edge of the cliff, looking down to assess the situation. Finally, these beasts dare not come up anymore. A group of demon monkeys gathered at the foot of the cliff, making it difficult for Qin Yuan and the others to move. Yi Yun concluded, "We are stuck too. These demon monkeys won't leave anytime soon." Huang Tang, however, thought differently. He believed that jumping down to fight another round would not be a problem. "What are you afraid of? After all, we have killed so many demon monkeys, we've already earned enough points." Yi Yun seriously analyzed, countering Huang Tang's reasoning. "You are overthinking it. Killing one of these demon monkeys only earns you 1 point. Do you know how many points you get for killing a beast king?" Mentioning the points immediately piqued Huang Tang's interest, and he asked, "How many?" Yi Yun put on a professional expression, raising a finger to indicate the value. "At least 100 points." This number excited Huang Tang, and his eyes lit up as if he'd just received a valuable piece of information. "Is it that much?" Huang Tang continued to look down the cliff, where there were still numerous demon monkeys. "It seems killing these won't give us many points at all. The remaining corpses of the demon monkeys cannot be wasted. Chen Yuan must make use of every possible resource." He reached out to those corpses, preparing to absorb spiritual energy. Chen Yuan thought to himself, extracting from these gifted demon monkey corpses, how remarkable. The system immediately started sending notifications continuously, and Chen Yuan's power increased. The system reminded him, "The gifted rank of your aptitude has increased." The system reminded him, "The gifted rank of your aptitude has increased." The system reminded him, "The level of your gifted aptitude has increased." Chen Yuan spread his hands out to the sides, absorbing all the gathered spiritual energy. "So good, so very good. Let's raise my aptitude even further." Once the absorbed spiritual energy reached its maximum, the system notified Chen Yuan, "System reminder, the rank of your gifted aptitude has increased to high-quality royal level." Upon receiving this information, Chen Yuan felt delighted. No wonder having a system makes it easy. This aptitude that's only half a step from the low level has risen to the high-quality royal level, something even the inner sect disciples don't possess. Huang Tang, seeing Chen Yuan waving his arms and muttering to himself from afar, couldn't help but ask, "Chen Yuan, what are you mumbling to yourself about?" Suddenly, Chen Yuan, Huang Tang, and Yi Yun became motionless, standing stiffly in place. Not a finger could move. What is happening? The motion is trapped. The three of them discovered that the demon monkeys continued to appear, and this time they seemed even stronger than before. Another one appeared, and it was very powerful. The newly appeared demon monkey looked much more formidable than the previous ones, indicating it belonged to a different level. "This figure is the Monkey King." The newly appeared demon monkey immediately roared, the ear-splitting sound echoed throughout the forest. The roar resonated to where Huang Tang and the others were, louder than the free fire waiting hall, making Huang Tang exclaim in frustration, "What on earth is this, roaring to the point of making me dizzy and have a headache?" Yi Yun had more knowledge about these monsters than anyone else. She concluded that this was the leader of the demon monkeys, not yet at the level of the Monkey King, but still a genetically advantaged species, and its roar was its genetic advantage. The leader demon monkey seemed to have consumed something, roaring more fiercely, its eyes turned a fierce red. A group of demon monkeys charged from the forest, each looking as if they were going insane. They rushed towards them. The three of Chen Yuan were still standing motionless, unable to budge at all, basically unable to avoid the attacks coming from this group of demon monkeys. "The demon monkey leader is causing us trouble, and we can't focus on dealing with this bunch of little minions." Suddenly, decisive slashes appear, slicing the demon monkeys into pieces. It turns out to be the sword of elder sister Yi Yun, as expected of the coolest elder sister in the world. These situations are no challenge for her. There's no other way, we must wipe them all out. Before the three could act, the roar of the demon monkey leader resounded again. Huang Tang found himself unable to move, gritting his teeth and shouting loudly, "They're bothering us again, I can't move my body." Chen Yuan was not much better off. He too was completely immobilized, unable to fight back. The demon monkey leader leaped into the air, seemingly ready to attack personally this time. Unfortunately for Huang Tang, he became its first target, receiving a scratch on his shoulder. Fortunately, Chen Yuan reacted in time, using his sword to shove the demon monkey leader away, otherwise, Huang Tang's arm would likely have been lost. Be careful. Huang Tang clutched his injured arm while assessing the situation. Hesitating like this was not a solution. We can't keep going like this. Our combat capabilities are being weakened by that demon monkey leader. Huang Tang's words were certainly very reasonable. Yi Yun also agreed, gripping the sword tightly in her hand. Then, Yi Yun danced a few basic moves, and the surrounding demon monkeys fell to the ground in disarray. She boldly declared, "Kill it." Not knowing how to handle the demon monkey leader, Huang Tang raised her voice in query, Sister, isn't this too risky?" Yi Yun had made up her mind and confidently replied, "As you said, this isn't a solution either." Suddenly, Chen Yuan rushed forward, his serious expression clear, "This is bad." In the distance, a huge explosion occurred. This explosion seemed ominous, likely not a good sign. Chen Yuan left Huang Tang and Yi Yun, who were still assessing the situation, and quickly jumped into the abyss. "I'm going to kill that demon monkey leader." Huang Tang, up above, was anxious, fearing that Chen Yuan would act recklessly without thinking. "Damn it, Chen Yuan, don't get impulsive." As soon as Chen Yuan landed, a pack of demon monkeys quickly picked up his scent and charged towards him with all their might. A few insignificant demon monkeys were no match for Chen Yuan. He only needed a few slashes to send the whole group back to Taithien. Slash. Huang Tang stood on the cliff, trembling, knowing that if he jumped down there, it would be like committing suicide. "Sister, what should we do?" Finally, as if gathering all his courage from half his life, Huang Tang declared loudly, "Kill them all, go with Chen Yuan, hurry." The manly man spoke and acted. Huang Tang immediately leapt down the cliff. "All right, no matter the cost." At this moment, the battle between Chen Yuan and the demon monkeys was still very intense, with neither side willing to back down. The demon monkeys had the advantage of numbers, but each one was weak. Chen Yuan only needed one slash to take them down. Kill. Eventually, the leader of the demon monkeys realized things were not looking good and decided to unleash its ultimate move. It took a deep breath to prepare to roar. Yi Yun was afraid that Chen Yuan standing too close would be severely injured by the roar, so she anxiously shouted, "This isn't good, at this distance, Chen Yuan won't be able to handle it. Chen Yuan, run away quickly." Chen Yuan seemed to have been waiting for this moment for a long time. He smugly smirked, showing that he was completely confident in his counterattack ability. "Just in time, let's see whose roar is stronger." Chen Yuan quickly lowered his center of gravity, drawing in his breath to mimic the demon monkey leader. Most of the demonic cultivators let out a thunderous roar, seemingly the strongest roar so far. Chen Yuan was not to be outdone and immediately roared back, refusing to be overshadowed. The two roars were evenly matched, each powerful and loud in their own right. However, with Chen Yuan's glaring protagonist aura, he naturally held the advantage. The first use of his new technique created such overwhelming power that Huang Tang couldn't help but be astonished. Chen Yuan can even roar like a monkey. He can even suppress this group of beasts. The demon monkey leader was overwhelmed by his own ultimate move, looking extremely confused and panicked, unable to understand what was happening. Huang Tang and Yi Yun, watching from the side, were also in disbelief. Huang Tang remained puzzled. What is this? Chen Yuan can utilize the monkey clan's innate abilities. How did he learn the monkey clan's innate abilities? Chen Yuan unleashed the final part of his move while shouting loudly, "Kill." The technique aimed directly at the demon monkey leader, preventing it from dodging and leaving it stunned in place. Humph. The demon monkey leader then assessed the situation, turned around, and tried to flee, only to be chased by Chen Yuan. Trying to run away. Chen Yuan aimed directly at the leader of the demon monkeys who was running away, gathering chi and unleashing his technique towards it. The demon monkey leader had barely taken a few steps before it suddenly froze, standing still as if it had been hit by its own stick. Taking advantage of the moment the demon monkey was immobilized, Chen Yuan executed a few basic moves to finish it off. It should be over now. At this point, he had single-handedly defeated a monkey. Seeing this, the other two were extremely shocked and surprised. Huang Tang even asked, "What is going on?" After defeating the monkey, the system immediately notified, Chen Yuan's accumulated points increased by 20. Seeing this, he happily responded, "A demon monkey leader gives 20 accumulated points, not bad at all." At this moment, one of them questioned him, "Chen Yuan, how did you know about the monkey clan's talent?" Without hesitating for a second, he answered, "Learning." Hearing this, the other became furious and said, "Learning? Are you joking with me?" Following that, he turned his back and said, "Don't say anything." As he walked away, he stated, "I will hold off these demon monkeys, hurry up and kill them." There were still many monkeys ahead. Next, he stood there shouting, creating sound waves to suppress them. The demon monkeys, upon colliding with these sound waves, suddenly froze and screamed loudly. As for him, he was simply wielding his sword to take down each foe one by one. While fighting, he said, "If you have time, you must tell me how to learn this." Hearing that, Yi Yun reminded him, "Focus, don't let your guard down." At that moment, he joyfully laughed and said, "Killing like this is already too easy, accumulating points is as simple as turning my hand." After a fierce battle, corpses lay scattered everywhere. Huang Tang, still gripping his sword tightly, said, "Once we finish off everyone, I have 65 accumulated points." Meanwhile, he pressed his fingers and said, "System, refine all the talents of the demon monkey, demon roar." Suddenly, green particles appeared from nowhere, enveloping him to form a shield. At that moment, the system announced, "System reminder. The talent of Demon Roar has been upgraded to low-grade mystic level." Following that, Yi's sister approached him and said, "Chen Yuan, you have managed to learn the racial talents of the demon monkey, this ability is already a special talent." Complimented, he shyly blushed and scratched his head, replying, "I just happened to learn it, senior sister is exaggerating." Then, she turned her face away, looked ahead and said, "Let's go, don't waste time here, we can only earn higher accumulated points ahead." After that, the three of them continued on together. At this moment, they had entered a forest together. Suddenly, Huang Tang was taken aback, stopped and said, "There's fighting ahead." Seeing this, their steps quickened as they made their way to the area of the battle. As they got closer, Yi Yun suddenly hesitated and stammered, "What is this?" Looking at what was before him, his expression changed dramatically, unable to believe what he was seeing. He looked at the chaotic battlefield and said, "What is this?" Hearing this, she explained, "This is a three-headed hellhound, a demon beast of the demon king level, extremely difficult to deal with." At this moment, the others were still intensely battling the three-headed wolf. Suddenly, a swordsman charged in. "Now's the time, strike." His sword quickly made contact with one of its heads. When he landed, the head fell at the same time. Seeing this, he excitedly said, "I did it." At this point, the head of that cultivator lay firmly in the mouth of the wolf. All of a sudden, it had escorted that unfortunate young man a distance away. Seeing someone outside shouting loudly, "Don't!" they exclaimed in astonishment, "What? How can that head grow so fast?" One of them said irritably, "Damn it, what should we do now?" At that moment, they wondered why the three-headed hellhound's head had clearly been cut off but somehow it had regrown. Suddenly, one of them said, "I heard a legend that the three-headed hellhound is at the level of a demon king, and it can only be truly killed if all three heads are severed at the same time." Hearing this, they started to huddle together to discuss their combat strategy, severing all three heads at once. "That's too difficult, it's basically impossible." On the other side, one of them, who understood the situation and knew they couldn't win, spoke up, "Let's go, let's get out of here, we can't defeat this demon king." The three-headed wolf was still frantically attacking the nearby cultivators. One unlucky guy was caught in its sharp teeth. Seeing this, he panicked and shouted. At this moment, the others who were lucky enough to run away turned back and said, "Run quickly. That beast definitely won't spare us." Just then, she met Yi Yun's team arriving. Without hesitation, she rushed to help those who hadn't escaped yet. She shouted loudly to warn them behind. Be careful. In a flash, she had moved to another spot. Suddenly, she kicked it hard with her foot. Seeing her appear, the group felt like they hit the jackpot, saying, "It's Lady Yi. With Lady Yi here, we feel much safer." As Yi Yun landed, Huang Tang quickly said, "Sister, let's go." Suddenly, the three-headed wolf changed its attack direction, charging straight at Yi Yun's position. At that moment, she couldn't react, just stood frozen in shock. Seeing this, someone quickly saved her from its line of sight. "Now," she said a bit angrily, "damn it, this beast is sticking to me." Hearing this, Chen Yuan, each hand holding a sword, eagerly said, "How about I try to kill it?" In response to the suggestion, she didn't hesitate to answer, "Good idea." Suddenly, Huang Tang said with a serious face, "Are we really going to kill it?" "To kill it, we have to chop off all three heads first." The wolf over there was still growling and approaching the group. At that moment, Chen Yuan, holding a sword, said confidently, "I have a belief." Yi Yun on the other side also said, "So do I." In contrast to the confidence of those two, he felt a bit worried inside. "I don't have one." Suddenly, he approached and placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, "I believe in you." The girl over there also encouraged him, "So do I." Seeing this, he was a bit taken aback and said, "Everyone is expecting too much from me." At this point, the three-headed wolf was getting closer. Yi Yun warned, "It's coming." Unexpectedly, it charged swiftly to attack everyone. One of its heads attacked Yi Yun, but she quickly evaded and struck with her sword. Slash! In no time, one of its heads was chopped off by her. However, surprisingly, a new head quickly grew back in place of the one that was severed. In awe of its astonishing regeneration speed, everyone exclaimed, "Its regrowth speed is too fast." Realizing the current situation, he understood, indeed, if you can't kill it, a new head will grow back immediately. At this moment, the group behind him was discussing. "What are Yi Yun and the others trying to do?" "What do you mean?" "They're attacking proactively, of course they want to kill the hell dog." The guy turned to speak to someone nearby, "I don't like them." The other guy replied, "If it's Yi senior sister and Baiwu senior brother's group, then there shouldn't be any problems." Suddenly, a sword was drawn accompanied by a statement, "I'm ready." Chen Yuan, exuding confidence, pointed forward and said, "Next, let's act together." Hearing this, Yi Yun responded, "Come here." He added, "Kill it." In contrast to the confidence of the two, Huang Tang still looked pale with fear, shouting, "No way." At this moment, the three of them rushed towards the three-headed wolf. He was running behind, still complaining, "I haven't gotten ready yet." Hearing this, Yi Yun replied, "Hurry up and get ready, let's chop it together." Meanwhile, he had already swiftly decapitated one head. On Huang Tang's side, he also quickly approached the target, swinging his sword while cursing, "Damn it, it got away." By some force, that head quickly dodged his sword. Seeing this, the three of them simultaneously stepped back. Very quickly, the two heads that had just been eliminated returned to their original state. Just at this moment, the useless crowd behind chimed in, saying, "Another failure? I told you so." Yi's senior sister was dragged down by that servant. Seeing this, he turned to him and said, "Do it again." Upon hearing this, he, standing behind, cried out, "Don't, I can't do it." Chen Yuan looked at Huang Tang, his expression serious as he called, "Huang Tang." Hearing him call, Huang Tang, looking pale with fear, responded, "Huh." Suddenly, he moved closer to Huang Tang, whose face turned even more fearful. Suddenly, he patted Huang Tang's shoulder, proudly saying, "Dad cares about you a lot, you can do it, don't disappoint him." Hearing him, Huang Tang blushed, feeling emotional as he said, "Why are you suddenly so affectionate?" His eyes then filled with confidence as he looked at Huang Tang and said, "You can definitely do it." After saying that, Huang Tang's fighting spirit immediately surged. Huang Tang shouted, "Yo yo, attack it." His face was fierce, and the boy standing next to him was also ready to fight. The three-headed dog on this side was also angrily barking. Chen Yuan, with a calm expression, shouted, "Everyone, listen to the order. Then all three of them charged towards the three-headed dog. At that moment, he continued, get ready. The three-headed dog saw the three people rushing towards it, and it began to attack. It opened its three large mouths wide and howled. Chen Yuan's face turned serious as he directed everyone to coordinate as smoothly as possible. Then he shouted, now is the time. His face was full of determination. He swung his sword and yelled, slash. Yi Yun also swung her sword at that moment and shouted, slash. As for Huang Tang, his face was full of determination as he shouted like the other two, but his voice sounded a bit awkward, I absolutely cannot hold back the three legs. A. 3 slashes were unleashed, and all three heads of the dog were chopped off. Yi Yun and Chen Yuan landed gracefully, while Huang Tang landed on his backside. Yi Yun happily looked at the corpse of the dog and said, we did it. Huang Tang also forced a smile. His jaw trembled, and just by looking into his eyes, one could tell he was nervous. He stammered, we did it, we really did it. The crowd behind him was also astonished. They murmured among themselves, did the three-headed hell dog really get killed? Did these two servants really not pull Yi Senior Sister's leg? It must have just been luck. Suddenly, an announcement rang out, Chao Xian sect announces, Chen Yuan earns 150 points, Yi Yun receives 150 points, Huang Tang receives 150 points. All three were delighted to hear this. Huang Tang excitedly raised his hand, unable to stop grinning, and shouted, 150 points, we've struck it rich, everyone. Yi Yun, equally happy, said, let's go, this time we must secure the number one position for points. Elsewhere, in the majestic mountains, white clouds floated in the distance. Below, someone was launching an attack, a group of people were fighting a massive red tiger. One of them unleashed his ultimate move on the tiger's neck and shouted, kill it. Soon, the tiger fell to the ground. The group looked at the tiger's corpse, and one of them felt joyful. He burst out laughing, haha, easily scoring 100 points for defeating the Demon King. The other guy replied, this time we will definitely secure the top spot on the leaderboard. Bai Wu, hearing them, also became serious and asked with a hint of curiosity about how Yi Yun and the others were doing. Upon hearing him, Zhang Yuan responded, senior brother Bai Wu, you think too much. Then he said with a contemptuous look, Yi Yun really has no sense, teaming up with those two lackeys, the points we earn will definitely surpass his. Seeing that, Zhang Jing chimed in, exactly, whether they can survive against the Demon King is still uncertain. Bai Wu listened to them and calmed down. He looked at his sword and replied, it's true, I guess I was overthinking it. What can those two servants compare to me? Suddenly, an announcement appeared in the sky, Chao Xian sect announced the latest ranking update for the outside sect competition. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan happily laughed out loud, then confidently said, haha, this ranking will definitely have us in first place. Suddenly, all three of them were shocked. The other two, who had been so confident at first, were now just as astonished. They shouted, what? The announcement continued to appear, in first place, Team Yi Yun, Chen Yuan, Huang Tang. Bai Wu's expression darkened at this point. Zhang Yuan still couldn't believe the results, he incredulously asked, how could this happen? Did I mishear? The announcement appeared again, in second place, Team Bai Wu, Zhang Yuan, Zhang Jing. Upon seeing this, Zhang Jing became furious, he clenched his teeth and said angrily, damn it, all three of us are ranked 5th or higher in the outside sect list. How could we lose to those two servants? Bai Wu, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke, there's only one possibility. He shared his theory with the other two, that is, Yi Yun is much stronger than we imagined. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan was astonished, he asked incredulously, do you mean that Yi Yun single-handedly led those two to achieve the highest score? The black-haired guy also chimed in, if that's the case, then Yi Yun is truly terrifying. Bai Wu continued, don't worry, the further we go, the stronger the Demon Kings will encounter. I don't believe Yi Yun could drag those two useless ones along. Zhang Jing replied, that's right, we will continuously slay the Demon King and quickly turn the tables on them. The three of them had darkened faces, their eyes filled with determination as they moved forward. In another place, below was an old wooden bridge leading to an island. Next to it was a stone inscription that read, "Anyone who crosses this bridge and enters the island in the middle of the lake will be rewarded with 100 points. One person stepped up, looked at the stone, and read aloud, "Anyone who crosses this bridge and enters the island in the middle of the lake will be rewarded with 100 points. Seeing this, the crowd gathered around. They whispered to each other, 100 points is equivalent to killing a demon king by oneself. Another person chimed in, I want to try it. At this moment, a man approached, summoning his courage and saying to the crowd, if no one dares, let me go. After saying this, he walked up the wooden bridge. He took each step slowly but surely. Suddenly, a wave surged up from below. The man looked up at the sky, his face filled with horror as he shouted, "What?" An attack struck him. The people on this side felt a surge of fear. They exclaimed in astonishment, "What is that thing in the lake?" The other guy was knocked ashore. His face was filled with fear, and blood was streaming from his eyes and mouth. He raised his hand to the crowd and said, "Help me." Huang Tang had a shocked expression. He curiously asked Chen Yuan, "Have you seen what it is yet?" Chen Yuan replied seriously, "Not clearly yet." Then Huang Tang looked at him and asked again, "Should we try?" Hearing this, he calmly shook his head and said, "Nothing is known about the danger, so we won't try." Yi Yun was biting her nails, her expression was serious as she said to the two, "How about we kill the Demon King for fun?" Suddenly, the words on the stone tablet lit up. Seeing this, someone shouted, "Quick, look, the writing on the tablet has changed." Hearing this, someone looked over and read the words on the stone tablet aloud, "Crossing this bridge, anyone entering the Heart Island will receive a reward of 150 accumulated points." Really? Upon seeing this, a guy with a head that looked like an unripe pineapple exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, that's an extra 50 points." Huang Tang stood on the side, looking at the stone. He cheerfully said, "I'm a bit tempted now." A group of people then rushed towards the bridge. They shouted, 150 accumulated points must belong to our sect, an opportunity that cannot be missed. At this moment, the surface of the water stirred again, something caused the water to splash up, then a strike was launched at the three who had just rushed in. Yi Yun saw this and looked at Huang Tang, saying without any desire, "No. Still, no one can get through, let's go." Huang Tang had now moved toward the bridge. He said to Yi Yun, "Let me try." Seeing this, Yi Yun also fell silent. She seriously reminded him, "Huang Tang, don't show off." Hearing that, Huang Tang replied confidently, "Don't worry." Huang Tang's face was cheerful. He quickly walked towards the bridge and continued, "I'm sure of this, I've seen it clearly. There's a monster in the middle of the lake." At this moment, Huang Tang had stepped onto the bridge, the water splashed once again. A worried voice shouted a reminder to Huang Tang, "You must be careful." A giant green snake leaped up from below towards Huang Tang. Seeing this, Huang Tang immediately shifted. He said with a serious face, "I'll dodge." The green snake lunged down wanting to bite Huang Tang, but at this moment, Huang Tang had already disappeared. Chen Yuan stood on this side and was also astonished. He asked in confusion, where did Huang Tang's figure go?" He continued, "The wooden bridge is empty." Seeing this, Yi Yun also stepped forward. Calmly, she said to him, "Don't worry." Then Yi Yun looked at him happily. She smiled and continued, "Did you forget who he is?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan was also shocked. He widened his eyes and said to her in disbelief, "The Tomb Raider, that guy is using the Tomb Raider's technique." Yi Yun quickly replied, "That's right." Then her expression became serious. She continued, "But if that's the case, it's also very dangerous. On the wooden bridge, no one could be seen." Suddenly, Huang Tang appeared again. Seeing this, someone thought, that guy actually made it to the middle of the bridge. Huang Tang looked cheerful. Seeing this, someone else thought, why didn't I think of that? At this moment, Huang Tang was still very happy. He laughed heartily, with a slightly cunning expression, and said, this method is indeed effective." Then the water rose again. Just as it was about to touch Huang Tang, he disappeared once more. After a while, a hand placed on the land of the island in the middle of the lake. Huang Tang happily jumped out of the hole, proudly declaring, "I did it." At that moment, a notification appeared on the rock, congratulating disciple Huang Tang for accumulating 150 points. Huang Tang stood in front of Chen Yuan and cheerfully asked, "Chen Yuan, how did I perform?" Hearing this, Chen Yuan replied, "Very good." Huang Tang joyfully said, "Call me Dad." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan stunnedly sprayed adhesive, his face turning pale, looking at Huang Tang with disbelieving eyes, thinking, could this guy have guessed what "Dad" means? After thinking this, he forced a smile and asked, "Do you know what "Dad" means?" Huang Tang cheerfully responded, "According to my interpretation, it means very formidable. Whoever is formidable is Dad." Upon hearing Huang Tang's answer, Chen Yuan also became cheerful. He gave a thumbs up and praised him, "The interpretation is very correct." After saying this, all three of them then seriously charged forward. The three shouted loudly, "Kill," and then one by one, they struck at the gigantic green snake in the water. After a while, the snake fell, and all three landed on the ground. At that moment, a notification appeared, reminding the Chao Xian sect Yi Yun. Her face was joyful. "Chen Yuan, you are nervously wiping the sweat off your forehead." Huang Tang, with an expectant expression, then announces, "Each person receives 180 points." Yi Yun, with a serious expression, says to the two, "The deeper we go in, the stronger the Demon King becomes, and the points will keep increasing." Suddenly, a sound erupts, shocking all three of them. Bai Wu's group is hurriedly chasing after a large bird. Bai Wu shouts, "Don't let it get away, it's not easy to catch something this big." Then all three of them strike the bird's neck. The bird's body falls down. A notification appears again, reminding them, "Chao Xian sect Bai Wu, Zhang Yuan, Zhang Jing, each of you receives 120 points." Upon hearing the announcement, Bai Wu is also delighted, arrogantly saying to the two with him, "With the points from one Demon King, who else is at the top of the leaderboard besides us?" Suddenly, Bai Wu spots their group and exclaims in surprise, "Huh." His expression turns cautious as he asks, "Why are they here too?" On this side, Yi Yun, uninterested in Bai Wu's group, tells the two, "Let's go." Just then, Zhang Yuan runs up to block her way. He said cheerfully, "Stop right there." His expression was full of disdain. He looked at her and contemptuously said, "Yi senior sister, why are you in such a hurry? What's the rush to talk?" Hearing his question, she shrugged it off and replied, "Not interested." Zhang Jing also chimed in sarcastically, "Yi senior sister is in such a hurry, it seems like you don't have much credit to your name, rushing to carry 2 weights to earn points." Huang Tang's face was filled with anger. He pointed at the guy opposite him and asked, "Why are you so talkative? Which eye of yours saw us as weights?" Seeing this, Zhang Jing couldn't help but laugh with disdain. He looked at Huang Tang and said, "Haha, what makes you think you two servant disciples aren't weights?" At this moment, Zhang Yuan also joined in, happily saying, "That's right, I dare say, your team's points are definitely dragged down by you both, worse than ours, and the points for the two of you are probably pitifully low." Hearing what they said, Huang Tang gritted his teeth in anger. Then, Huang Tang calmed down and cheerfully asked the two of them, "Are you that confident?" Then Huang Tang continued to ask them, "What if we, whether individually or as a team, have more points than you?" Hearing that, both of them became confident. They looked at Huang Tang and confidently said, "No way, absolutely impossible." Seeing their confidence, Huang Tang stepped forward, his face cheerful as he challenged them, "If you're taller than me, you must call me grandfather." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan also turned serious. He angrily waved his hand and replied to Huang Tang, "Little guy, what are you saying? I'll smash you to death." Seeing his expression, Huang Tang continued to challenge, "You're angry, you're feeling guilty, you lack confidence in yourself." Huang Tang went on. His gaze was slightly frenzied at this point. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan's gaze started to waver. Zhang Yuan, excited, pointed at Huang Tang and firmly said, "You're talking nonsense, if you're taller than me, I'll call you grandfather." Zhang Jing beside him also said, count me in. Upon hearing this, Huang Tang was delighted and responded cheerfully, all right, someone else is eager to call me grandfather. Hearing Huang Tang, Zhang Jing also became angry and shouted, shut your mouth. The three looked at each other tensely. At that moment, a notification appeared, reminding, Chao Xian sect, announcing the team rankings and individual rankings below. Seeing this, Zhang Jing became joyful. He burst out laughing and disdainfully said, haha, just in time, little guy. Wait until the points are announced, then we'll see what you have to say. The announcement continued to appear, reminding, Chao Xian sect, the top-ranked team is. At this moment, Zhang Yuan was also confident. He happily said, no need to listen, it's us. The announcement appeared again, Team Huang Tang, Qin Yuan, Yi Yun. Seeing this, Huang Tang immediately gave a thumbs down, looking at them with disdain. The announcement continuously came up. The second-ranked team is Bai Wu, Zhang Yuan, Zhang Jing. Seeing this, Bai Wu, who had been silent, was also shocked. The two other guys couldn't believe it, their faces turned pale and they exclaimed, what? Zhang Jing was also doubtful, incredulously asking, how is that possible? How could they be ranked first? Bai Wu looked over at Yi Yun, whose face was dark. He furrowed his brows and thought, could it be that Yi Yun is stronger than I thought? Huang Tang was happy again, he continued to tease the two, haha, call him grandfather. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan got angry, his face darkened as he said, little guy, don't get cocky. You guys at the top of the points chart are relying on Yi's senior sister, it's Yi's senior sister who is carrying you. Your true nature is still garbage. The notification appeared again, reminding everyone, in the Chao Xian sect, the top scorer is Huang Tang. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan was shocked. He looked over at Yi Yun, who was calmly standing in a corner, and incredulously asked, who is Huang Tang? Isn't the top spot Yi's senior sister? But Zhang Yuan then looked at Bai Wu, whose expression was gloomy, and continued, not Bai Wu either. He scratched his head in confusion and asked, who is this Huang Tang? Seeing his reaction, Huang Tang cheerfully replied, my grandfather. With a joyful face, Huang Tang smiled, pointed at himself, and said, your grandfather's name is Huang Tang. Zhang Yuan was also astonished. He incredulously said, you scored first in the leaderboard, that can't be true. At this moment, notifications kept appearing, second place on the leaderboard, Qin Yuan. Third place on the leaderboard, Yi Yun. Fourth place on the leaderboard, Bai Wu. Zhang Yuan, now hit hard, fell silent. The guy Zhang Jing beside him was also skeptical, asking, who is Qin Yuan? Why did Yi's senior sister only rank third? In response, Huang Tang pointed at Qin Yuan, who was happily waving his hand. Huang Tang said again, this person is your second grandfather, Qin Yuan. Hearing Huang Tang, Zhang Yuan's face darkened. He pointed at the two in disbelief and said, what? Two servants ranked first and second, and they have more points than Yi's senior sister. This is fake, the ranking of the Chao Xian sect is fake. Upon hearing him, Huang Tang revealed a cunning smile. He looked at them and said, if you can play, then you can bear it, call him grandfather. At this point, Zhang Yuan was also furious, the veins on his face bulging. He shouted angrily, there must be a problem here. Then he asked both of them in confusion, what happened? What did your two servants do? Hearing his question, Huang Tang grew increasingly impatient. He looked at Zhang Yuan with a tense expression and said, I don't want to hear you waste words. Call him grandfather. Zhang Yuan glared at Huang Tang angrily, grinding his teeth. Bai Wu, standing aside, turned away and said to the two, let's go. Seeing this, Huang Tang rushed up to block them. He disdainfully asked them, stop, didn't you hear me when I told you to call him grandfather? At this moment, Bai Wu also became angry, shouting, looking for death. Huang Tang was still in a good mood, blocking their way and saying, don't call grandfather, don't expect to go, messing around here is not allowed. Seeing this, Bai Wu also felt annoyed and said, little guy. He stepped down hard, causing the ground to sink. Bai Wu tightened his fists and grit his teeth, saying, I'll beat you to death. Seeing him rush towards him, Huang Tang was startled and skeptically asked, are you really going to kill someone just because they talked back? Suddenly, Yi Yun appeared, intercepting Bai Wu's punch and frowning at him. Before you act, did you consult me? Bai Wu saw her and also frowned, incredulously asking, Yi Yun, is it worth it for 2 servants to come after me? Seeing this, Yi Yun waved him away, disdainfully answering, who do you think you are? Bai Wu was knocked far away by her, glancing at his teammates and shouting, I'll hold Yi Yun down, you guys go teach that pest a lesson. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan became excited. He brought his 2 fists together and replied to Bai Wu, don't worry, we will definitely trample those 2 servants underfoot. After saying this, he cheerfully walked up and asked, Huang Tang, do you still want me to call grandfather? Huang Tang quickly replied, not anymore. Hearing Huang Tang's answer, he disdainfully continued. Consider it as you knowing your place, but it's too late now, I have to teach you a lesson. Hearing him speak, Huang Tang laughed cheerfully and replied, now I have to make your mouth swollen. Huang Tang pointed down at his shoes and added, I'll make you lick my shoes. Hearing this, he got angry and charged at him, shouting, you insolent fool. Huang Tang raised both hands to protect himself, bracing for a punch from Zhang Yuan. Strong gusts of wind created white streaks on the ground, whipping around Huang Tang. He held his hands up to shield his face. Zhang Yuan glared at Huang Tang. Dodging the attack, he gritted his teeth and exhaled, huh? You're unscathed? Huang Tang maintained his posture, tilting his head with a hint of disdain, saying, it seems there is still a gap between you and the top 10 disciples of the outside sect. Zhang Yuan held his sharp sword, a bit on guard, warning his companion, Zhang Jing, be careful, this little servant indeed has some skills. Zhang Jing, standing afar, responded fearlessly, some skills. It feels accomplished to kill. Concern flashed across Huang Tang's face as he turned his head and shouted, Dad, hurry up and deal with that guy to save me. Zhang Yuan swung his sword down towards Huang Tang, threateningly. Save you? That little guy can't even save himself. The sword traced a sharp arc past Huang Tang's face, and he dodged just in time. I dodged. Zhang Yuan was stunned to see himself swinging the sword at empty air. Huh? Can't see him anywhere. Zhang Jing stood to the side with a sneer. Little guy, if you kneel down now, I'll make it quick for you. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Yuan suddenly appeared and swung his sword straight, causing Zhang Jing's face to turn sharply to one side. With one side of his face swollen from the hit, Zhang Jing, with a gloomy expression, asked, You hit me? Chen Yuan, with an expressionless face, replied, What if I hit you? Zhang Jing looked at him defiantly and angrily shouted, You've got guts. Chen Yuan ignored him and swung his sword again, hitting him before he could finish his sentence. Chen Yuan apathetically asked Zhang Jing, Are you convinced yet? Zhang Jing glared at him, panting heavily, huff. Suddenly furious, Zhang Jing raised his fist towards Chen Yuan. You old man. Chen Yuan stood firm, seemingly unaffected by the attack. He extended his hand and pushed Zhang Jing aside. Zhang Jing was thrown off balance and fell to the ground, glancing sideways in disarray. Chen Yuan squatted in front of him, playfully teasing Zhang Jing, who was struggling. Have you surrendered yet? Zhang Jing looked up, unwillingly saying, Wait a moment. Suddenly, Zhang Jing's eyes widened, a look of panic as if he had realized something. Chen Yuan forcefully pressed his head down into the ground, sending dust and sand flying. Zhang Jing knelt on the shattered ground, raising his hand in submission, saying to Chen Yuan, I surrender, don't hit me anymore. At this moment, on the other side, a sharp blade was being dragged along the ground by someone. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up as he spotted a target. He looked smugly at Huang Tang, who was hiding, and said, Little guy, I found you. With that, he swung his sword, creating a cold gleam that cut across the space. Zhang Yuan's strike was so powerful that it kicked up a cloud of dust, forcing Huang Tang to narrowly dodge it. He landed awkwardly from the high jump, assessing his opponent in his mind, Your hiding skills still aren't adequate, you were easily detected. Huang Tang jumped in shock as he saw Zhang Yuan holding his sword menacingly in his direction, challenging him, Little guy, are you ready to die now? Huang Tang was so scared that sweat trickled down his face, calling for help, Dad, save me. Zhang Yuan pointed the sharp tip of his sword, smiling triumphantly, and said, Die. Zhang Yuan was taken by surprise when he saw Zhang Jing rushing toward him, so he froze the sword in midair. Huang Tang quickly seized the opportunity to avoid the attack upon hearing Chen Yuan say, "Go ahead." Zhang Jing was terrified when Chen Yuan threw him to block the blow and shouted, "Don't cut, it's me." Zhang Yuan, with a grim expression, clicked his tongue upon hearing him, "Tisk." Suddenly, he was thrown into the air by a strong force, bleeding as a result. Bai Wu stood on the side, watching his companion being counterattacked, cursing loudly, "Damn it, how do these two servants have so much strength?" Not paying attention, he received a powerful punch directly to the side of his face. Yi Yin reached out, throwing him into a spin in the air, causing him to panic and scream, "Eh?" She looked at him and asked, "Daring to be distracted while fighting me?" Bai Wu lay writhing on the ground, his face pale from pain. Zhang Yuan next to him held his injured arm, angrily glancing at Zhang Jing who was covered in injuries and gossiping, "By senior brother, we underestimated these two servants." Bai Wu sat up and suggested, "Yi Yun, let's call it a day, how about it?" Yi Yun stood with Huang Tang and Qin Yuan, showing no mercy as she replied to Bai Wu, "No way." Bai Wu was so angry that he clenched his teeth and cursed at them, "Damn it, you shouldn't bully people too much." At that moment, Chen Yuan set a condition for him, "Call me grandfather." Bai Wu, in a humble posture on the ground, still defiantly cursed, "You brat, don't be so arrogant without reason." Suddenly, someone seemed to glide swiftly across the ground. Bai Wu, with a sinister expression, lunged at Chen Yuan, "I will kill you." Chen Yuan stepped forward and launched a powerful blow. Bai Wu, hit painfully, let out a sound, "Ah." Chen Yuan did not hold back, swinging his sword at him, slash. Bai Wu panicked at his action, "What?" His eyes were filled with fear as he glanced sideways. Chen Yuan pointed his sword at Bai Wu. He lay on the ground shouting before Chen Yuan could lower his sword, "No, no, stop it quickly." Chen Yuan pressed the sharp tip of his sword against Bai Wu's neck, causing him to whimper, "Ugh." With a piercing gaze and a half-smile, he struck Bai Wu's shoulder with his sword without hesitation. The sword cut horizontally with determination, and Bai Wu fell to his knees before Chen Yuan, crying out, "I." Tears streamed down his face as he pleaded for mercy, "Grandfather, I submit now." Chen Yuan heard Bai Wu surrendering and turned to ask his companions, "What about you?" The two men, hearing his question, showed fear on their faces and hesitated, "We." Bai Wu, kneeling on the ground, glared at them as they stammered and shouted, "What are you still doing there? If you can play, you can kneel, so hurry up and bow down to me." Upon hearing this, the two men fell prostrate on the ground, banging their heads before Chen Yuan and cried loudly, "Grandfather, grandfather." Seeing this, Chen Yuan felt satisfied and let them go, "Consider yourselves sensible." Yi Yin glanced over and called Huang Tang and Chen Yuan, "Let's go." Bai Wu said nothing, rising from the ground, watching the three of them leave. Zhang Yuan asked Bai Wu with frustration, "Senior brother Bai, are we just going to let it go like this?" Bai Wu, hearing this question, clenched his teeth in anger and replied, "Of course we can't just let it go. Just now, I was putting on an act, today's humiliation must be avenged with their lives." Zhang Jing, hearing Bai Wu, hesitated and reminded him, but the strength of those three men. Bai Wu, with a fierce expression, revealed his thoughts, "I'm not afraid, the direction those three are heading is towards the king of the deep forest. The demon king is the king of the deep forest, said to have a terrifying combat ability." Zhang Jing waved his hand, saying, "Countless disciples have died at its hands." Zhang Yuan scratched his head, contemplating, but the three of them might not dare to attack the demon king. Bai Wu reached into his robe and pulled out something, "I brought the demon pill." Bai Wu, with a scheming look, smiled wickedly at the golden pill in his hand, "If they don't provoke the demon king, then we'll send something from the deep forest to kill them." Zhang Yuan praised, "This plan is really good, I will make them die." Bai Wu took the lead and called two companions to move forward, "Let's go, follow them." In another place, the wind howled, creating white swathes in the deep green forest, and in the air, someone shouted, "Kill." The sudden strike from the stranger caused the sturdy tree trunk to snap. Huang Tang jumped high with his sword raised, aiming at the long green body. The desire to attack of this demon king is too strong right now. The huge python bared its fierce fangs at the three, Yi Yun, Chen Yuan, and Huang Tang. Huang Tang stood face to face with it and spoke, "It's really hard to kill, I've fought with it for half an hour already, and there's still no effect." The serpent stuck out its tongue, its two bright blue eyes glimmering, hearing someone say, "The demon beast that can transform has horns appearing on its head." Yi Yun frowned and said, "But this demon king clearly lacks power, hold on a little longer." Yi Yun told them, "Let's all attack together, targeting its weak points." After speaking, she, along with Huang Tang and Chen Yuan, simultaneously swung their swords directly at the serpent's body. The serpent seemed to suffer in pain from the attack, howling as it reared up high. The three, Chen Yuan, Huang Tang, and Yi Yun, persistently continued to strike. After a while, all three landed, behind them the writhing body of the serpent. Huang Tang said, "It's working, it's finally dying." The serpent, its body covered in blood, lay sprawled on the ground. A notification from the system appeared, reminding, Chao Xian sect, Chen Yuan, Yi Yun, Huang Tang received 230. Huang Tang wiped his hand in satisfaction at the content of the notification. "All right, although it was difficult to kill, they are quite a lot." Chen Yuan, holding two swords, stood before the corpse of the demon serpent, requesting the system to extract the demon king's body. The system panel displayed, "Please select a method of extraction, 1. Cultivation, 2. Veins, 3. Roots bones." Chen Yuan was slightly surprised. Reading the announcement, Chen Yuan wondered to himself, what are roots bones? After pondering for a moment, he turned to Huang Tang and Yi Yun, stating his choice, "I choose 3. Roots bones." Immediately, a bright green light enveloped Chen Yuan. His complexion was somewhat unsettled, with his eyes wide open. As the green light faded into nothingness, he collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. Ugh. Seeing Chen Yuan suddenly drop to one knee, Huang Tang hurriedly asked, "Chen Yuan, what's wrong with you?" Chen Yuan, still kneeling and panting, heard Huang Tang's inquiry and wearily replied, his voice a bit fragmented, "I'm fine, just made a slight mistake while cultivating." After saying this, he thought to himself, his face full of helplessness, "Mom, it turns out that roots bones are used to enhance talent. Just a moment ago, I felt as if I had been enlightened, like I ascended during the day. This is a comprehensive enhancement of talent." He stood up, trying to appear invigorated, waving his hand dismissively. Seeing this, Huang Tang was taken aback and awkwardly responded with a smile. In Chen Yuan's heart, he thought, if I could extract a little more roots bones, I could probably soar to the sky. It's just a pity that the roots bones from demon beasts can be extracted very sparingly. Looking back at the corpses of the demon beasts scattered around, Yi Yun glanced at them and said to Chen Yuan and Huang Tang, "We have probably cleaned out the demon beasts in the outer area, let's head back." Huang Tang was still very excited, waving his sword, and said enthusiastically, "Let's kill another demon king, I haven't had enough fun yet." Hearing this, Yi Yun turned around and gave a slight smile. Deep in the forest, there is a demon king named the Deep Forest King. She thought for a moment, then cast her gaze towards the distant green forest. "If we go further ahead, we will enter its territory." Upon hearing this, Huang Tang asked out of curiosity, "How many points will we get for killing the Deep Forest King?" Yi Yun raised a finger and said slowly, "At least 1,000 points." Chen Yuan and Huang Tang were shocked when they heard this from Yi Yun. Huang Tang exclaimed, "Is it that much?" Yi Yun didn't let them enjoy the moment for long. She quickly doused their enthusiasm with cold water. "Don't think too much, the Deep Forest King is currently not something we can deal with." Huang Tang, however, was not deterred by Yi Yun's words and remained excited about the Deep Forest King. He said, "But there are still 2 hours left in the trial here. Just return like this." Yi Yun listened to Huang Tang's words and knew her junior brother was not going to give up that easily. She sighed in helplessness. After some hesitation, Yi Yun reluctantly said, "Let's go a bit further, but remember not to go too deep." They moved to the lair of the Forest King. At this time, its eyes were closed, as it was nap time. Bai Wu and the others were terrified upon seeing the king of the forest, their faces turned pale with fear. Zhang Yuan spoke up, is this really the king of the forest? Zhang Jing, standing beside him, trembled, his voice quivering, it's too scary. Upon seeing Zhang Yuan and Zhang Jing in fear, Bai Wu sneered in disdain and reassured them, don't panic. Saying this, he pulled out a tube of medicine and said, take this demon pill, throw it in front of the king of the forest, then throw another one at Yi Yun's group. Thinking of the disaster awaiting Yi Yun's group, he couldn't help but laugh. He maliciously said, the king of the forest will kill those three from Yi Yun. After that, he handed the tube of medicine to Zhang Jing. Seeing this, Zhang Jing was terrified, stammering, huh? Am I going? Bai Wu pressed the bottle closer to Zhang Jing. He spoke, it's pointless, if you don't go, how can I? Grabbing the demon guiding pill, Zhang Jing was so scared that he was in tears. He trembled and stammered, I'm really scared. Seeing this, Bai Wu forcefully pulled Zhang Jing in front of the Deep Forest King. He shouted, hurry up, the Deep Forest King is in deep sleep, there's no danger. Hearing Bai Wu's reassuring words, Zhang Jing gathered all his courage and said timidly, all right, I'll go then. Bai Wu crossed his arms and replied, go on, we'll be able to send those three off to their deaths. Zhang Jing turned around and mustered all his courage to approach the Deep Forest King. Seeing its sharp teeth made Zhang Jing even more frightened. Looking at the king's tightly shut eyes, Zhang Jing trembled even more. He had cried silently, thinking, countless times, don't wake up, countless times, don't wake up. Then he moved a little closer to the Deep Forest King. Glancing up to see its eyes still tightly shut, Zhang Jing breathed a sigh of relief, thankfully it hasn't woken up. He took out a demon guiding pill from the vial and carefully, cautiously brought it to the king's mouth. In a flash, the demon guiding pill was securely in the mouth of the Deep Forest King. Seeing that he had succeeded, Zhang Jing felt somewhat relieved. He thought to himself, success. After glancing at the Deep Forest King, he thought, it seems like the big guy is really sleeping soundly. Just a little success, and he wanted to show off right away, maybe I should take advantage of its deep sleep to touch it a bit, with this, I can boast when I go out. Before he could act, Bai Wu, who was behind him, urged, Zhang Jing, hurry up. Ignoring Bai Wu's words, Zhang Jing still tried to feel the king of the forest a few times. Suddenly, the king of the forest opened its bloodshot eyes wide. Seeing this, Bai Wu quickly shouted, oh no, it's awake. Bai Wu and Zhang Yuan both shouted loudly, run. Zhang Jing still didn't realize what was happening. He was still feeling the sharp claw of the king of the forest. He felt something looking at him from behind. He froze, stunned for 5 seconds. Mechanically, he raised his head to look at the forest king monster. If he didn't look, he wasn't scared, but as soon as he glanced at it, he stuttered in fear, awake, it's awake. Zhang Jing's face turned pale, his mouth wide open, no, please don't. The cave echoed with Zhang Jing's scream, ah. Elsewhere, Yi Yun was venturing deeper into the forest. Yi Yun looked around and said, after such a long time without encountering the Demon King, it seems the Demon King doesn't dare to come near this place. As soon as the words were spoken, a cry for help rang out in front, help. Yi Yun, quick-witted, immediately recognized, that's Bai Wu's voice. Behind Bai Wu, a demon beast was seen chasing them. Upon seeing Yi Yun, Bai Wu exclaimed, it's Yi Yun, save me. Yi Yun carefully looked at the demon beast pursuing Bai Wu's group and exclaimed in shock, that's the Deep Forest King. Huang Tang, hearing this, also broke into a cold sweat, are you crazy? They dared to provoke the Deep Forest King. Zhang Yuan ran after Bai Wu. Upon seeing the three of them, he said, Senior brother Bai, they are all here. Bai Wu had also noticed, and his gaze became sharp. He coldly said, all right, let's catch them in one go. Seeing the Deep Forest King about to catch up with them, Yi Yun quickly used her lightness skill. She clenched her fists and whispered, damn it. With that, she jumped high. Seeing this, Huang Tang called out from behind, sister, are you all right? Yi Yun replied, her brows furrowed in tension, I'm fine. The Deep Forest King is not easy to deal with, everyone must be careful. Chen Yuan did not stand still either, he charged forward to confront the Deep Forest King. He drew out his two swords and lunged at the Deep Forest King, executing a series of strikes as he ran. Huang Tang could not stay put either. He rushed forward and said to Qin Yuan, "I'll attract this big guy's attention." Huang Tang stood in front of the Deep Forest King, shouting loudly at it, "Come here." Standing in front of the Deep Forest King, he fiercely declared, "Remember well, your grandfather is named Huang Tang." The Demon King let out a roar in response to Huang Tang's banter. Saying that, Huang Tang charged straight toward the front of the massive Demon King, challenging, "Come and catch me." The Deep Forest King, enraged, thrust his sharp pincers down towards Huang Tang's position. Seeing the Demon King's pincers about to reach him, Huang Tang quickly jumped aside, perfectly dodging the strike from the Deep Forest King. While jumping, Huang Tang delightfully exclaimed, "I dodged it." Roar, the Demon King was not to be outdone. It let out a thunderous roar, revealing its jagged teeth. Yi Yun and Qin Yuan attacked in unison, soaring onto the Demon King's back. Qin Yuan shouted, "Die, beast!" Too fast, Qin Yuan had underestimated the capabilities of the Forest King. With a swoosh, the sharp claw of the Forest King swiped at Qin Yuan. Luckily, he perfectly dodged it. On the other side, Yi Yun almost got hit by the claw of the Forest King. She shouted loudly, "Move!" The two jumped back simultaneously, fortunately avoiding being devoured by the Forest King. Yi Yun took a few steps back before she could stand steady. She said, "No way, this beast has way too many claws, almost no blind spots." Qin Yuan responded, "It's really troublesome, no wonder it's called the Demon King." In another corner, Huang Tang was stuck in a hole created by the claws of the Demon King. Huang Tang licked his tongue, breathing heavily, "I'm going to suffocate." Seeing Huang Tang in a disadvantageous position, the Demon King approached. When Huang Tang saw the Demon King coming closer, he panicked and exclaimed, "It's coming again." With a thud, the Demon King's claw struck the ground, while Huang Tang's voice echoed, "I'm avoiding it." The demon spider howled and leapt high up. Huang Tang, hidden behind the cliff, sensed something unusual compared to usual. "What's going on?" Suddenly it's quiet. The demon spider suddenly swooped down from the sky, landing on the ground and causing the surroundings to shatter. Huang Tang was also thrown back. "Oh no." Huang Tang raised his head, covered in injuries, his face gloomy and shocked. "Damn, I didn't expect this attack." Looking at the demon spider, it seemed like it wanted to devour him alive. "I can't believe the old man had hidden it so well. How could this be discovered?" The demon spider charged at him, using its sharp legs to slash at Huang Tang. Panicking, Huang Tang cried out for help, "Dad, save me." Qin Yuan quickly appeared, followed by Yi Yun who also rushed in, "Get out of the way." Both Qin Yuan and Yi Yun used their swords to block the demon spider's attack. Not stopping, the demon spider continued to swing its knife-like sharp legs, diving down at its prey. Qin Yuan and Yi Yun shouted warnings to each other, "Danger." The demon spider pierced through the ground, causing it to crumble. Qin Yuan and Yi Yun struggled to withstand the attack and sunk deep into the ground. "The force is too strong." Bai Wu laughed triumphantly, "Haha, you all go die for me." At this moment, Yi Yun struggled to rise from the ground. Not good. Unfortunately, the demon spider was also rushing towards Yi Yun, leaving her no time to react. "There's no dodging this." Qin Yuan swung his twin swords and chanted the spell, Celestial Earth Fury Body. In an instant, both of them were blasted off the ground, and Qin Yuan retreated. His feet scraped against the ground, slowing his speed until he stopped. Qin Yuan was drenched in sweat. "Thankfully, there's the Celestial Earth Fury armor, or we would have been in real danger this time." Compared to Qin Yuan, Yi Yun was worse off. She coughed up blood. Qin Yuan turned to her anxiously, "Yi senior sister, how are you?" Yi Yun gritted her teeth and endured, "I'm not dead yet, for now." Despite her body being covered in wounds, Yi Yun still held her sword firmly in hand. "We need to come up with a strategy, or we will both die at the hands of this beast." Qin Yuan handed Yi Yun 3 pills. "Senior sister, take these healing pills." Yi Yun was quite surprised to see the pills in Qin Yuan's hand. "This type of pill is very effective for healing, I didn't expect you to have any." Huang Tang, who was nearby, urged both of them, let's run. Chen Yuan's gaze lifted up, resolute. It can only be like this. He bravely stood up to fight and told the other two to leave. I will stop it, you go ahead. Huang Tang was unwilling to let Chen Yuan stay behind alone. Dad, I will stay with you. Yi Yun was also reluctant, here. But Chen Yuan had made up his mind to stay, go. With no choice, Yi Yun could only comply. Be careful, brother. Then both of them ran away, leaving only Chen Yuan and the demon spider. As he was leaving, Huang Tang didn't forget to remind Chen Yuan, Dad, you must hold on. Standing against the fierce demon spider charging towards him, he was not afraid at all, of course. Chen Yuan shouted like the screech of a monkey. Under the pressure of his shout, the demon spider became confused, and Chen Yuan felt relieved that this tactic worked on it. Fortunately, the screech has an effect. Then he jumped away. The cultivator, seeing they had all run away, panicked and asked, by senior brother, what now that these three have fled? At this moment, the demon spider also regained its senses. It let out a loud roar. Bai Wu showed no concern about their escape. The jungle king holds deep grudges. They can't run away. The demon spider then spat silk from behind. The spider silk quickly surrounded their spot, blocking them completely. Huang Tang panicked, we're in trouble, it can spin silk too. Chen Yuan pointed elsewhere, to the side, but that side was also covered with the demon spider's silk. Yi Yun grumbled, no way, this beast won't let us leave. Bai Wu chuckled, confidently believing victory was in hand. Haha, I told you the king of the deep forest is called the king of 10,000 beasts, how could it let them escape so easily? This time they're definitely dead. Chen Yuan looked at the mass of silk, wondering, are we really not able to run? With no other choice, he turned around, if that's the case, then let's fight. Saying this, all three of them jumped up, brandishing their swords and charging toward the demon spider, fighting desperately. After a while, Chen Yuan used his dual swords to block its attack, and he stumbled back. Yi Yun and Huang Tang were both battered, and Huang Tang looked exhausted. I'm not okay anymore. The demon spider roared again. Chen Yuan shouted a warning, be careful. A sharp claw lunged at Huang Tang, causing him to scream in fear, I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Chen Yuan rushed in, appearing to protect Huang Tang from life and death. Don't say that. Yi Yun jumped up, swinging her fiery sword, you beasts, die. The sharp claw of the spider flashed and stabbed into one side of Yi Yun's arm. Huang Tang saw this and shouted, senior sister. He anxiously asked, are you okay? The monk laughed gleefully, confident that their side would lose, you're definitely dead. Bai Wu did not stay any longer and left, let's go, it's time to get out of here. The monk asked, by senior brother, don't you want to see how tragically they die? Bai Wu walked away confidently, the trial is about to end, and we currently have 3 fewer points than them. We should hunt a few demon beasts to gain points and surpass them. After saying this, the monk followed Bai Wu. Bai Wu looked down upon them and said, they will definitely die, watching or not makes no difference. The monk agreed, that's true, if they die, we can relax. At the same time, Chen Yuan was still struggling to fend off the attacks from the demon spider. He stepped back, frustrated, cursing, these shameless bastards. Then he turned to check on Yi Yun, who was cradling her injured arm, Yi senior sister, how are you? Yi Yun now looked quite disheveled. The person was covered in wounds. Not so good, the healing potions are all used up, our fighting power has diminished by more than half. Huang Tang held his forehead, blaming himself. It's all my fault. If it weren't for my desire to kill the forest king, it wouldn't have come to this. Chen Yuan comforted Huang Tang. It's not your fault, those beasts led the forest king here. He continued swinging his sword once more. Besides, we might not die after all. Huang Tang was startled by this. Chen Yuan, do you have a plan? Chen Yuan looked at the demon spider, hesitated, and said to Huang Tang. I don't know if it will work, but I need your cooperation. Huang Tang immediately asked. What do you want me to do? I will cooperate to the fullest. Suddenly, the leg of the demon spider rushed straight towards Qin Yuan and Huang Tang. Qin Yuan used the technique Liang Yang Palm to block its leg. After his strike, a large burst of light emanated. Qin Yuan retracted his hand, leaned backward, and the leg of the demon spider pulled back as well. He looked at it with delight. It worked. Yi's senior sister sat outside, watching the battle and pondering the technique Qin Yuan had just used. Liang Yang Palm, this is a secret skill of the Lai Yang sect. How does Qin Yuan know this? Qin Yuan suddenly pulled out a vial and threw it towards Huang Tang, saying, "Catch it." Huang Tang caught it and asked, "What is this?" Without answering Huang Tang's question, Qin Yuan looked at the demon spider and began to command, "I will block the forest king." Carefully assessing the situation, Qin Yuan instructed Huang Tang on what needed to be done. "You take this opportunity to throw it into its mouth." Huang Tang replied firmly, "All right." The demon spider began charging forward, using its long, sharp leg to strike directly at him. Qin Yuan prepared to unleash his skill, Flaming Palm, Reverse Blood Frenzy Strike. A blazing red fire radiated around him. The demon spider lifted one leg high and slammed it down where Qin Yuan had just stood, the impact so strong that the earth caved in and dirt flew everywhere. Qin Yuan dodged the attack just in time. Unable to wait any longer, he shouted, "Hurry!" Huang Tang burrowed into the ground, saying, "Got it." He stealthily crawled toward the demon spider. On the ground, Qin Yuan was doing his best to hold up its colossal leg. Qin Yuan yelled loudly, "I can't hold on any longer." Hearing this, Huang Tang emerged, saying, "I'm coming." The demon spider was opening its mouth, howling. Huang Tang sprang up from the ground and threw the vial into its throat. Qin Yuan jumped out. Huang Tang shouted loudly at the jar he had thrown, "Go!" The demon spider didn't have time to react, and the jar entered its mouth. After feeding it, Huang Tang ran back to Qin Yuan and asked, "Qin Yuan, did you give it something to eat? Did it work?" Qin Yuan squatted down with his hands on the ground, looking at the demon spider, and replied, "I'm not sure." The demon spider showed no reaction and let out a long hiss. Qin Yuan stared at it in confusion, while Huang Tang panicked, "Oh no, it seems to have no effect." Suddenly, the demon spider lost its balance and fell over. Qin Yuan and Huang Tang looked at it in shock. "Huh? It fell." Huang Tang, staring blankly, wondered, "Is it dead?" Qin Yuan swung his sword and said, "Let me check." He crouched down, preparing to jump. Qin Yuan swung his sword multiple times, creating many streaks of light that overlapped each other. The demon spider lay there without moving at all. It might really be dead. He landed in a very cool manner. Huang Tang ran over to take a look. Huang Tang, both scared and happy, shouted, "It's dead, great, we are saved." Qin Yuan smirked and thought to himself, "The thing I just fed to the forest king. It was the toxin from the pill given to us by Elder before, and unexpectedly, it now saves us." The system emitted around the body of the demon spider. Is there a corpse extraction from demon beasts? He chose the extraction. The system displayed options. Please choose the extraction method. 1. Veins of demon beasts. 2. Innate ability of demon beasts, eyes at the back. Qin Yuan was delighted. Choose 2, extract innate ability. That powerful energy was infused into his body. Qin Yuan felt pleased. This innate ability is not bad. The eyes at the back can detect any attacks from behind by enemies. The system displayed the reward points. Qin Yuan, Yi Yun, Huang Tang defeated the king of the deep forest, receiving 1,000 contribution points. Huang Tang looked up in joy. "We struck it rich this time, 1,000 contribution points, even more than the previous totals combined." Yi's senior sister turned back to Qin Yuan and Huang Tang, "It's time, we should go out now." Yi's senior sister and Huang Tang began to leave, while Qin Yuan remained standing there. Behind Qin Yuan, a sinister spirit said, "Indeed, we should go out and settle accounts with those guys." At this moment, outside, there were many cultivators standing below looking up at 17th Elder waiting above. 17th Elder glanced around and asked, "Why don't I see Yi Yun?" The two monks stood below and looked around after hearing 17th elder say, "Where is senior sister Yi Yun?" The others were also chattering, "Did you see her?" At this moment, Bai Wu raised his hand to speak, 17th elder, "When I went out, I saw senior sister Yi heading towards the deep forest king." The others were alarmed upon hearing this. What? Senior sister Yi Yun actually went to challenge the deep forest king? That could spell trouble. 17th elder sighed lightly, "What a reckless act. Even though Yi Yun has decent talent, she is still not qualified to challenge the deep forest king." Bai Wu ominously said, 17th elder, "It is highly likely that senior sister Yi Yun's group won't survive. We should still announce the points." 17th elder sighed in disappointment, "Such a pity for a genius seed." Not discussing that any further, 17th elder announced, "Now I will announce the points ranking." The system displayed, first place Qin Yuan with 1890 points, second place Yi Yun with 1790 points, third place Huang Tang with 1630 points, fourth place Bai Wu with 430 points, fifth place Zhang Yuan with 390 points. Bai Wu was outraged when he saw the scoreboard yelling, "What? How can their points be so high?" 17th elder modestly replied, "It's not just high, the top three have broken the Academy's points record." Bai Wu waved his hand in disbelief, "Impossible, they are dead, how could they have such high points?" 17th elder humbly said, "The only possibility for such high points is that they successfully challenged the forest king and defeated it." Bai Wu still would not accept it, "No way." From the direction of the door, a voice called out, "Where can it be?" Everyone looked in awe towards the door. "They are still alive." Yi senior sister, Qin Yuan, and Huang Tang stepped out confidently. Bai Wu furiously and panic-stricken asked, "You guys, how did you get out?" Huang Tang, both angry and cunning, said, "Surprised." Astonished, Huang Tang ran up and grabbed Bai Wu by the collar, shouting, "I almost got killed by you all." Bai Wu tried to deny it, "I don't understand what you are saying." Without any unnecessary movement, Qin Yuan struck Bai Wu in the face with a sharp blow. Huang Tang was taken aback. Qin Yuan whispered, "Do you understand now?" Bai Wu, infuriated, held his face. "You dare." Before Bai Wu could finish his sentence, Qin Yuan slapped him again. The 17th elder, not understanding what was happening, walked over and asked, "What's going on?" Yi senior sister stepped forward to explain, "Let me tell you." Yi senior sister recounted the entire story. When she finished, she concluded, 17th elder, that's basically it. After hearing the story, the 17th elder could not hide his rage. He pointed directly at Bai Wu and his accomplice, yelling, "You two beasts, how dare you!" Bai Wu and his accomplice stammered in fear, "We are wronged." The 17th elder's face darkened as he spoke sternly, "Wronged? Then do you two dare to come with me to watch the recordings in the secret realm of the trial? The master of the sect has the ability to review past recordings." Hearing this, Bai Wu also became frightened and said, "This." Zhang Yuan was also panic-stricken. Zhang Yuan dropped to his knees on the ground, both he and Bai Wu were prostrated on the floor. He bowed and pleaded, 17th elder, spare us. I was momentarily foolish, I admit my guilt. Upon hearing this, the 17th elder took something out and said to it, "Go." Bai Wu and Zhang Yuan were tightly bound, their unwilling expressions clear. The tight ropes made them cry out. Once finished, 17th elder called for someone, continuing to say, "Bring these two to the law enforcement hall for processing." He then turned and left. At this point, Bai Wu was prepared to be taken away. He looked at Qin Yuan with resentment and gritted his teeth, saying, "Little guy, just wait for me." Then he arrogantly shouted, "The hall master of the law enforcement hall is my second uncle, you are definitely dead." As soon as he finished speaking, he got slapped by Qin Yuan. Bai Wu's face swelled from the hit, and he looked at him in confusion and said, "You." Just as he finished speaking, he was slapped again. The powerful blow knocked him to the ground, causing him to groan in pain. "Ugh." Qin Yuan looked at him, his face brightened with a smile, looking like a villain. Then he continued, "Not going, huh? I'll beat you to death." Hearing this, Bai Wu felt scared and hurriedly said to the two guards, "Hurry, take me away." 17th elder appeared again, walking over to ask Qin Yuan, "Are you named Qin Yuan?" Seeing him, Qin Yuan immediately clasped his hands and said, "Greetings, 17th elder." 17th elder looked at him, stroked his beard, and happily praised him. As a servant disciple, not only did you win first place in the outside sect trial, but you also broke the record. Very good. Hearing that, he raised his hand to scratch his head, his face cheerful as he replied, 17th elder, you flatter me, it's just that I found a good team, joining ye senior sister's team. Then he looked at the elder and continued, being humble is the right path. Yi Yun was standing nearby, observing, and upon hearing him say that to the 17th elder, she smiled and said, this guy is quite humble. The 17th elder joyfully patted him on the shoulder and then praised, not arrogant or boastful, very good. Seeing that, he cheerfully replied, yes. Then the 17th elder looked over at the crowd gathering and announced, disciples entering the inside sect, after 3 days of assessment, report to the inside sect. After saying that, the 17th elder immediately left. The blue energy gradually faded. After the 17th elder left, he walked over to Yi Yun. He looked at her and said, Yi senior sister, I'm going back first. Just a few steps later, Yi Yun called him back, Chen Yuan. Hearing her call, he stopped. Seeing that, she walked over with a cheerful expression and said to him, today's event turned around thanks to you, I owe you a favor. Hearing her say that, he quickly replied, Yi senior sister is being too kind, we are a team. Yi Yun had a cheerful expression, she pointed at herself and said, no matter what, if you ever need help in the future, just find me. Chen Yuan responded cheerfully, understood. A moment later, in the house where he was living, he looked at Chen Yao who was sitting motionless in a wheelchair, and in a cheerful tone said, Yao Yao, I have now entered the inside sect. He held Chen Yao's shoulders, his face full of anticipation and said, the inside sect is really the starting point of true cultivation, and by then, I will find a way to heal you. Suddenly, a sound echoed that startled him. He quickly jumped onto the roof, puzzled, wondering, what was that sound? Suddenly, his eyes widened as he looked towards the majestic mountains, lush with greenery, and thought further, it's towards the Lai Yang sect, what has happened there? 3 days later, he was still sitting in the yard practicing. Suddenly, the gate of the house opened, and Huang Tang walked in, looking at him as he began to speak, let's go, today is the registration day for the inside sect, don't miss the time. Seeing this, he looked up and replied, let's go. Inside was the simple thatched house where he and Chen Yao lived. At this moment, Huang Tang looked at him and asked, by the way, have you heard about the incident from a few days ago? Hearing his question, the boy replied, confused, what incident? Seeing this, Huang Tang remembered the Lai Yang sect and began to recount what he had learned. The incident at the Lai Yang sect a few days ago started with a loud explosion. Later, the sect investigated and discovered that the corpse cultivators of the Lai Yang sect had gone berserk collectively. Huang Tang continued, recalling the sight of several bald zombies with fierce expressions. The boy, astonished by Huang Tang's words, asked back, the corpse cultivators went berserk. Then he remembered a female corpse cultivator whose skin had turned green but still wore bright red clothing. He pondered, could it be related to the corpse cultivator who still retains their sanity? Master of the Lai Yang sect. Seeing this, Huang Tang continued, remembering the distance between the two sects as he spoke, our Chao Xian sect is very close to the Lai Yang sect, if the corpse cultivators are going wild, we are in the most danger. The two of them continued walking and talking. Huang Tang then added, so the sect has been thinking of ways to address this issue lately. After a while, inside a room, a group of people was waiting in line for their turn. At that moment, it was his turn. The person in front handed him a token and said, Chen Yuan, this is the disciple token inside sect. Then, he began to explain to you, for inside sect disciples, accumulating points is paramount. Points can be exchanged for various cultivation resources. Remember to accumulate a lot of points in the future. After he finished speaking, you also clasped your hands together and bowed, saying, thank you, senior brother. At that moment, Huang Tang came over, tiredly saying to you, big trouble, big trouble. Seeing him like that, you asked in confusion, what's wrong? Huang Tang looked at Chen Yuan, his expression regretful as he said, I only just realized that killing corpse cultivators can accumulate points. Then Huang Tang clasped his chest, heartbroken to the point of tears, saying, "Even the most ordinary corpse cultivator gives 1 point. Unfortunately, we didn't have the inside sect disciple token at that time, killing so many corpse cultivators, we wasted all those points." Suddenly someone approached, angrily asking, "Who is Qin Yuan?" A white-haired person shouted angrily, "Qin Yuan, come out here." Seeing him, the people around gathered and whispered, "It's senior brother inside sect Bai Lei." Another person said, "Bai Lei's senior brother is considered a big figure in the inside sect." Bai Lei's expression was proud, happily shouting, "Qin Yuan, the useless person. Aren't you going to talk?" Seeing him like this, the boy stepped out and asked, "What do you want to see me about?" Bai Lei saw him, and with a disdainful expression, asked, "Are you Qin Yuan?" Hearing him ramble on, the boy replied, "Just speak if you have something to say." Bai Lei stepped closer to him, sneering as he asked, "Do you know why I came to find you?" Seeing him like that, the boy replied playfully, "I guess you must be bored and have nothing to do." Hearing the boy's words, he gritted his teeth in anger. Bai Lei looked at him and shouted furiously, "Impudent! Do you dare to mock me?" Seeing him like this, the boy continued to tease, "Taking your sweet time, if you don't speak up, my father wouldn't even pay attention to you." Hearing the boy's words, he got even angrier, pointed to himself, and said, "Little guy, listen carefully. Bai Yu is my junior brother." Hearing him say this, the boy didn't care and replied, "So what?" His question made him even angrier. He pointed at the boy and shouted again, "So what? You brought my junior brother into the law enforcement hall. How do you plan to handle this?" Seeing him this angry, the boy remained calm and replied, "That's Bai Yu's own doing, he deserves it." At this moment, Bai Lei exploded. He angrily pointed at the boy and shouted, "I give you a chance, go to the law enforcement hall to explain this, release my junior brother, or else." Before he could finish, the boy interrupted, "In your dreams." Seeing this, Bai Lei raised his fist, gritting his teeth and asking, "Do you dare to refuse me? A newly accepted inside sect disciple like you dares to refuse me?" In response, the boy cheerfully raised his index finger and told him, "Here's a finger for you." At this point, Bai Lei was infuriated. He charged at the boy, swinging his fist, and shouted, "I'll kill you." The boy panicked, his fake expression contorting as he yelled, "Is anyone there? Someone's trying to kill me." As Bai Lei swung his punch, the boy shouted loudly, in broad daylight. Suddenly, something flew towards Bai Lei, startling him. The 17th elder appeared, swinging his hand and striking Bai Lei, sending him flying. Bai Lei tumbled to the ground after being hit by the 17th elder. The 17th elder then looked at the crowd and declared the sect's rules: fighting is forbidden within the sect. Bai Lei, his face full of anger, yelled, "You despicable coward." Qin Yuan heard this and immediately informed the 17th elder, "That guy, 17th elder, he called you despicable." Upon hearing this, the 17th elder shouted, "You have a lot of nerve." Hearing this, Bai Lei quickly said, "No, I am." Before he could finish, he was slapped in the mouth. The 17th elder stood still, raised his hand, and said, "Slap him." Bai Lei, after being hit, covered his face and angrily exclaimed, "Little guy, you are wicked." Hearing him, Qin Yuan reported again, 17th elder, he does not respect you, he called you little guy. Upon hearing this, Bai Lei was astonished and said, "I didn't finish speaking." He was met with another slap from the 17th elder. The elder angrily said, "Slap him." He was hit away far. Bai Lei was thrown to the ground, rolling over, covering his face, with an aggrieved expression he said, I am so wronged." After striking, the 17th elder turned and left, calmly saying to them, "Rules are greater than all, this elder will take my leave now." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished. At this moment, Bai Lei also staggered to his feet, complaining, "Qin Yuan, I will remember these slaps from today." Seeing this, Qin Yuan smiled cunningly, his expression turning serious as he replied, "Bai Lei, you are good at this. 17th elder hit you, and you still dare to hold a grudge." Upon hearing this, Bai Lei was also frightened and hurriedly explained, "I didn't." At that moment, Bai Lei's face was extremely angry. Seeing this, the group below stepped up, and one of them intervened, "By senior brother, hurry and leave, this little guy has a sharp tongue, you can't reason with him, if you keep talking, you'll get beaten up. Bai Lei turned to leave, angrily shouting, "Humph, you wait for me." A while later, in another place, he was pushing Chen Yao's wheelchair around and sighed, "Indeed, the residence of the inner sect disciples is not something the servant disciples can compare with." He looked around, joyfully continuing, "The concentration of spiritual energy here must be more than 10 times that of the outside. Yao Yao, this is our new home, we will live here from now on." Suddenly, Huang Tang rushed over in a panic, shouting, "Chen Yuan." Seeing Huang Tang, he asked him in confusion, "What's wrong? Did you miss your dad right after we parted?" Huang Tang looked extremely flustered and said to him, "I've discovered an issue." Hearing this, he also asked, "What issue?" Huang Tang took out 2 tokens and held them up, looking somewhat aggrieved and said, "We just entered the inside sect with no points at all. I just went to the cafeteria, and I couldn't even get a bowl of rice." You heard this and were suspicious, moving closer to look at him and asking, "Is this little thing worth mentioning to me?" Hearing this, Huang Tang hurriedly replied, "How can this be considered a small matter, Chen Yuan? We need to find a way to earn points." You then asked, "Do you have a way?" Huang Tang became cheerful again, looked at you, and proudly said, "You understand me well, I came to find you because I have a way." Seeing him ramble like that, you urged, "Hurry up and say it." At this point, Huang Tang shared what he knew. A few days ago, wasn't there a riot at the corpse cultivator Lai Yang sect? This incident has alarmed the nearby sects, not only our Chao Xian sect, but other sects have also sent people to investigate. Hearing him, you were also astonished and asked, "Other sects came too? What is their purpose?" Huang Tang continued, "Yes, they do have a purpose. It is said that on the surface it is for investigation, but in reality, it is to vie for a supreme treasure of the Lai Yang sect." Then Huang Tang smiled smugly, looked at you, and hinted, "Now that the Lai Yang sect has perished, the supreme treasure is an ownerless item." Huang Tang was bewildered. He asked Chen Yuan in surprise, "Why is that?" Seeing this, Chen Yuan turned away, looked at him, and said, "It's too dangerous." Then his expression became serious as he hesitated and continued, "Have we never gone anywhere? Are you afraid we'll die slowly?" In response, Huang Tang approached him, threw an arm over his shoulder with a sly expression, and said, "Don't worry, I have a way." Huang Tang leaned close to his ear, smiled, and continued, "I guarantee that this time we will act lightly, securely, and with high efficiency." Hearing this, Chen Yuan felt dubious and said to him, "I just have a feeling that your words are not trustworthy." Noticing Chen Yuan's expression, Huang Tang continued, "Haven't I been looking for ancient tombs to explore recently? I really found a place." He recalled the tomb he had discovered and said, "That ancient tomb is not far from the Lai Yang sect. The most important thing is that I used the technique of Tianlong Dianxue to deduce that this ancient tomb will eventually connect to the central hall of the Lai Yang sect." He went on, remembering the sect that sounded like it was for impotence. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan looked bewildered but still asked doubtfully, "Really?" Seeing that Chen Yuan was wavering, Huang Tang seized the opportunity to speak. Huang Tang had a cunning expression on his face as he shared his plan with you. "At that time, those people will directly attract the corpse cultivators, and we will sneak into the ancient tomb to obtain the treasure, without anyone knowing." After hearing Huang Tang's plan, you happily agreed. You responded, "At the moment, we really need to accumulate a large amount of points. What you suggested could be worth a try." Time passed, and 3 days later, at the meeting place where everyone gathered, 17th Elder stood before the crowd with a serious expression and said, "Investigating the Lai Yang sect is extremely dangerous. If you want to withdraw now, it's still not too late." He continued speaking. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions turned panicked. Some clearly showed their determination. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, "Forget it, I'm not going anymore, I'm going to withdraw. There's no need to gamble with my life for points." 17th Elder then looked at you and asked seriously, "Chen Yuan, you are a new disciple of the inner sect, do you really want to participate?" Seeing this, you happily replied, "Elder, I am definitely participating." Bai Lei then laughed out loud, contemptuously saying, "Haha, you underestimate your own strength. When the time comes, you won't even know how you died." Seeing him like that, Yu happily responded. You idiot, take care of yourself, relying on your cat scratch skills, don't let yourself die in there. He got angry hearing Yu and said, little guy, you. An empty drum makes a lot of noise. Then Bai Lei shouted loudly, do you dare insult me? Seeing this, Yu calmly replied, so what if I insult you? Idiot. Bai Lei exploded with rage, he rushed at Yu, swinging his fist and shouted, looking for death. Seeing this, Yu pretended to be terrified, screaming, Elder. He's attacking. Help. 17th Elder saw them like this and got angry, he raised his hand and said, stop the fighting. Bai Lei was struck by 17th Elder and flew away. Seeing this, Yu looked at him disdainfully and said, humph, idiot. Chen Yuan looked at Huang Tang, his face serious as he asked, what kind of treasure is that? Hearing your question, Huang Tang replied, I don't know. Then he added, but the sects reached an agreement, only disciples from the inside sect can participate. Hearing this, Yu pondered and continued, with so many sects participating, it must be something extraordinary like a genius or a treasure. Hearing this, Huang Tang excitedly said, hello Xian sect, we have spent quite a bit of points to get news about that treasure this time. Then he asked him, so, are you going? After a moment of thought, the boy raised his hand and responded with a naive expression, I'm not going. Upon hearing this, Huang Tang was also taken aback, he was puzzled, he couldn't believe it and exclaimed, huh. Bai Lei was sent flying far away, he cried out in pain, ah, it hurts, you. Seeing that he intended to say more, the people around quickly ran over and said, Bai Lei senior brother, don't say any more. Another person said, don't you realize that just talking to him leads to being hit? Hearing this, he could only respond angrily, humph, just wait for me. Huang Tang stood next to Chen Yuan, he slung an arm around the boy and teased Bai Lei, nah. Then, Chen Yuan also spoke up, alright, we are also ready to go in here. 17th Elder saw this and said, alright, let's set off, I hope you all achieve good results and return victoriously. The group left happily, talking among themselves, finally we can unleash all our moves now. Another person said, this time I must earn a lot of points. 17th Elder watched their departing figures. Then he let out a long sigh, his tone full of exhaustion as he said, the world is difficult, and there are many troubles in life. At this moment, everyone had entered inside. Huang Tang looked back at the crowd behind with a disgusted gaze and whispered to him, Chen Yuan, that Bai Lei guy is always following us. Hearing this, he also glanced back and said, shake him off. Upon hearing this, Huang Tang, looking confused, asked him, how to shake him off. He then said, do you remember the last time we entered the medicinal field through the teleportation array? Then he glanced over at Bai Lei's group, smiled, and continued, let's go in and shake him off. Hearing this, Huang Tang also happily replied, good idea, the corpse cultivators there have all been exterminated, there's no danger. After saying that, both of them quickly rushed forward. He shouted, go. Seeing this, one of Bai Lei's companions said, Bai senior brother, they're running away. Hearing this, Bai Lei also broke into a sinister smile, looking at him and saying, running away. Then he crouched down in a ready stance to charge, and continued with contempt, can they run fast enough? Then Bai Lei's group also dashed forward, shouting, chase them. Meanwhile, he felt confused and asked Huang Tang, right. Why can't I see any other sect members? Huang Tang quickly replied to his question, the entrances to different sects are different, we will meet inside. The two of them ran towards a palace of the Lai Yang sect, and upon seeing it, he shouted, we have arrived. After that, both of them accelerated and ran inside. One of the followers of Bai Lei saw this and said, Bai senior brother, those two little guys have entered the main hall. Seeing this, he became even happier. He smiled maliciously and said, naive, go in and catch them here. At that moment, he and Huang Tang had already run inside and shouted, come in. A teleportation array appeared at their feet. After both of them were teleported, Bai Lei's group also entered. Bai Lei looked around in confusion, unable to see anything, and asked in bewilderment, huh? Where is everyone? His expression turned angry, he gritted his teeth and ordered his companions, find them for me. Suddenly, outside, there were clattering sounds. A hurried cultivator ran in and said, "By senior brother, we couldn't find anyone." On the other side, another person also said, "I didn't find anyone here either." Hearing this, he gritted his teeth and responded, "How can this be?" Then, he waved his hand and said, "Could they really just disappear suddenly? Keep searching." A moment later, he approached someone sitting there to report, "Bai Yu, still unable to find them." Hearing this, Bai Yu was angry and said sharply, "I don't care how you escaped, just don't let me see you next time." Following the order, he led his men to continue the search. "Let's go." On the other side, Chen Yuan and Huang Tang had arrived at their task location. He said, "Let's go, it's time to get down to business." Hearing him, the other pointed ahead and replied, "Let's go, the ancient tomb is over there." After walking for a while, they reached a large waterfall. Seeing this, he curiously asked, "Where is the ancient tomb?" "Where?" In response, the other, looking unfazed, pointed ahead and said, "Behind the waterfall." At this moment, many questions began to arise in his mind. With a puzzled expression, he pointed forward and stammered, "The ancient tomb is built behind the waterfall? What kind of feng shui layout is this?" While he was still in confusion, Huang Tang had approached the waterfall, waving his hand and saying, "The layout is very strange, never mind, let's go in first and discuss." Saying this, they all went through the waterfall together. When they stood before a somewhat mysterious cave, Chen Yuan asked again, "Do you consider this place to be an ancient tomb?" Hearing that, he confidently began to speak. "Since the death of my master, that old demon, there has been no one in this world with greater tomb raiding skills than me." Then, he continued walking and said, "It won't be wrong." As the two walked, he suddenly stopped and warned, "Be careful." Next, Huang Tang sat down to observe the situation. "This place has a mechanism formation." After that, he picked up a stone and threw it forward. Quickly, the stone melted. Seeing this, he exclaimed, "What kind of fire is this that it can be so hot?" At this moment, he looked at the flames before him. "It seems that we are about to catch up with the legendary true fire of Samadhi." Hearing this, he turned to ask, "So how do we get through?" Suddenly, he took out some mysterious object and said, "I have a way." Then he began to deploy that mysterious object. "Immortal Master, set the formation, open." At this point, a beam of light appeared in the center of it. Unexpectedly, the flames gradually began to shrink. He remained calm, hands on his hips, and said, "It's done, let's go." Looking at the small flames burning before him, he said, "Such formidable fire. Let it slip away like this, isn't it a pity? The system refines the fire of this place." Hearing that, the system displayed Chen Yuan's request, "The first level true fire has been successfully refined." Seeing this, Chen Yuan clenched his fist and said, "Is it really possible?" Suddenly, Huang Tang called from behind, "Chen Yuan, what are you standing there for? Let's go." Hearing this, he quickly followed, "Come here." A moment later, they were still diligently moving deeper inside. After a while, they reached a dead end. Seeing this, he spoke, "There's no way forward." Then, he looked at the ancient compass in his hand and said, "There is a way." Hearing this, he turned to ask, "Which direction?" In response, he pointed forward and said, "It's among those stone coffins." Huang Tang, with a confident expression, stated emphatically, "One of them leads the way forward." At this moment, he questioned with curiosity, "What if we choose wrong?" Hearing this, he smiled and replied, "Awakening the ancient spirits inside leads to a great battle." Seeing this, he became excited, rubbing his chin, and asked him back, "A great battle? You seem a bit off." Suddenly, he looked at him and said, "You go choose." Upon hearing this, you were a bit surprised and replied, "I don't understand feng shui." Hearing this, Huang Tang laughed and said, "Here it simply depends on luck, it has nothing to do with feng shui." Seeing this, Chen Yuan felt no further concern and walked straight ahead. "All right then, let me do it." He reminded from behind, "Be careful, there's no telling what's inside." At this moment, as he stepped forward and pulled the door open, he said, "Who cares what's inside? When the troops come, the generals block, and when the water comes, the earth will stop it, open it." As soon as the door was opened, he was a bit surprised and hesitated to say, "This is, come over and see." Hearing this, he followed and approached, "Let's see." Upon seeing what was inside, Huang Tang turned pale and could not utter a word. Inside the stone coffin was an ancient corpse. Seeing this, he said, I never expected it. Inside there's actually a female corpse, and quite beautiful too. At this moment, he was still astonished. Then he turned and smiled teasingly at Huang Tang. No wonder you said it would be a big battle. Suddenly, he turned around, ran, and yelled loudly to warn him, run. Seeing this, he stood there in a daze, unable to understand what was happening. What? Little guy, what are you running for? At that moment, he turned with a frightened face and said, run. That thing is very dangerous. If we don't run, it will be too late. Suddenly, the eyes of the corpse lit up. Then, something exploded, causing him to be thrown back in surprise. Seeing this, Huang Tang quickly ran over to drag him away. As he was pulled along, he still didn't understand what was happening, mumbling, what the hell is going on? At that moment, a demoness rushed in and said, you can't escape. Saying that, she laughed menacingly. Seeing this, he shouted, be careful. Meanwhile, he still didn't understand what was happening, panting and saying, damn it, what kind of toy is this? The demoness kept launching attacks at the two of them. Kill. While dodging, he said, it's a demoness, but much stronger than a corpse cultivator. Then he took out the sealing plate and said, let me seal her, you quickly find the correct stone coffin. Hearing this, he quickly agreed, replying, okay. As she was preparing to charge at Huang Tang, suddenly, the plate spouted out some ropes. Those ropes bound the demoness tightly. Next, he sealed the demoness while telling him, hurry, find a way. Quickly, he reached the second stone coffin. As he opened it, he said, ancestors, bless me, please don't let a giant sticky rice cake jump out again. As soon as he opened it, a skeleton appeared inside. Seeing this, he lamented his fortune, oh my God, how lucky can I be? The odds are 1 in 2 for a prize. At that moment, the skeleton lunged at him. Realizing this, he quickly dodged and said, this is too dangerous. What is that? How can a dry skeleton still move? He then turned and ran at full speed, shouting, Huang Tang. Is there a way to deal with this toy? Hearing this, the guy on the other side helplessly replied, right now, I can't deal with this either, you just take care of yourself. Realizing that running endlessly wasn't a solution, he suddenly stopped and said, there's no other way, I can only take the risk. Immediately after, Chen Yuan said, take this. Saying that, he cupped his hands over his mouth and shouted, creating sound waves. Seeing that this method was indeed effective, the dry skeleton was quickly blocked. He smiled and said, it works. Initially refining this skill was indeed the right choice. After that, he turned to head to the last stone coffin. Hurry up and open the last stone coffin. This last stone coffin shouldn't cause any trouble, right? Quickly, his hand reached out. As soon as the door opened, there were stairs leading downward. Seeing this, he shouted loudly, Huang Tang. Hurry up. I found the way out. Hearing this, he quickly broke the seal to run in that direction. While running, he looked back at the demoness and said, I won't disturb you anymore. I'm leaving first, clear the way. At this moment, the two jumped down together. Seeing that they were still being chased, he urged, get in quickly. They are about to catch up, run fast. The two of them urged each other as they ran. He said, run a little faster. And he said, hurry. Hurry. They are about to catch up. The two behind were still diligently chasing after them. At this moment, Huang Tang turned and asked, why are you so tense? Hearing this, he replied, it's fine, we're almost there. Then he looked ahead and said, the way out is right in front. Seeing the exit, the two of them increased their speed. As they rushed out of the tunnel, suddenly both of them started to fall freely. Seeing this, he panicked and said, this is bad. He was terrified and exclaimed, damn it. As he fell freely, he complained, damn it. This time you've really tricked me into death. It's so high and steep, did you really jump? Hearing this, he simply replied, I truly didn't see it this time. After floating for a while, the two finally landed. At this moment, he cried out in pain, "My butt." At that time, Chen Yuan looked around and started wondering, where is this? Meanwhile, he was still thanking heaven and earth, thank goodness for the tree canopy, otherwise I would have been turned into a pancake. Chen Yuan walked up to the palace, surprised, how could there still be a palace here? Didn't we fall off a cliff? This place must be underground. Huang Tang struggled to get up and asked Chen Yuan, "Chen Yuan, are you alright?" Chen Yuan replied, "I'm fine, just look ahead." Huang Tang saw Chen Yuan's indifferent expression and couldn't stand it anymore, shouted, "You're fine, but can't you come over and help me? My waist feels like it's about to fall apart." Suddenly, many streams of black air flew out, making Huang Tang feel a chill. He said, "Why do I feel like this place is so strange?" There were footsteps coming from behind, and the two turned around. Huang Tang exclaimed, "They followed us down here." Huang Tang was scared, feeling as if his heart was about to jump out, shouting, "Damn it. These two are still not dead, they're so tall, they shouldn't have survived the fall." Chen Yuan, on the other hand, showed no hesitation as he grabbed his sword and charged straight at the skeleton, shouting loudly, "Slash." Watching the skull drop to the ground, Chen Yuan said, "System, refine the skull in front of me, there should be something useful." Chen Yuan frowned as he looked at the system displaying several refinement direction options. "One for bones," he asked, "for bones. Are you serious?" "Forget it, not counting eldest niece." Turning to the female demon behind, Chen Yuan raised his sword and slashed. He loudly declared, "It's your turn now." Yet in an instant, Chen Yuan was punched into the air. He couldn't believe this was happening, cursing, "Damn it. This female corpse still hasn't weakened." Huang Tang said from behind, "Hurry, let's hide inside." Then both ran into the palace across from them. Huang Tang stood frozen, saying, "This is..." Huang Tang shouted, "This is the female corpse cultivator who can talk." Chen Yuan, not to be outdone, said, "This damn woman is the female master of the Lai Yang sect." Chen Yuan looked pale and thought, "It's over this time. How could she be here?" Suddenly, Chen Yuan remembered how he had dealt with the woman's son before. He touched his face and said, "Moreover, I even killed her son." The woman began to caress the wooden box in front of her. She suddenly turned around, looking terrifying. Huang Tang and Chen Yuan quickly waved their hands and stepped back, saying, "Big, elder sister, we must have come to the wrong place." Chen Yuan forced a smile and said, "You don't need to see us off, we'll be leaving now." He turned around to look at the approaching demoness and said, "The reinforcements are here." The woman also saw the demoness rushing in and made a move, shouting, "Get lost." The demoness was struck by a fatal blow and was obliterated. Huang Tang looked over and exclaimed, "Cruel, too cruel, just one strike." Chen Yuan told Huang Tang, "Huang Tang, aren't you being a bit unreliable? This is the ancient tomb you mentioned. A shortcut? It's even more dangerous here than outside." Huang Tang replied, "I didn't know this old lady was here." The woman, whom Huang Tang called the old lady, angrily said, "You people." Huang Tang's heart skipped a beat as he turned to her and said tearfully, "She is talking to us." She began to step forward, her face filled with evil energy as she shouted, "You people shall die." Huang Tang trembled and said, "Chen Yuan, think of a way. We are about to be smashed by her." Chen Yuan anxiously looked around and replied, "What can I possibly do?" She moved closer, raising her hand filled with demon energy and shouted, "Die." In just one move, both of them were knocked away without having a chance to evade. Chen Yuan managed to hold on, while Huang Tang fell hard, pain coursing through his body. Huang Tang said, trembling, "So powerful, we have no way to resist at all." Suddenly, she clutched her head and screamed loudly, "My child." Then she looked up to the sky, bursting out in rage. Huang Tang quickly covered his face and asked, "What is she doing?" Chen Yuan said with difficulty, "I have a way now." Huang Tang forced himself to stand and said, "Quickly tell me." Chen Yuan, gripping his injured hand, said, "Call her mother." Huang Tang stood up in shock and said, "Mother? What do you mean?" Chen Yuan replied, "Just call her mother." Huang Tang felt something was off and asked back, "Call mother? Are you joking with me?" Chen Yuan exclaimed upon seeing her filled with evil energy, I'm not joking. Hurry up. She moved closer and shouted, destroy everything. Chen Yuan urged Huang Tang from the side, hurry and call her. If you don't, there won't be another chance. She dashed forward, raising her claw-filled arm and said, you must die. Huang Tang immediately knelt down after her words. As her claws approached his face, Huang Tang shouted, Mother. She suddenly froze. Both of them paused for about 2 seconds. Huang Tang hurried towards Chen Yuan and said, she has stopped. He replied, good, keep calling her mother, stabilize her first. Huang Tang put on a face of both fear and sadness, Mother. She said, my child. Huang Tang then completely changed, looking at her like she was his mother. It really works, mother, mother, mother. Chen Yuan found it terrifying and asked, have you become addicted to calling her? She moved to stroke her son Huang Tang's face and said, my child. He immediately replied with tears in his eyes, Mother. Chen Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and then anxiously said, the danger is temporarily unblocked, do we need to get that box over here? Yet Huang Tang was still deeply immersed in her role. She said, my child, I miss you so much, where have you been during this time? I've been looking for you. Huang Tang hugged her tightly, crying as she said, Mother, you don't need to worry, I'm here, haven't I come back? On another note, Huang Tang said, Chen Yuan, a thief shouldn't go home empty-handed. Quickly go get the treasure, don't just stand there. I, the young master, have made such a big sacrifice, move faster. Chen Yuan smiled, thinking, this Huang Tang really values money over life. He said, you stabilize her. At that moment, Chen Yuan tried to open the box but couldn't. Panicking, he said, I don't know what's inside. What's happening? I can't get it. What do we do? It won't budge at all, I can't take it with me. Chen Yuan gritted his teeth, strained to lift the wooden box and said, come on. Chen Yuan said in frustration, no way. This thing seems way too connected to an evil sect, clearly just a small box. We still can't get it, he said. It seems we can only open it. Open it. Chen Yuan thought for a moment and then said, what is this made of? In terms of structure, it is tightly sealed, it can't be opened at all. What should we do? Should we abandon the box and run away? Chen Yuan then suggested, system, refine the box in front of me. I don't even know if the system will work. The system began to display options, offering 2 paths for refinement, one for the energy of the wooden box and the other for the item inside. Chen Yuan replied, refine the item inside the box. And just like that, a surge of energy radiated from the box, flowing straight into Chen Yuan's body. He joyfully exclaimed, the system is amazing. It worked. Suddenly, everything around shook, and it felt like an earthquake was happening beneath his feet. Chen Yuan was confused and asked, what's going on? What happened? Did my refining of the item in the box cause the whole tomb to start collapsing? Huang Tang looked at Chen Yuan, panic-stricken, and said, Chen Yuan, you didn't activate the mechanism, did you? Behind him, the woman was awakened and became furious. Huang Tang quickly embraced her and shouted, Mother, don't panic, don't panic. She yelled loudly, what have you done? She turned around to speak to Huang Tang, my child, go ahead. Huang Tang replied, all right, mother. Lord, please don't get agitated first, don't get agitated. She dragged Huang Tang along and looked at the wooden box, saying, what's going on? The box, it's fine, screaming. Huang Tang looked at the falling rock in panic and said, this place is about to collapse, let's hurry, mother. It's going to fall apart, let's get outside first. She hurriedly ran and said, I'll take you outside. Huang Tang didn't forget his friend, shouted loudly, Mother, there's him too. Take him with us, he is my father. Chen Yuan was also at a loss when being dragged along, damn it. Suddenly, there was a lot of noise in front of the palace. Xie Guangkun said, everyone, please stop, don't fight among yourselves. Everyone, please listen to me for a moment. The girl with purple hair then asked, Xie Guangkun, what do you want to say? Hurry up. We've already been dealing with the corpse cultivator for 2 hours, it's not easy to get to this point. I will not give up this treasure in front of me. The white-haired man then said, the treasure is here, our Chao Xian sect will definitely acquire it. Xie Guangkun replied, calm down a bit first. Xie Guangkun seriously continued, we have only eliminated less than 1% of the corpse cultivators here. A large number of undead are still approaching. If the internal disputes continue like this, no one should expect to obtain the treasure. The short-haired fat man responded, so what do you suggest we should do? Right now, I definitely need to get the treasure inside. Xie Guangkun pointed towards the palace and said, if everyone knows that the treasure is in the tower ahead, it's better to set aside disputes and enter the tower first to bring the treasure out. The short-haired fat man frowned and replied, it's easy to say, but how can we put down the conflict? Xie Guangkun then raised his voice for everyone to hear. Fighting here serves no purpose. Our real opponents are those corpse cultivators. The white-haired man looked at Guangkun and said, how about our sect? Each sect sends one person to enter the tower first, with each relying on their own abilities. The purple-haired girl immediately expressed interest. Only send one person into the tower. The short-haired fat man eagerly responded, I agree. Alright, I am confident. The white-haired man smiled and said, if that's the case, let's set off. Xie Guangkun continued, this is the spot. Before the Liang sect was destroyed, this was the holy land of the Liang sect. It is said that the holy object of the Liang sect is hidden inside. The short-haired fat guy, annoyed, shouted, stop babbling, just go in already. Xie Guangkun, worried, reminded, be careful, it's dangerous inside. The short-haired fat guy confidently replied, the corpse cultivators are all attracted to the back of the mountain, what danger could there be here? Just 2 steps forward, the fat guy was shot straight into the air. He screamed, what? Chen Yuan said, Huang Tang, look in front of you. Huang Tang continued, we really got outside. Thank goodness, I thought I was going to die. What the hell is that? The smoke gradually dispersed. Xie Guangkun, Zhou Linghui, and Bai Lei were surprised, asking each other, what's going on? Guangkun pointed at Chen Yuan and Huang Tang, are those 2 little guys human? Ling Hui, standing nearby, was also surprised, they are still alive, but it seems they were captured by corpse cultivators. Bai Lei looked at someone who was struggling to stand up, thinking that Chen Yuan and Huang Tang were those damn little guys. That was the fat guy. He angrily yelled, little guys, what happened to you? Meanwhile, Huang Tang whispered to Chen Yuan, how should we answer? Chen Yuan covered his mouth with his hand and whispered, just pretend to be stupid, definitely don't let them know you call corpse cultivators mother. Guangkun observed them whispering and decisively said, as long as we can still talk, it proves we are truly alive and not infected. The female corpse cultivator turned to Huang Tang and asked, what is going on with you guys? Huang Tang gestured with his hand for her to stop talking. Ling Hui turned to Bai Lei and calmly inquired, Bai Lei, these 2 appear to be disciples of your Chao Xian sect, right? Bai Lei lowered his voice, they are disciples of my Chao Xian sect. Upon hearing this, Guangkun immediately turned to Bai Lei and asked, so what should we do? Save them? Bai Lei replied very calmly, no need. These 2 have likely been infected by corpse poison for a long time, it's just that the effects haven't manifested yet. Huang Tang didn't catch any of this and shouted, liar. We are not infected with corpse poison. Bai Lei looked at Huang Tang with malice and firmly stated, our Chao Xian sect prioritizes eliminating threats for the safety of the world, we should kill them both. Huang Tang yelled at Bai Lei, you, damn turtle. You're taking public matters and turning them into personal revenge. Your grandfather, the chubby man, upon hearing Bai Lei's words, was very pleased, cracking his knuckles as he moved towards Chen Yuan and Huang Tang, saying, if that's the case, let's get to it. The 4 shared a common intention and jumped forward, intending to charge straight at Chen Yuan and Huang Tang. The 4 of them shouted in unison, kill. Huang Tang turned pale, furious, a bunch of fools, you really came. At this point, Huang Tang still naively asked Chen Yuan, do we need to eliminate them all? Chen Yuan grimaced and said, not eliminate. Keep them for the new year. Without hesitating for a moment, Huang Tang pointed at the four of them and ordered, "Mother, kill." The female corpse cultivator received the order and flew quickly toward them, roaring, "Kill." The fat guy still arrogantly whispered, "Mere corpse cultivator, die." Before he could finish his sentence, a hand from the corpse cultivator had grabbed his head. With just a gentle squeeze, the fat guy's head exploded before he even had time to react. Guan Kuan, Ling Hui, and Bai Lei were left panicked and terrified. They shouted, "What?" Guan Kuan asked in confusion, "How is this possible? So powerful?" Suddenly, a thought flashed through Ling Hui's mind. Ling Hui calmly explained, "I remember now, she is the female master of the Lai Yang sect. I met her once at the grand ceremony of the Lai Yang sect." The body of the female corpse cultivator continuously emitted red flames. Upon hearing this, Bai Lei curled up his legs and started to run. Bai Lei even said, "Run." Huang Tang shouted fiercely, "Mother! Not a single person must escape." Hearing the command, the female corpse cultivator coiled her legs into position. The female corpse cultivator jumped up, raising her hand towards them. Guan Kuan and Ling Hui hastily jumped back to defend. The powerful strike caused both Guan Kuan and Ling Hui to be knocked back. Angrily, Guan Kuan asked, "What's going on with you? How can you order around a corpse cultivator?" Huang Tang mockingly crossed his middle fingers, saying, "Want to know? I'll burn offerings at your grave first." Bai Lei turned pale, waved his hands in surrender, and begged, "Chen Yuan brother, we are from the same sect. Rest assured, you will be our big brother from now on." Ignoring Bai Lei's explanation, Chen Yuan charged in and delivered a fatal stab to Bai Lei's stomach. Bai Lei hadn't even had time to react and merely exclaimed, "What?" That stab ensured Bai Lei would not return. Guan Kuan began to tremble upon witnessing Chen Yuan's actions. Guan Kuan pleaded, "Spare our lives, we swear we won't speak of this outside." Huang Tang turned to Chen Yuan and asked, "Chen Yuan, what do you think?" Without a hint of mercy, Chen Yuan coldly declared, "Swear on heavenly Tao, I will forever follow the two of us. If you go against this, you will be struck by heaven." Ling Hui disagreed and shouted, "That's impossible." A sword flashed by quickly. Chen Yuan swung close to Ling Hui's neck, causing her to panic and plead, "Wait." Fearful of the imminent death in front of her, Ling Hui trembled and said, "I swear, I will absolutely not spread this story outside." Chen Yuan, with a cold expression, looked at Ling Hui and said, "I trust no one. If you don't do as I say, you'll die outside." Guan Kuan raised his hand and swore, "Xie Guan Kuan, vow here to follow both of you forever. If I go against this, I will be struck by heaven." Guan Kuan turned to Ling Hui and advised, "Zhou junior sister, survive first and then we can talk later." Ling Hui bit her lip, and in the end, had to say what she didn't want to. Ling Hui raised her hand to swear, "I, Zhou Ling Hui, vow again to follow both of you forever. If I go against this, I will be struck by heaven." Just like that, Chen Yuan happily asked, "Very good, now tell me what your purpose of coming here is." Ling Hui explained, "In this tower is the supreme treasure of the Lai Yang sect." Chen Yuan smirked and said, "If that's the case, you go inside and get it for me." Ling Hui provocatively replied, "Why don't you go in yourself?" Chen Yuan abused his power and said, "I don't want to leave, do you have any objections?" Ling Hui, infuriated, was about to charge in, "You." But was immediately stopped by Guan Kuan, "No objections, we will leave right now." Ling Hui swallowed his anger, unable to do anything. Guan Kuan advised, "Don't say anything more, those under the eaves cannot help but bow their heads." While they were walking, suddenly many corpse cultivators charged out. Huang Tang shouted in fear, "There are so many corpse cultivators." Guan Kuan and Ling Hui were stunned. Huang Tang ordered, "Mother, let them go elsewhere." A female corpse cultivator shouted, "Step back." The group of corpse cultivators obeyed the order and slowly backed away. Ling Hui was astonished, "Did I just mishear? That female corpse cultivator spoke." Guan Kuan clarified, "She indeed spoke." How could a corpse cultivator know how to talk? Chen Yuan, wanting to hurry things along, pointed inside and commanded, quickly go get the items, we must leave here now. On the ground now lay a sword, a vial of medicine, and a talisman. Guang Kun said, the treasures are all here. Huang Tang and Chen Yuan picked them up to examine. Huang Tang said indifferently, is this what constitutes the supreme treasure of the Liang sect? There's nothing special about it. Chen Yuan criticized Huang Tang's experience and knowledge. This sword is heaven level. This pill is also a rare recovery elixir. This talisman is even more unique, a teleportation talisman unlike any other. You dare say there's nothing special? You've never experienced life. Chen Yuan glanced around and said, let's go, we need to get out of here first. This place is too dangerous, we can't be sure how many corpse cultivators are hiding in the shadows waiting for an opportunity. Over here, 4 elders are waiting. One elder said, we don't even know what's going on inside. The 17th elder triumphantly replied, this time, our Tianxing sect has sent Xie Guangkun, the strongest disciple in our inner sect. Our Tianxing sect will definitely gain a lot this time. The red-haired elder countered, I disagree with what you said. How is our Qiyang sect inferior? Fan Wenhai, although short, was broad-shouldered and no one could match him. The 17th elder loosely responded, oh, really? Another elder said, Zhou Linghui, a disciple of Baiyun sect, is one of the best female disciples among the 4 sects in recent years. I don't believe she will make any mistakes. The red-haired elder asked, 17th elder of Chao Xian sect, why aren't you speaking? The 17th elder replied irritably, didn't you old men say this time the disciples went voluntarily? Why did all of you send out the strongest disciples from the inside sect? The red-haired elder was puzzled, scratching his head, this. The silver-haired elder also chimed in, these details aren't important. 17th elder angrily insisted, although the disciples we sent from Chao Xian sect all volunteered, there is also the strong Bai Lei among them. Moreover, Liang sect is the closest to our Chao Xian sect. We will definitely gain something significant from this. The red-haired elder replied, 17th elder, you are somewhat deluding yourself here. The other elder sneered, don't comfort yourself anymore. You will probably return empty-handed this time. 17th elder did not want to argue, simply saying, just wait and see. The disciples stepped out together. The silver-haired elder said, they've come out. Ling Hui, come here quickly. Another elder remarked, Xie Guangkun, come here and discuss the harvest of this trip with me. Only the red-haired elder looked around in confusion, where is Fan Wenhai? Where is the disciple Fan Wenhai of our Qiyang sect? A frightened disciple stammered, replying to the elder, senior brother Fan has been killed by a corpse cultivator. The red-haired elder was taken aback, what? Over here, 17th elder was also asking Chen Yuan and Huang Tang. Where is Bai Lei? Why can't we see Bai Lei either? Huang Tang explained, 17th elder, senior brother Bai Lei has also been killed by the corpse cultivator. The 17th elder was taken aback, what? So Bai Lei is dead too. However, this did not discourage Chen Yuan and Huang Tang. The 17th elder said, luckily, the overall loss of the Chao Xian sect is not too severe. Chen Yuan and the others are still alive. If we can't get the treasure, then we can't. On this side, the black-haired elder was still very welcoming, raising both hands in greeting, Ling Hui, you did well. Ling Hui felt dejected. The silver-haired elder was no exception, Guang Kun, this elder gives you a thumbs up. The black-haired elder urged, Ling Hui, don't hide it anymore, take out the treasure. Ling Hui scratched his head in confusion, there's none. The elder remained convinced, there must be something. Ling Hui fearfully confirmed, there really is none. The white-haired elder was pleased to see this. It seems that the disciples of Baiyun sect couldn't obtain the treasure. The elder turned to Guang Kun, proudly saying, then there is only one possibility, the treasure was taken by Xie Guangkun. You have brought great honor to our Tianxing sect. Guangkun hurriedly waved his hands, signaling, that's not true. The elder remained enthusiastic, don't be modest, take out the treasures, let them admire a bit. Guangkun helplessly replied, there's nothing. The elder frowned, determined, there must be something. Guangkun scratched his head, dissatisfied, there really isn't anything. The red-haired elder looked puzzled, what's the situation? Our genius is fighting to the death with Chao Xian sect and Qi Yang sect. If neither of you can get it, could it be that it is more dangerous inside than we expected? No one can get the treasure. The white-haired elder calmly stroked his beard. It's not certain that no one can get it. The path inside was meticulously planned, and there are people responsible for attracting corpse cultivators. How could it not be accessible? Guang Kun raised a hand to interject. Someone has gotten it already. The red-haired elder immediately asked, who? Guang Kun pointed at Chen Yuan and Huang Tang, saying, those two. Chen Yuan and Huang Tang exchanged shy glances. Us. The 17th elder was surprised. Impossible, these two are disciples inside our Chao Xian sect. Ling Hui also pointed at them and said loudly, it is indeed those two. The 17th elder inquired, Chen Yuan, what do you have to say about this? Chen Yuan, feeling a bit flustered, replied, 17th elder, we truly acquired the artifact. The 17th elder, not believing it, commanded, show it to me. Chen Yuan then took out the sword, happily stating, 17th elder, please take a look. The 17th elder exclaimed in surprise, a heaven-level sword. It really is a heaven-level sword. I can't believe you actually got it. Incredible, two inner sect disciples managed to defeat a group of outstanding individuals. Meanwhile, the black-haired elder hurriedly asked, Ling Hui, what actually happened? How did those two new disciples manage to snatch the treasure from you? Ling Hui glanced away and replied, it might be good luck. The white-haired elder also chimed in, Xie Guang Kun, what exactly is happening here? Guang Kun stammered, those two have good luck. In fact, Guang Kun thought to himself, isn't it bad luck to command the leader of the corpse cultivators? The 17th elder was extremely delighted, holding the sword in his hands, praising loudly, Chen Yuan, Huang Tang, you all did very well. Excellent. A good sword, our sect now has another treasure, very good, very good. Then, the 17th elder turned to mock the three of them. Elders, do you want to touch this heaven-level divine weapon a bit? The 17th elder turned to Chen Yuan and Huang Tang, whispering, by the way, besides this sword, is there anything else? For example, military strategy, pills, or something? Chen Yuan and Huang Tang answered in unison, that's it. Ling Hui and Guang Kun were surprised, huh? Hearing Chen Yuan and Huang Tang, Ling Hui and Guang Kun thought, these two greedy ones actually swallowed two treasures privately. The 17th elder looked at his two talented disciples with satisfaction, if there's nothing left, then there's nothing left. Next time, just go take it. Today, you two have achieved great merit, and when you return, there will be great rewards. Huang Tang scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Chen Yuan stood proudly, filled with pride. The 17th elder waved goodbye to everyone, happily saying, everyone disperse, today our Chao Xian sect had a bountiful harvest. Thank you all for coming to support us. The red-haired elder said angrily, don't get too smug, just you wait. Suddenly, Chen Yuan called the two back, Zhou Ling Hui, Xie Guang Kun. Ling Hui and Guang Kun glared back in annoyance, thinking to themselves, what is it? Do you want to trap us again? Chen Yuan gave a thumbs up, praising, not bad performance, let's meet again in the future. Ling Hui and Guang Kun did not turn back. Ling Hui angrily said it couldn't be done, they could avoid it. Once everything was settled, Chen Yuan and Huang Tang were strolling through the streets, chatting happily. Huang Tang laughed exuberantly, saying he had struck it rich. 1,000 achievement points. I've heard that many disciples in the sect couldn't earn that many achievement points in 3 years. Let's go have a big meal. Chen Yuan tossed the jar in his hand lightly and asked Huang Tang, there are two treasures left, the teleportation talisman and the rejuvenation pill, which one do you want? Huang Tang held the talisman in his hand and cheerfully said, I want the teleportation talisman, after all, when robbing graves, it's not possible to move around, being able to teleport out is great. While they were chatting happily, suddenly someone blocked him and Huang Tang, asking, are you Chen Yuan and Huang Tang? Chen Yuan asked, who are you? The thug pointed at his chest and introduced himself, I am Bai Lei's older brother, Bai Shi. Chen Yuan and Huang Tang looked at Bai Shi, displeased. Another one? Why is he so snaky? Is the Bai family so numerous? Bai Shi held up 2 fingers and suggested, 2 things. First, go to the law enforcement hall to release Bai Yu. Second, I want to know how my younger brother Bai Lei died. Is it related to you? Chen Yuan also raised 2 fingers, sarcastically. 2 things. First, don't bother us. Second, get lost quickly. Bai Shi felt humiliated and shouted angrily, do you dare insult me? Chen Yuan calmly asked, insult you with what? You're the one getting angry. Bai Shi couldn't hold back his rage, raising his fist, I'll beat you to death. You brat, today I'll show you the gap between you and me. Chen Yuan hurriedly shouted, 17th elder, come here quickly. The 17th elder appeared and punched Bai Shi, admonishing, the sect does not allow fighting. Bai Shi, unwilling to back down, stood up and said, despicable. Chen Yuan, if you're capable, fight me in a wrestling match. Chen Yuan bluntly replied, I won't go. Bai Shi pointed at him, sneering, are you scared? Chen Yuan calmly said, I dare, I just won't go. Do you feel irritated? Left with no choice, Bai Shi had to leave while holding back his anger. Before leaving, he said, despicable. We'll wait and see, you're too cowardly to face me head-on. The 17th elder reminded Chen Yuan, Bai Shi is different from Bai Lei. He is an elite disciple in the inside sect. Chen Yuan replied, disciple understands. Thank you for the reminder, elder. Chen Yuan returned home and sat beside his younger sister to cultivate. Chen Yuan thought, my realm is already at the peak of the 2nd realm, just 1 step away from entering the 3rd realm. Chen Yuan looked up and thought, but the 3rd realm is called the Gathering of 3 Flowers, also known as the Extraordinary Realm. From the 3rd realm onwards, one can officially begin the path of cultivation. If the breakthrough to the realm isn't based on a good foundation, it will significantly affect future cultivation. Chen Yuan clenched his fists, determined, therefore, I must establish the strongest foundation in the 3rd realm. Suddenly, someone kicked the door open and shouted, little guy, today I want to see where you can run to. Chen Yuan relaxed, Bai Shi, this is inside the sect, do you dare to take action? Bai Shi, unafraid, said, so what? As long as there are no elders supervising, I can crush you like I crush an ant. Bai Shi's brothers laughed, sinisterly saying, Bai senior brother, don't waste words with him, just kill him. Another one with Bai Shi noticed his sister and said, Bai senior brother, look over there, there's a girl. Bai Shi rubbed his chin, scheming, I didn't expect that in this little guy's place, there is still a beauty. Chen Yuan, I'll give you a chance. Bring the girl to us for 1 night's enjoyment, and I can give you a bit of pleasure. Chen Yuan felt a surge of anger as soon as he heard that. Looking for death, Bai Shi jumped up and shouted, dare to speak loudly to this Grand Master. You don't know how many eyes the Demon King has. Kill! Bai Shi rushed forward, landing a strong punch on Chen Yuan before he could defend himself. Bai Shi gleefully said, your 2nd realm, yet you have the strength of 2nd realm? I'm truly surprised. Bai Shi, on a roll, became even more arrogant, however, I am an elite disciple of 3rd realm, you're nothing in front of me. Kill! Chen Yuan stumbled back a few steps from the powerful blow. Bai Shi rushed in to punch him again, you are still very tenacious. Chen Yuan would not give up, he wiped his mouth and determinedly said, one more time. Chen Yuan put all his strength into his attack. When he did, Bai Shi surged with power and said, I'll give you a bit of pleasure. Chen Yuan's blow was quite strong, sending Bai Shi flying. What? Bai Shi used both hands and feet to reduce the force and thought to himself, it seems I have to use all my strength. If you can force me to use all my strength, I won't regret your death. With that, Bai Shi charged forward and landed a strong punch to his face. Chen Yuan struggled to brace himself. However, he was hit hard and coughed up blood. Chen Yuan took a pill from his pocket. Frustrated, he thought, damn it, Bai Shi's realm is much higher than mine, I've used the last healing elixir. Chen Yuan looked at Yao Yao, pondering, I have to get Chen Yao out of here. As long as we leave this courtyard, there's still a chance to survive. Bai Shi was surprised, you still dare to get up. Chen Yuan used all his strength to rush forward, die. Bai Shi threw out a large tower, saying, I won't play with you anymore, go. The imposing tower appeared before him. Chen Yuan muttered, this is the protective tower. Due to the overwhelming power of the protective tower, Chen Yuan was knocked away. Bai Shi's brother said, Bai Senior Brother's 7 Treasures Tower is a mid-tier magic weapon. This little guy deserves to die. Blood poured out of him even more. Chen Yuan clutched his chest, in pain, and said, damn it, he actually brought a magic weapon, this is trouble. Without hesitation, Bai Shi punched him hard in the face, making the ground beneath him collapse. After dealing with Chen Yuan, Bai Shi looked at Yao Yao, maliciously saying, next, I'll play with this girl first. Hearing this, Chen Yuan shouted, stop. Chen Yuan trembled all over but still tried to prevent Bai Shi from getting closer to Yao Yao. If you want to touch my junior sister, you have to step over my corpse first. Bai Shi kicked Chen Yuan hard and insulted him, your grandfather. Bai Shi's cruel brother made a bad suggestion, Bai Senior Brother, let this little guy watch you play with his junior sister, that would be exciting. Bai Shi cunningly agreed, this idea isn't bad, I like it. Chen Yuan refused to give up, angrily reached out, and grasped Bai Shi's leg tightly. Chen Yuan said, if you dare to touch my junior sister, you have to kill me first. Bai Shi trampled on Chen Yuan, kicking him repeatedly on the head and mockingly said, look at you now, and you still dare to talk to me like that? Bai Shi walked to the side and ordered, carry him over here for me. Bai Shi's brothers asked while carrying him, how does Bai Senior Brother want to play with him? Bai Shi calmly replied, killing him with one stroke would be too kind for him. Bai Shi held a sharp knife in his hand and said, don't worry, I won't let him die so easily. Isn't he tough with his words? Chen Yuan collapsed to the ground, unable to resist. Yao Yao looked back from afar, furious, blood boiling, and whispered, brother. Bai Shi licked his lips, speaking ominously. I'll cut out his tongue first. Yao Yao's hands began to show veins, her eyes darkening, lacking whites. Half of her face had transformed into that of a corpse cultivator. She softly called, brother. Bai Shi raised Chen Yuan's chin, threatening him, little guy, it's too late for you to regret now. Bai Shi tightly gripped his mouth open, the sharp blade slowly approaching. Remember, in your next life, be mute. Before he could finish, Bai Shi felt a surge of evil energy coming from behind. It was Yao Yao, filled with rage. She charged forward, gripping Bai Shi's hand and biting hard into his neck. Bai Shi screamed in fear, what is that? Yao Yao tore away a large piece of Bai Shi's flesh. Bai Shi screamed in terror. Bai Shi's brothers pointed at Yao Yao, shouting loudly, Bai Senior Brother, it's her. Chen Yuan looked at his sister, stunned, calling her name, Yao Yao. Bai Shi was under Yao Yao's control, continuously yelling, get down. Get down now. The spreading blood made Bai Shi helplessly plead, help me. The other two witnessed everything, panicked, saying to each other, this is a corpse cultivator, run. Chen Yuan rushed toward them, resolutely declaring, they cannot be allowed to leave alive. Chen Yuan didn't hesitate and moved forward, swinging his sword and landing a swift strike to the man's back, causing blood to splatter. The man stared wide-eyed in shock, unable to comprehend what was happening. The other man, witnessing this, became frightened and turned pale, quickly pleading, spare me. I promise. But before this scoundrel could finish his sentence, Chen Yuan had already raised his sword high and delivered a straight blow down, leaving the man lying there, in pain and helpless, screaming, ugh. Chen Yuan coldly stood by, watching him. The deep cut quickly caused blood to spread, darkening the area. While his teammate was turned into a corpse cultivator by Chen Yao and still screamed in despair, help me, she continued to crush and tear. Fresh blood flowed from his eyes, but he still tried to reach out for help, regretting too late, I was wrong. Then, he gradually let his arms drop, taking his last breath. At this moment, Chen Yuan slowly approached, smiling gently, reminding the girl, Yao Yao, he is dead now, stop biting. Only then did she cease her actions, but still growled, looking at him with anger. Seeing this, he smiled and pointed at his face, asking, Yao Yao, do you recognize me? She remained very aware of the person standing in front of her, so she immediately called out, Gidge. Upon hearing that, the heavy stone in his heart was finally lifted. He opened his arms wide and joyfully exclaimed, Great, Yao Yao, you have finally recovered and are awake. Next, he rolled up her sleeve and said, "Let me take a look." This truly surprised him, thinking to himself, how can this be? Yao Yao has clearly regained her senses, yet the corpse poison still exists, and moreover, the corpse poison is even more powerful than before. As he reached out to pat her head, one of her eyes returned to normal. She quickly reassured him, "Gidge, I feel a little better now." However, he was still worried, thinking, it seems Yao Yao has only partially recovered, her corpse poison has not been completely resolved. Nevertheless, the progress made so far was enough to make him smile with satisfaction. Still, the fact that she has regained her senses is a miracle. I have never heard of a corpse cultivator in the cultivation world being able to regain their senses. 3 days later, at the city gate, Huang Ting had been standing there since the afternoon. "Chen Yuan, let's go." Chen Yuan still felt dazed, not fully understanding, "Where are we going?" Huang Ting replied cheerfully, "Today there is an auction, and we can exchange points for anything we want." Chen Yuan remained indifferent and replied, "Forget it, I don't want anything." Huang Ting had figured out Chen Yuan's mindset and hurriedly tempted his brother, "But you have to go, the Jiuyang spiritual herb is being auctioned today." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan turned around suddenly, seriously asking, "Do you mean the spiritual herb that can cure Yao Yao?" Huang Ting honestly replied, "That's right. Based on my experience in grave robbing, this type of spiritual herb will be somewhat effective." Huang Ting got a little flustered, scratching his head as he continued, "But I'm not sure how effective it will be." Chen Yuan had already started to leave, saying, "Hurry up, pick up the pace." Shifting scenes to Chen Yao, it seemed she was a bit different today. Back with Chen Yuan and Huang Ting, seeing the unfamiliar roads, Chen Yuan couldn't help but ask, "Aren't we going to the auction house?" Huang Ting explained, "Yes, the auction house is located in the market right at the foot of the mountain. This market is also owned by the sect." After taking a few more steps, the two brothers stopped in front of a magnificent tower. "Here we are." Without further hesitation, they entered the grand hall. Many people have come early to hunt for sales. Chen Yuan was expressionless. Why was today's auction so crowded? Huang Ting, who was well informed, explained, "I heard that among the items being auctioned this time, there is the original mysterious gem." Chen Yuan, knowing nothing, asked blankly, "What is the original mysterious gem used for?" "It is a wonderful item to break into the third realm. In other words, if you use the original gem to enter the third realm, you will achieve the most solid foundation in the third realm." Hearing this, Chen Yuan immediately felt energized. He happily said, "Got it. After I buy the Jiuyang spiritual herb, if I still have enough money, I will also get the original mysterious gem." At that moment, several servants announced, "The young Master Wang is coming." Young Master Wang looked around and praised, "Quite a few people have come today, huh?" Huang Ting turned and whispered in his ear, "This young Master Wang has a deep background, he is the biological son of an elder in the sect." Just then, he and his subordinate were approaching. When his subordinate asked, "Young master, where should we sit?" he pointed to the table where the two of them were sitting and replied, "Let's sit here." Hearing this, the servant moved towards them, arrogantly declaring, "You two stand up and give way to Wang young master." Chen Yuan glanced at him, scoffing as he asked, "Based on what?" The Wang young master pointed to his own face, proudly asserting, "Because I am Wang young master. I will pay for the tea here." The others around eagerly chimed in, shouting, "Wang young master is generous. Today Wang young master is paying. You two should quickly step aside." Despite the servant banging on the table and shouting, Chen Yuan remained unfazed, calmly replying, "What if I don't give way?" The servant snorted coldly, challenging, "Humph, let's see you try. No one here dares to disrespect Wang young master." The stubborn attitude that refused to back down only infuriated him further, as he cursed, "You disrespectful one. Use money to crush him." Then the subordinate immediately took out the items and threw them onto the table in front of Chen Yuan, haughtily ordering, "These are high-quality spirit stones, get out of here quickly." Yet, the two initially aggressive individuals now opened their eyes wide, perplexed, thinking, "How could this possibly not make me angry?" It must be said that in the face of such great temptation, Chen Yuan was honest with himself, picking up a spirit stone and obediently saying, "Then, let's go." Huang Ting suddenly spoke in a serious tone, questioning, "Can you really ask us to leave like that?" Immediately after, he stood up abruptly, slammed his hand on the table, and added, "Wang young master, we'll leave at once." This caused the person sitting next to him to only grin awkwardly, feeling embarrassed for him. Seeing them so obedient, he couldn't help but feel pleased, exclaiming, "These two little guys are quite understanding." The group of people in black, noticing his presence, began to murmur, "We didn't expect Wang young master to come this time, it might affect our plans. This Wang young master is quite incompetent, merely relying on his wealth." Therefore, one of them assumed, "It won't impact us too much. After all, only we know the true value of what we want." The crucial moment had arrived, and he officially announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the auction will officially begin." His unexpected appearance left everyone in astonishment, discussing, "This auction, surprisingly, is presided over by San Mao the shopkeeper himself. We must give Wang young master some face. Let's not waste more words, it's time to present our first auction item." The auction staff began to bring forward the displayed items while the auctioneer started the introduction. This item is called the Profound Sovereign Jade Pendant, capable of withstanding an attack from a fourth realm cultivator. The starting price is 50 points. This surprised him a bit, and he exclaimed, "I can't believe this item only costs 50 points. Huang Ting also agreed, adding, "Although it can withstand an attack from a fourth realm cultivator, it can ultimately only be used once." He then began to contemplate, 50 points is not insignificant, this shows the value of the points this time. Do you know how valuable our 1,000 points are now? The entire hall became lively and noisy, with bids starting to come in. I bid 55 points. Then it increased to 58. Following that, someone called out, 60. The auction host then asked, 60 points, is there anyone willing to bid higher? At that moment, a hand was raised. He directly shouted a bid of 100 points. The auctioneer was delighted to see this and asked, "Wang young master is very generous. 100 points, is there anyone who wants to raise the bid?" There was no higher bid, so the jade pendant belonged to Wang young master. The outcome was clear, and he called for the next item to be brought out. The second item is truly remarkable. It is a relic obtained from ancient ruins and is said to possess extraordinary power. The starting price is 80 points. It's not difficult to see the dazzling aura it radiates from the outside. People began to lively discuss it. The remnants of ancient ruins are indeed worth considering. It is said that someone had discovered an extraordinary skill inside the ruins. Some even hurriedly offered a price of 85, while other hands started to raise as well. This also means that its value is rising from 90 to 92. However, Wang, the young master, simply raised his hand and shouted a price of 150 points. This overwhelming bidding display left everyone amazed and discussing. "Look, the young master Wang has offered again, directly 150, who dares to raise it?" The San Mao shopkeeper then excitedly announced, "No one has raised the price, the short dagger belongs to young master Wang now." Just a short while later, everyone was still actively vying for the precious items. "This profound heaven herb, I offer 90 points. I offer 92 points. I offer 105 points." Yet, the young master Wang raised his hand and pushed the price up to 180 points. His actions infuriated a certain brother. Slamming his hand on the table, he shouted loudly, "How can Wang young master shout like that? Clearly, the profound heaven herb has no effect on him." The young man next to him responded skeptically, "Is Wang young master trying to test all the auction items?" The angry brother said indignantly, "If this continues, how will others play?" Indeed, the results still showed no change. The shopkeeper shouted again, "Congratulations to Wang young master for once again receiving the profound heaven herb." A man in black anxiously said, "Continuing like this is not the way, this Wang young master will soon be our biggest competitor." But another man remained calm, replying nonchalantly, "Don't panic, I don't believe Wang young master would fight us over an unknown treasure at all costs." Continuing with the program, the next item is the 9 Yang Soul Rejuvenation Herb. Huang Ting expressed his anticipation, exclaiming, "It's here." But he still felt a bit worried and hurriedly asked, "With Wang young master here, can we succeed? Then he patted his shoulder, reassuring him, it should be no problem, the two of us combined have over 1,000 points. Under everyone's anticipation, he began excitedly announcing, the effects of the 9-yang soul rejuvenation herb don't need much explanation from me, starting price is 150 points. Chen Yuan immediately raised his hand, offering double the price, 300 points. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall was instantly shocked and began to discuss. Bidding so high in one go, is this a challenge to Master Wang? Realizing that this price was difficult for anyone to compete with, he directly asked, 300 points, first time. Yet this guy directly stepped forward, shouting a price of 600 points. Shopkeeper San Mao quickly confirmed, Master Wang is generous. 600 points, anyone else willing to bid higher? The boy's face darkened, worried, this guy is indeed escalating the bids. He excitedly slammed the table, declaring, this young master is just having a good time today. Come on, let's keep raising the price. Moments later, he stepped up to bid, 1,000 points. The surrounding people were delighted and began to gossip. Is it possible? This little guy is the only one daring to challenge Master Wang. A root of 9 suns rejuvenating herb is being auctioned for 1,000 points. Shopkeeper San Mao will make a lot of money. He didn't say much and made a direct bid, 1050 points. Huang Ting looked at him with confusion, asking, we only have 300 points left, should we continue to compete? He replied bluntly, it's unnecessary, I believe Master Wang intends to monopolize the entire auction. Therefore, the outcome was evidently clear. He excitedly announced, congratulations, Master Wang, on acquiring the 9-yang soul reviving herb. He couldn't help but anxiously ask, now that the 9-yang soul reviving herb has been taken by Master Wang, what should Jia Yao do? So, even though Qin Yuan was worried, he had to remain calm and replied, after the auction concludes, we will find Master Wang to see if we can buy it back from him. The program continued with the steward's introduction. Next up for auction is a mysterious item. This item comes from the mysterious coast, and for now, no one knows what it is. The item was wrapped in a chest, looking very enigmatic. Upon learning its origin, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but be astonished, buzzing with discussions, so it's an item from the mysterious coast. This is amazing. It could be worth a fortune or perhaps not worth a single coin at all. The man in black had secretly made up his mind, finally, it's here, we must secure this item at all costs. He gritted his teeth, emphasizing each word, whatever the price. He didn't want to say much more and directly announced, the starting price is 500 points. Very soon after, the mysterious man in the black robe directly quoted, 600. But he wasn't the only one, a host of other hands were also raised, eagerly competing for this precious item. From 650 to 680, then again to 700. Feeling anxious, he rushed to shout, 900. The peculiar actions of this person made him unable to contain his curiosity, so he pointed and asked, who are these people in black robes? Why is everyone covering their faces? To which Huang Ting honestly replied, I don't know, but most people here do not want to reveal their identities. It's not really surprising. The shopkeeper shouted loudly to confirm, 900. Is there anyone else? And once again, this Wang young master directly pushed the price up to 1,500 points. This made the shopkeeper unable to contain his shock and shout loudly, Wang young master, 1,500 points. Meanwhile, he was unable to hold back his anger, secretly cursing, damn it. This Wang young master really raised the price. Then he started banging on the table angrily, shouting, 1,800 points. However, contrary to this man's impatience, he remained calm, holding a cup of tea in his hand and casually replied, 2,500 points. Facing this arrogant attitude, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and call out, 3,000 points. The teacup in Wang young master's hand fell to the ground uncontrollably. He began to roll up his sleeves, gritting his teeth and cursing, damn it. How dare someone attempt to challenge this young master? Without fear of anyone, he shouted the price, 5,000 points. The onlookers of this bidding war were like people watching a great drama, buzzing with excitement, wow, 5,000 points. Today's auction is really spectacular, not everyone can take out that many points easily. The man in black, though furious, continued to bid, 6,000 points. This only ignited Wang young master's fighting spirit further. He became interested and said, "Are you determined to compete with this young master?" 7,000 points. The man in black realized that continuing to exchange bids like this wasn't a solution, so he stood up and suggested, 7,500. "Wang young master, we must have this item. Please consider our request, you will surely be rewarded later." "Consider you? Competing with this young master is disrespecting me." He then pointed directly to the sky and shouted the price up to 10,000 points. This action immediately intensified the lively atmosphere around them, and they began to buzz with conversation. "Awesome, 10,000 points. Crazy, crazy, I wonder if that guy in the black cloak is still following." Indeed, this unexpected and reckless action of Wang young master left everyone looking at each other in confusion, saying, "What should we do? That's 10,000 points." But another guy bluntly replied, "Following." Then he promptly offered 10,100 points. Wang young master became even more interested and called out more, 10,005. "Let me tell you, this item absolutely must belong to this young master." However, they refused to back down, directly offering 18,000 points. At this point, he didn't bother to think much and decisively shouted, 30,000 points. This scene made the guy in black, though not very willing, reluctantly admit, "Damn it, we have no more points left." Seeing him so angry, another guy clenched his teeth and gritted out, "Let him have it, we'll settle it with him when we get outside." In this situation, the one who benefited the most was San Mao, the shopkeeper. He smiled happily, walked over to flatter, "Haha, Wang young master, your might is unmatched." He then brought over the item, grinning like a flower, and said, "This item belongs to Wang young master." Young master Wang held the item in his hand. Shopkeeper San Mao, in front of everyone present in the hall, laughed loudly and announced, "The item has finally been obtained by young master Wang. All the items in this auction have been bought by young master Wang. Congratulations to young master Wang for acquiring everything." The two young masters then approached to flatter him, "Congratulations, young master Wang. Congratulations. Congratulations." This made him burst into laughter, delighted, "Haha, you have all given way. Since you have given way, today's expenses will be covered by me, young master Wang." After that, he left with these two, happily saying, "Let's go." Chen Yuan noticed the opportunity had arrived and called Huang Tang from behind, "Come, follow me." The group of black-clad men quickly took notice of young master Wang's movements, narrowing their eyes dangerously. The three of them made their way outside. Meanwhile, the two of them were hiding in the nearby bushes, observing. Huang Tang came up with a bold idea, "Chen Yuan, let's just rob him directly." But he directly refused, "No, there are too many people here. Young master Wang has a powerful background, we can't act impulsively. We need to negotiate with him first." However, the black-clad men could no longer remain calm, they directly blocked his way and said, "Young master Wang, please stop." Seeing this, the Wang guy gradually lost patience and asked, "It's you? What do you want from the young master?" The group didn't beat around the bush and directly got to the point, "We want the young master Wang to bear the pain and give up an auction item for us." This made him feel quite amused, so he asked, "Give it to you? Based on what?" However, they still tried to suppress their anger and spoke politely, "Young master Wang, if you give it to us, we will remember your kindness." Yet he just laughed mockingly and scoffed, "What does your kindness count for? What do I need your kindness for?" He had also lost all patience with this arrogant guy, clenched his fist tightly, and gruffly asked, "Does this mean that the young master Wang is unwilling to give it to us?" The Wang guy was not one to back down, and he arrogantly asked in return, "What? Threatening me? Have you even tried to check the background of your young master Wang?" Just as he was feeling proud, the man in black stepped forward, kicked him straight in the face, and made him understand what it meant to face consequences. The Wang guy fell to the ground but still pointed his finger and shouted, "You're so bold. Do you dare to lay hands on me? Come at me." But even before the two men had a chance to move, they were rushed by the man in black, who dispatched them on the spot in astonishment and shock. After that, seeing how reckless this group was, he shouted, "You dare to kill someone within the territory of the Chaosian sect? You have rebelled." The man in black charged again, fiercely advancing. "You refuse my invitation to drink, so you want to drink out of punishment. Next, I will kill you." However, this Wang young master pulled out a talisman and confidently replied, "I can escape." And indeed, he immediately teleported to a safe location. The man in black, furious and realizing what had happened, shouted, "It's a teleportation talisman. Let's catch him together." At that critical moment, Wang young master took out a treasure, which was the celestial shield. Next, a protective barrier appeared around him, preventing the others from doing anything. He, feeling quite pleased, taunted, "Haha, you can't break through this." This left him astonished and exclaiming, "This Wang young master is truly strange, he only uses magic weapons in fights." The men in black, still aggressive, tried to seize the items. "Wang young master, stop resisting. We must take that item back today." But he, undaunted, responded arrogantly, "You have offended this young master. Do you know you're going to get into big trouble?" The man in black couldn't contain the anger inside him and immediately unleashed his move, furiously shouting, "Stubborn. Release the explosive talismans, blow them up for me." And this attack directly targeted the barrier, and the damage was transmitted straight inside, causing him to cry out in pain, sitting down and yelling, "Ow, damn it, that hurts." And the assailant pointed a weapon directly at him, threatening, "I call you Wang young master out of respect, quickly hand it over, or I will kill you." But the Wang guy directly cursed back, "Screw you. Do you think only you have explosive talismans?" Then he lifted his shirt, revealing a pile of them that he had prepared, leaving everyone dumbfounded, exclaiming, "What? How does he have so many?" Next, he threw them back at them, cursing, "Blow up your descendants." This made everyone panic, running in all directions, shouting, "Not good. Run away." In just a moment, the explosive talismans created terrible explosions, leaving the boys speechless, unable to utter a word. This, Huang Tang wasn't much better off, exclaiming in shock, "Wow, I've never seen a fight like this, just throwing out magic weapons like that." The young master Wang smiled smugly and sarcastically, "Haha, you dare to provoke Wang young master. I will blow you all to pieces." The group coughed, hands over their mouths, and angrily said, "Wang young master, you have thoroughly angered us." Yet he remained carefree, mocking, "Huh? And you're still not dead?" The leader then shouted angrily, "Don't give him any opportunity. Kill him." Meanwhile, Wang was busy pulling out a magic weapon and loudly said, "Protection talisman." This made the group in black hold their stomachs, sneering, "You think just a protection talisman can stop us? Naive." Wang young master pulled a magic weapon from his pocket, angrily saying, "You forced me to do this." However, the black-clad men still charged in, shouting fiercely, "Die." He then angrily crushed the jade pendant in his hand. Afterward, evil spirits flew out, heading straight for this group. They screamed in fear, What is this?" Looking at the evil energy spirits before him, Chen Yuan couldn't help but ask in confusion, "What is this?" At this moment, Huang Tang slowly began to explain, "It's beyond saving, it seems to be a divine weapon of the dark faction." How did Wang young master get such a thing? The Wang family, after freeing the divine weapon from the evil faction, sat on the ground in fear. Meanwhile, the man in the black cloak, filled with resentment, said viciously, "You deserve to die, how can you possess such an evil object? Even in death, I'll drag you down with me." He then crawled over to pull this Wang down into the grave with him, but was kicked away by Wang, who yelled, "Get lost, just leave me alone." The boy outside could only shake his head in lament, saying, "It's over, neither of these two is likely to survive." Before they met their end, these men did not forget their mission. They pulled out a token and hurriedly said, "We must inform the master of our current situation, I can't resign to this." Soon after, this group turned to ashes. It was only then that he wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed in relief, "That was too dangerous, I almost couldn't hold on." The two of them continued to observe from the bushes. Seeing him lying on the ground, Huang Tang said, "The three men in black have all been burned to death, and it seems Wang, the young master, has also fainted. Thus, he suggested, let's go over and take a look. When they reached him, they found that he was unconscious, so he took the opportunity to search him and, moments later, was overjoyed. I see. All the items that Master Wang bid on are inside. He was also anxious and quickly reminded, put it away, let's hurry up. Then suddenly, the guy named Wang unexpectedly woke up, pointed at the two of them, and coldly questioned, what are you doing? They were startled but still had to turn back and put on a forced smile for him. Huang Tang scratched his head and chuckled, saying, you're awake. He then suddenly extended his hand and said, help me up. So he had no choice but to comply, then explained with a smile, Master Wang, we were actually going to call someone to save you, who knew you'd wake up on your own, no harm done. But he didn't care and immediately ordered, quickly take this young master back to the sect. Don't worry, young master, we'll handle it, you can relax. Suddenly, he raised his hand and shouted loudly, not good, we're under attack. This shocked him, and he yelled, where? Where are they? Protect me. Then, in a very concise manner, he jumped up and struck him on the head with a wooden stick, causing him pain so intense he wanted to die, and then he collapsed on the ground, unconscious. Yet, his companion bluntly asked, what do we do now? Do we kill him? It's not that severe, just don't let him suspect we took the storage bag. Just like that, everyone pitched in and pulled his legs because they planned to bring him back first. Suddenly, other unfamiliar faces appeared. One impatient man stepped forward and said, I will go kill them. But he was immediately stopped by the other man who pulled him back and said, wait, there's an expert coming over, don't act rashly. However, the impatient one responded anxiously, the goods are still in their hands. But he calmly replied, those two little thieves also have unclean motives, there will be plenty of opportunities, let's leave first. Then he quickly departed. Seeing their actions, the man couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, they ran back very quickly. Then he downed the bottle of wine in his hand and said, the evil spirits are increasing day by day, the world is no longer at peace. A moment later, Wang rubbed his aching head and asked suspiciously, were you the ones who saved me? Huang Tang began his act, recounting, just now, you have no idea how dangerous it was, we almost lost our lives. If it weren't for young Master Wang being a chivalrous person and our idol, we wouldn't have risked our lives to save you. Chen Yuan eagerly added, yes, yes, yes. It's precisely because of you, young Master Wang, that you are worthy of us risking our lives to save. Unfortunately, your storage bag has been robbed by them. Hearing this, he stood up in anger and shouted, you too. This startled them, and they replied in a panic, what? What's wrong? Then he unexpectedly stepped forward, embraced them, and said emotionally, good brothers. You two are both my good brothers. This kindness, I, Wang young master, will remember deeply. Having expressed his gratitude, he waved his hand to leave, warmly saying, I'm off now. The boy clutched his little heart and sighed, this Wang young master has such a big heart. Meanwhile, his brother breathed a sigh of relief, we successfully tricked him. As soon as he got home, he hurriedly threw open the door and shouted, Yao Yao. Then, he joyfully announced, I got the 9 transformations revitalizing herb. This left the girl deeply moved, looking up and calling, Gij. Chen Yuan passed the spiritual herb to Chen Yao, who obediently sat still and absorbed it into her body, saying, Gij, ha ha ha. Chen Yuan said, holding the spiritual herb, once you absorb this spiritual herb, your illness should improve significantly. A moment later, after she finished absorbing it, Chen Yuan worriedly asked Chen Yao, Yao Yao, how do you feel? Not seeing her react or move, he worriedly helped her to her feet. Yao Yao, you can stand up now, you're better, he said, trembling. Suddenly, Chen Yao bit down hard on Chen Yuan's shoulder. He yelled, what? Gritting his teeth, he said with difficulty, Chen Yao. It's me. I'm Gij. It was then that Chen Yao regained her senses and released Chen Yuan, repeating, Gij, Gij. Chen Yuan held both of Chen Yao's arms and asked for confirmation, Chen Yao, you still recognize me, right? I'm your Gij. Tears welled up in Chen Yao's eyes as she looked at the injury on his shoulder, Gij, your wound. Chen Yuan quickly advised, Yao Yao, please sit down now. After a moment, Chen Yuan brought Huang Tang to check on Chen Yao's condition. He asked, what do you think? Huang Tang looked at Chen Yao, stroking his chin, let's talk outside. Once outside, Huang Tang turned to ask, Chen Yuan, do you think Chen Yao is cured yet? Chen Yuan replied, not yet. Although her mind has recovered a bit compared to before, she still hasn't returned to normal. Moreover, she even bit me. Huang Tang affirmed, I'm saying this bluntly, but right now, Chen Yao is half human, half corpse. Chen Yuan continued, selling people, selling the dead, I have thought about that too. Huang Tang then said, however, ultimately, it is a good thing. In the past, Chen Yao was almost a corpse cultivator, and now being able to recover a bit is a miracle. Chen Yuan clenched his fists, looked at them, and outlined his plans. Now that it has been proven that the 9 transformation rejuvenation is effective for Yao Yao, the next step is for me to gather a large quantity of this type of spiritual herb. Huang Tang cautioned him with a very serious expression, that's right, Chen Yuan, Yao Yao's recovery must definitely not be revealed to anyone. Chen Yuan agreed, I understand, if such a miracle is known to others, they will probably come to take Yao Yao away immediately. After saying this, Huang Tang turned to leave, I won't be here for a few days, a mysterious ancient tomb has appeared, and I want to go check it out. Be more careful during these days. Huang Tang waved goodbye, and Chen Yuan returned the gesture, you take care too. 3 days later, young Master Wang suddenly appeared looking for someone, brother, is Huang here? Upon seeing young Master Wang, Chen Yuan inquired, young Master Wang, how come you are here? Young Master Wang replied, I came to check on your brother. With Huang Tang not present, Chen Yuan bluntly responded, he is not here. There is a story about leaving the sect. Suddenly, Wang brother grabbed Chen Yuan's hand and pulled him along. Then let's not wait for him anymore. Come, I will take you to a nice place. Chen Yuan was pulled along so suddenly, feeling confused, wait, Wang brother, where are we going? Wang brother turned back, patted Chen Yuan on the shoulder, pointed at himself, don't call me Wang young master, call me Wang brother. You once saved my life, we have a bond through our connection, from now on you are like a real brother to me. A moment later, in a forest surrounded by mountains, Chen Yuan touched an invisible thing before him, curious, asking, what is this? Wang brother rummaged for something, answering, there is actually a shielding formation here. From his robe, Wang brother took out a jade pendant and pressed it against the barrier in front of them. Fortunately, I was prepared, this won't challenge me, let's go in. Inside, Chen Yuan followed Wang brother, wondering, Wang brother, what are we doing here? Wang brother did not answer clearly, just vaguely replied, there is something good in the pond, just wait and see. Chen Yuan asked again, good thing? What good thing? As soon as he finished speaking, Wang brother pushed his head down, we've arrived, quickly lie down. In the distance, there is a group of beautiful women gathered there. Senior sister, come over here, hurry up, I've been wanting to soak for a while now. Upon seeing them, young Master Wang couldn't help but display a perverse grin. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, looked pale with fear as he gazed at young Master Wang. Wang brother, who are they? Young Master Wang pointed decisively at one of them and said, they are all heavenly immortals. Have you seen the one leading them? That's the holy girl of our Chao Xian sect, Li Ningji. Li Ningji walked gracefully, her demeanor elegant and poised yet full of charisma. Still in shock, Chen Yuan confirmed, wow, Wang brother, you brought me here just to secretly watch them bathe? Young Master Wang still believed he was in the right, winking at him, so. Does that make us brothers? For something like this, I thought of you first. Chen Yuan, flustered, tried to persuade him, Wang young master, spying on the holy girl while she bathes is a death sentence. Wang brother, you have some guts. Young Master Wang ignored him and calmly replied, don't worry, dying under the peony means being a romantic ghost. Not everyone can see the holy girl, let alone watch her bathe. At this moment, Li Ningji noticed the noise, glanced over, huh. Chen Yuan was so terrified that his mouth fell open, exclaiming, we've been discovered. Young Master Wang remained calm and observed, saying, don't panic, they might not have noticed us, stay calm. Li Ningji then sent someone over to check. two of you go over there and take a look. Seeing the situation was getting worse, Chen Yuan was in a frenzy. You still say they haven't found us when they are all coming over here. Young Master Wang covered something up and calmly told Chen Yuan, don't panic, stay calm, they might not have noticed us. Upon seeing this action, Chen Yuan panicked even more. If you weren't covering your face, I might actually believe you. At that moment, Li Ningji's people appeared, shouting loudly, causing both to hide down and cover their mouths. Who is over there? Seeing no one respond, she got furious, not answering, and then struck towards that direction. Take that from me. Young Master Wang was hit by her attack, immediately jumping up while holding his bottom. That hurt so much. Having been discovered, young Master Wang had no choice but to run first. You're on your own, I'm out of here. Chasing after him were Li Ningji's people. Stop. Don't run. Seeing young Master Wang flee, Chen Yuan was left sitting there in fear. My God, isn't this a disaster? What should I do? Li Ningji was not very surprised and calmly sent someone to investigate. Indeed, there are people. Go, search this place thoroughly for me. Her subordinate replied, yes. The three of them went together, spreading out. You all go that way, the others follow me. Chen Yuan saw the situation becoming more urgent. He didn't know what to do. What should we do? The escape routes must all be blocked now. We can't wait any longer, it's very urgent. At the same time, two people had arrived at the spot where Chen Yuan was hiding. Search over here a bit, not a single corner in the bushes should be overlooked. Chen Yuan's face turned pale, silently screaming in his heart, this is bad, they're searching over here now, this time I've really been led to death by that big tiger, young Master Wang. He sneakily crawled away. There's no other way, I can only go towards the lake. Reaching the lake's edge, he carefully looked back. Right now I can only hide in the lake for a while. Voices came from there. Have they searched over here yet? They should also come to check this area. Upon hearing the voices, Chen Yuan hurriedly ducked into the water to hide. They came quickly. Just then, Li Ningji's people also reached the lakeside. Just as he finished speaking, the other person urged her to quickly move to another spot to search. Is there a problem? Go on, continue. Search around outside, we need to search this area once today. About 2 hours later, Chen Yuan finally came up from the water, surfacing and clinging to the shore. Fortunately, my cultivation is about to break into the third realm, otherwise, holding my breath for so long would have been impossible. It's almost dark now, and everyone must have left, I should run too. He looked at his own magical power, feeling pleased. However, this lake is indeed very effective, I feel completely relaxed, and my strength has increased quite a bit. Suddenly, someone arrived. Wait, what's that? He hurriedly dove back into the water. Oh no. It's Li Ningji. She actually didn't leave. Li Ningji sensed something and looked around. Chen Yuan was anxiously underwater. Oh no. She won't discover me, will she? Li Ningji didn't see anyone, but felt uneasy. I always feel like something is staring at me, could it be my imagination? It must be my imagination, this place has already been searched once, so there shouldn't be anyone here. Saying that, she walked down to the lake and submerged herself in it. I have been practicing divine skills recently, and every day I must utilize the spiritual energy in the water to cleanse my body and wash away the mundane forces. Chen Yuan observed Li Ningji from a distance, unable to help but exclaim, impressive. Li Ningji is now in the water, looking really good. Just a moment ago, he had praised her, but now he felt flustered, unsure of what to do. Most importantly, she is coming over to me now. Li Ningji chanted a spell underwater, and water rose up around her. Heavenly Tao is formless, and I am also unintentional. With the divine skill of celestial desire, after a little more time, I will complete the training, and when that happens, Chen Yuan, under the water, sensed a strange fragrance and wondered, so fragrant, what is that? How can I smell it while being in the water? Could this senior sister Li Ningji have a special physique? Li Ningji tilted her head back, it's the crucial moment now, starting the purification of the marrow. Sensing another presence, she paused. Something feels off. Who? Come out to me. Who is sneaking around in there? Chen Yuan was startled and anxious. Damn. I've been discovered. This time I'm in big trouble, I actually got caught. Li Ningji kept urging. Come out here. If not, I won't be polite. Chen Yuan cried silently in his heart. Do I need to go outside and confess now? Never mind, I should just go outside. While he wasn't paying attention, a red flash flew by. Li Ningji swung his hand, slicing it in two, seeking death. Noticing something was wrong, she turned around. What? This isn't good, but it was too late, she was hit by the attack. Damn it, I got hit. Chen Yuan was confused, his head filled with question marks. What situation is this? Li Ningji got hit? Did they discover it's not me? Is there someone else here? Li Ningji clutched her injured arm, angrily shouting, who is it? How dare you ambush me? Show yourself. The person in the dark red cloak appeared, clapping in appreciation. No wonder you're the unparalleled genius Li Ningji of the Chaoxian sect, hit by a poison dart, yet you didn't faint immediately. Li Ningji asked, who are you sneaking around? The man replied cryptically, who I am is not important. What's important is that today I want you dead. With that, he launched an attack. Li Ningji raised her hand, creating a wall of water. Stop that for me. But it wasn't long before she hugged her body, coughing weakly. Not good, the toxin has spread throughout my body already. The mysterious man chuckled triumphantly. Using your skills will only hasten the poisonous essence's invasion of your body. You will die faster. Chen Yuan could no longer hide, he stood up. Damn it, how could someone ambush Li Ningji? Such audacity, even greater than Wang Young Master, daring to cause trouble at Chaoxian sect. Meanwhile, the mysterious man was still feeling pleased. Li Ningji, Li Fairy, if I'm not mistaken, you no longer have a measuring tape, no strength to fight back. Li Ningji weakly replied, what do you want to do? He cunningly said, earlier I wanted to kill you directly, now I want to enjoy myself a bit first, then kill you later. Li Ningji stubbornly declared, don't come any closer. I will kill you. He ignored her words, swinging the rope. Don't be chaotic anymore, you are currently powerless, your spiritual energy is dispersed. What can you use to kill me? She raised a thin barrier to block him. Damn it. Stop right there. After a while, she coughed up blood again. Taking advantage of her incapacitation, he approached, extending his hand. So beautiful. No wonder she is the proud daughter of heaven. She can be so casual, yet I would not regret dying for her. Chen Yuan stood at a distance, observing them, unsure of what to do. What should I do? How can someone harm Li Ningji? Should I intervene? The key is, am I an opponent of that person? That night, he tied up Li Ningji. Stop wasting your strength and be good for me. Li Ningji stubbornly resisted. Who sent you, or who is the force behind you? The man raised her chin. I will tell you later. How about this, once you satisfy me, I will tell you, okay? Li Ningji firmly refused, releasing her strength. Don't touch me. I would rather self-destruct than let someone like you defile me. He squeezed her throat, causing her strength to fade. You don't know your limits. Stop it. Unable to watch any longer, Chen Yuan made a decision. I can't wait any longer. If I don't act, Li Ningji will die, and later when I investigate this matter, it will be hard to explain even if I had 100 mouths. The black-robed man reached out to touch Li Ningji. Then he burst into laughter and said pervertedly, haha, beauty. I will make you enjoy yourself thoroughly. At this moment, Li Ningji felt disgusted and avoided the hand of the black-robed man. She secretly thought to herself, how annoying. Will I not escape this disaster today? Suddenly, a huge wave appeared behind Li Ningji. Seeing this, the black-robed man was startled and exclaimed, what is happening? He looked over in amazement, his face filled with fear as he said, this is not good. Who is it? An attack came toward where he was standing. Seeing this, he quickly dodged and jumped away to a distance. At this moment, Chen Yuan appeared. He came to cut the ropes binding Li Ningji. Worried, he asked her, senior sister, are you okay? As Li Ningji was freed, she looked at him and said, help me bring my clothes over first. Time passed for a while, and Li Ningji had finished changing into her clothes. Weary, she looked at him and said with a pale face, I am currently heavily poisoned, so you can only deal with this black-robed man. Then she worriedly admonished him, be careful, this black-robed man is very formidable. He stood facing the black-robed man, and upon hearing her, he replied, all right. The black-robed man looked at him, confused, and asked, where did this little unknown guy come from to meddle in others' affairs? Are you tired of living? Hearing him say that, the boy replied, who says I am nameless? My name is Bai Shi. If you have what it takes, come and fight me. He saw the boy's bravado and disdainfully said, fight you? Then I shall fulfill your wish. After saying that, the black-robed man lunged at him. He used a freezing palm strike against the boy. Seeing this, the boy raised his hands to defend. His hands were frozen by the black-robed man's freezing palm. He looked at his hands, tremblingly said, not bad. It's really cold. This guy's palm technique is poisoned. At this moment, the black-robed man charged again, confidently telling him, little guy, you have frozen energy in your body, you will gradually lose your fighting ability. You are no match for me. Seeing this, the boy cheerfully replied, is that so? Watch this. Power gathered in his hands as he countered with a blazing palm strike. The black-robed man was sent flying by his attack. He asked in astonishment, what? What kind of palm technique is this? Seeing the black-robed man knocked back by his blow, he became joyful, looked at his hands, and said, I've done it. My blazing palm indeed counters the freezing palm of the black-robed man. Li Ningji, sitting aside and cultivating her energy, was also astonished by his technique. She exclaimed, the Li Duong palm, yet it is the long-lost Li Duong palm technique. The black-robed man was now furious, unleashing his power, then said to the boy, little guy, since it is like this, I will show you my true strength. Seeing the power he unleashed, the boy was also astonished, saying, the strength of the fourth realm. And it surpasses me by 2 realms. The black-robed man struck at the boy, angrily declaring, I will cut you down. The boy was hit and thrown far away, his face in pain, blood spitting from his mouth, and he thought to himself, no, based on realms, I am completely suppressed. How can I fight now? I can only fight desperately. I have no other choice, reverse blood frenzy attack. The black-robed man charged at him again, disdainfully saying, little guy, if you have no other skills, just accept your death. Seeing this, the boy swung his hand and launched an attack, saying, get lost. The black-robed man was knocked back by the boy's strike, and in disbelief exclaimed, what? Li Ningji sat in a corner, cultivating, always observing the situation. Upon seeing the boy's strike, she also sighed, in an instant, he has displayed strength far beyond his own, Bai Shi is quite interesting. The man in the black cloak sat on the ground, incredulously asking the boy, this can't be. Little guy, what is your true strength? The boy, exhausted, knelt on one knee for support, thinking to himself, using the reverse blood frenzy this time was a little too much. Li Ningji, you better recover quickly, I can't hold on much longer. Seeing this, the man in the black cloak regained his confidence. He looked at the boy kneeling on the ground and laughed, saying, haha. It turns out you're using some forbidden technique, your body has reached its limit, and soon you won't be able to fight anymore. He continued to speak while drawing his sword. At this moment, the boy, feeling panicked, turned to ask Li Ningji, senior sister, isn't it done yet? Hearing this, she replied, almost there. The man in the black cloak was now very angry and shouted, I will slash you in half. Seeing this, the boy executed a move and yelled, A. The man in the black cloak was taken aback and incredulously asked the boy, what? What kind of skill is this? In a desperate maneuver, the boy jumped away and shouted. Seeing this, the man in the black cloak continued, little guy, you know quite a bit, and you've managed to evade a disaster. He looked over at Li Ningji, a worried expression on his face, and asked, senior sister, what now? Seeing this, she replied, soon. He continued, all right then. The black-robed man performed a demonic hand seal aimed at Chen Yuan. Seeing this, he was also astonished and said, "Not good, there's no way to avoid it." Immediately, he raised earth walls for protection. He shouted, "Mud shell celestial earth energy." The black-robed man struck towards him. He flew in the sky looking down below, speaking with a triumphant tone, "Little guy, if you don't die this time, I'll call you father." Li Ningji was still cultivating. Seeing the black-robed man's powerful move, she worried and thought, can he still hold on? He was kneeling on the ground, fatigued, thinking, severely injured, I fear I won't be able to fight anymore. The black-robed man, seeing this, was also surprised and asked, you're really not dead? His face showed pain. He looked at the black-robed man and replied, "Good son, quickly call me father." Hearing this, the black-robed man exploded with rage, rushing towards him while shouting, "Impudent, today I must kill you." Seeing this, he fearfully turned to look at Li Ningji, shouting, "I can't do it anymore. Senior sister, the rest depends on you." After saying that, he saw that she didn't reply, feeling helpless and thinking, it's really no good, I can only use those treasures of Wang Young Master. However, it's easy for Wang Young Master to find out that I stole his treasures. At that moment, the black-robed man charged in. He shouted angrily, "Die for me." Seeing this, he also drew a talisman, helplessly saying, "There's no other way." Suddenly, he was struck in the face. Li Ningji stood in front of him and gently asked, "Are you okay?" Seeing her, he replied, "Senior sister came at just the right moment." The black-robed man was knocked back by her attack, astonished as he asked, "Li Ningji, how could your poison be resolved so quickly?" Seeing this, Li Ningji pointed her sword at him, responding disdainfully, "Why should I explain to you?" He continued, "I don't believe your poison has really been resolved. You're just putting on an act." Li Ningji rushed in front of the black-robed man, raising her hand to swing her sword. Seeing this, he exclaimed in shock, "What?" The black-robed man was pushed back by Li Ningji's strike, injured by her blow. He reached out to touch his chest, his tone filled with astonishment as he said, "He has truly resolved the poison, and his strength has peaked again." At this moment, Li Ningji struck at him, coldly saying, "If you can perform the demon sect's great hand seal, it seems you are from the demon sect. Die for me." Seeing this, the black-robed man turned around, gritting his teeth and saying he was no match for Li Ningji. Then he ran away. Seeing that the black-robed man had fled, Chen Yuan said to Li Ningji, "I will go stop him." Seeing this, she intervened, saying it was unnecessary. Hearing her, he replied, "But he has already run away." At this moment, Li Ningji coughed up blood and weakly fell down. Seeing this, he reached out. He caught her in his arms, her face now pale. Seeing this, he said, "So it was all a pretense. Li Ningji had not resolved the poison at all. But what should be done now? Never mind, first, let's take her back to my place." Over here, young Master Wang held his head, speaking with regret, "Chen Yuan, my brother, it's all my fault, this time you got caught, I'm afraid you will be skinned alive." Suddenly, a scream echoed, "You wicked person, a creature not worth being human." Hearing that, Wang Young Master was startled. He glanced over and said, the voice of Chen Yuan. Wang Young Master stood up abruptly, happily looking at him and said, "Brother Chen Yuan, great to see you back." Seeing this, Chen Yuan also grew angry and said to him, "Get away, I don't want to talk to you right now." Suddenly, Wang Young Master noticed Li Ningji in Chen Yuan's arms. He curiously asked, "Brother Chen Yuan, who are you holding?" At this moment, Chen Yuan had brought Li Ningji inside, and he disdainfully told him, "You go outside, don't follow me." He placed Li Ningji on the bed and covered her with a blanket, her face had grown even paler. Seeing this, he said, "Li Ningji, I'm sorry, I could only bring you here for now." Wang Young Master, hearing this, also panicked and stammered, This is Li Ningji." Hearing that, Chen Yuan immediately covered his mouth and said seriously, "Be quiet." Wang Young Master was now extremely flustered. He pointed at Li Ningji lying on the bed and said, "No, you." Before he could finish, Chen Yuan interrupted him, saying, "Let's go outside to talk." The two went outside, with the glaring sunlight shining down. Wang Young Master looked at him, questioning, "Chen Yuan, let me tell you, this person is a criminal, do you know that? This is Li Ningji, do you understand? Her master is the sect master, do you know that? He continued speaking. Hearing him, Chen Yuan raised his hand to scratch his head, speaking disdainfully, I already know. Can you shut up? Isn't it because of you that this happened? Suddenly, one young master knelt down, bowing his head to him, and sincerely said, Brother, you will be my real brother from now on. Seeing this, Chen Yuan felt flustered and said, What are you joking about? After finishing his bow, he clasped his hands together, his expression a mix of determination and admiration, saying, Wang young master, have roamed the Chao Xian sect for many years, and I have never seen a warrior like you who dares to directly strike at Li Ningji, the #1 genius beauty. Your courage makes me admire you. Brother, please accept my bow. Seeing him like this, Chen Yuan felt scared and replied with a trembling voice, Wang young master, you are also a genius. The next day, Chen Yuan was sitting in meditation in the courtyard when suddenly he realized something, opened his eyes wide, and shouted, Not good. He saw Li Ningji's sword at his throat and fearfully said, Li senior sister, please don't misunderstand. You listen to my explanation. Li Ningji's gaze was extremely furious at this moment. She spoke with disdain, I allow you to make excuses. Once I am dissatisfied, I will cut your throat. Hearing this, he continued, Li senior sister, there's no need to go that far. I bravely risked my life to save you. Li Ningji, seeing him talking so much, looked at him with eyes full of evil energy. Then she continued, You know what I want to ask. Hearing this, he became even more frightened, desperately trying to move aside to avoid the sword, and he replied, If I say I am a new disciple who accidentally wandered there, would you believe this reason? Li Ningji, hearing this, became even angrier. Her eyes shone brightly, her voice sounding like death was coming for him. She asked, Are you done speaking? Seeing her like this, he panicked and replied, Not yet, not done speaking. Let me think again. His face turned pale, he feared and thought, what to do. Li Ningji is definitely not so easily fooled. Without a good reason, this matter won't end. At this moment, Li Ningji had lost her patience and asked again, Are you done fabricating? Hearing this, he stammered in response, Actually. Noticing his stammering, she urged him on. Speak quickly. This is your last chance. Suddenly, he turned to her with a determined look and said, Actually, I like you. Upon hearing this, she blushed and shyly replied, You, what nonsense are you saying? Encouraged, he moved closer to her, looking sincere as he continued, Ningji, I've actually liked you for a long time. From the first time I met you, from the first time I heard your name, I liked you right away. My love for you is like a light in a long night, like warm sunshine in winter, like a cool breeze in summer. Li Ningji, feeling embarrassed, panicked and ran away, saying, You're being ridiculous. I won't pay attention to you. Seeing her run away, he reached out to stop her, Ningji, don't go. Then he continued his cheesy declaration, My love for you is like a light in a long night, like warm sunshine in winter, like a cool breeze in summer. At that moment, Li Ningji had run outside and closed the door. Seeing that she had gone far away, he leaned against the door, looking frightened, breathing heavily and said, Phew, that was close, thankfully, I was quick-witted. Suddenly, there was a sound of applause, and he panicked, looking up and asking, Who is it? As soon as he raised his head, he saw one young master hanging on his house's fence. One young master's face was full of admiration at that moment. He confidently told him, No wonder you are my brother, impressive. Brother, my admiration for you flows like a surging river, endlessly. Seeing him, he darkened his face and shouted, Get lost. On the other side, Li Ningji was sitting in meditation and practicing her energy. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, her sharp gaze looking forward. In her heart, she angrily thought, that annoying little guy, disturbing my Tao heart. Suddenly, the female master entered, gently asking her, Ningji, why are you so distracted? Is it because of the influence of someone from the demon sect? Li Ningji saw the female master and stood up to pay her respects, then she asked the female master, Master, have you clarified the identity of that person? The female master, hearing Li Ningji's question, replied, "This matter is not easy to investigate, but it definitely relates to the demon sect." Seeing this, Li Ningji wondered, what does the demon sect want to do? Hearing that, the female master sighed and responded, "I don't know, but everything is definitely not as simple as that. Recently, there has been a surge of activities from the corpse cultivators, and I'm most afraid that they have connections with the corpse cultivators." In another place, while he was cultivating, Wang Young Master was running back and forth. He happily asked, "Brother, where are we going to play today?" Seeing him like this, he stood up angrily, pointed at him, and scolded, "Can you not disturb my cultivation? If I go out with you again, I, Qin Yuan, will be the hammer." Hearing him say that, Wang Young Master replied, "Don't, I know of a fun place. There's a beautiful girl from the demon clan who just arrived, and she's exceedingly beautiful." As he spoke, he remembered a mesmerizing beauty, her figure curvaceous, her tail floating. Hearing him say this made Qin Yuan want to quickly drive him away even more. He waved his hand and said, "Get lost, get lost, get lost." After that, he began to ponder, "I've reached the third realm peak for a long time. It's time to find a place to break through to the third realm." Moreover, in the items auctioned by Wang Young Master last time, there was the strongest item as the foundation for the third realm. Suddenly, Yi Yun walked in, calling his name. Qin Yuan. Seeing her, he curiously asked, "Yi senior sister, why are you here?" Wang Young Master, standing beside him, also felt curious and eagerly asked Qin Yuan, "This beautiful little sister here, who is she?" Seeing this, Qin Yuan quickly interrupted him, "You go to the side." Then he rushed to Yi Yun. At this moment, Yi Yun asked him, "Huang Tang, do you have any news?" Seeing this, he replied, "No, he said he wanted to find an ancient tomb, and then there was no further contact." Hearing his answer, Yi Yun took out a token, her tone filled with worry, "I have his life essence here, the light has dimmed quite a bit, indicating that he is in danger." After she finished speaking, he replied, "If that's the case, we should hurry to find him." Yi Yun felt helpless at this moment and said to him, "The problem now is that we don't know where he is." Suddenly, Wang Young Master spoke up, "I might have a way." Qin Yuan looked at Wang Young Master and hurriedly said, "Do you have a way? Why didn't you say so earlier? Hurry up." Hearing this, Wang Young Master also replied indignantly, "You guys didn't give me a chance to speak earlier." Seeing him say this, he urged again, "Stop complaining and just say it already." Wang Young Master took out a compass, handed it to him, and said, "I have a divine weapon for positioning, it can locate Huang Tang based on his aura." After a while, Yi Yun anxiously asked him, "Any news?" Wang Young Master looked at the compass and replied, "In the 10,000 Great Mountains." Hearing this, Yi Yun became even more worried. She looked at him and asked, "Isn't the 10,000 Great Mountains the territory of the demon clan? How could he go in there?" He noticed her expression and quickly replied, "Yi senior sister, we can't delay any longer, let's hurry up and leave." Then the two of them set off together. Seeing this, Wang Young Master raised his hand and shouted anxiously, "Wait! I want to go too." As time passed, a while later, the three of them were now on a flying ship. He sighed, "Still, you guys have the money to enjoy yourselves, traveling with a spirit ship." Inside, Wang Young Master carried a cup of tea over to Yi Yun. He offered the cup with both hands and happily said to her, "Yi Yun, have a cup of tea, it's this year's enlightenment tea." Seeing this, Yi Yun coldly replied, "I don't want to drink." Wang Young Master, rejected by Yi Yun, ran over and whispered to him, "Yi senior sister is a bit cold, is she usually like this?" Seeing this, he tapped his head, speaking to him like a big brother educating his younger brother, "Are you stupid? Yi senior sister is worried about her brother's safety, and here you are nibbling on sunflower seeds while drinking tea. Who can have such feelings?" Wang Young Master realized what the boy meant and replied, "That makes sense, I've remembered it." Suddenly, the flying ship was shaken. Yi Yun, seeing this, asked in surprise, "What's happening?" Outside the flying ship, a group of monsters was circling the vessel. A massive attack struck the ship, causing an explosion. Standing inside, he saw the monsters and shouted, "Be careful, there's a demonic object attacking." One young master, standing next to him, panicked as he looked at the damaged ship and said, "It's no good, the spirit ship is destroyed." The entire flying ship caught fire and plummeted straight to the ground. At this moment, someone shouted loudly, "It's going to fall." A moment later, in some location within the forest, he stood up and asked, "Is everyone okay?" Yi Yun had also gotten up and responded, "I'm fine." One young master lay on the ground, raised his hand, and said to him, "I'm not doing so well." Seeing this, he shouted, "A man shouldn't say he can't. Get up, let's continue." One young master sat up, tired, and said to both of them, "No, let me stay here and recover a bit, wait a moment." Seeing him like that, he replied, "Then you stay here. We will go ahead." After saying that, the two of them immediately left. Seeing this, one young master also became flustered. He quickly stood up and said, "Hey, wait for me. You two have no conscience." Time passed, and half an hour later, the three of them continued to follow the direction indicated by the compass. At this moment, Yi Yun anxiously asked, "Have we not arrived yet?" Seeing that, one young master looked down and said, "Let me check, we still have to go for another half an hour." Hearing that, Yi Yun replied, "Keep going then." Suddenly, he looked around, his face cautious, and said, "Yi senior sister, have you noticed anything unusual?" Seeing this, she also asked, "Are you talking about demon beasts?" He quickly answered, "That's right, the demon beasts in the 10,000 great mountains are rampant, but after we fell, we didn't encounter anything." Suddenly, one young master spoke up again, "This is not good, this is not good." He reached out and held onto a tree next to him. One young master's face was weary, he leaned against the tree trunk and panted, then continued, "I'm exhausted, let me sleep for a while." Hearing him say that, Yi Yun replied, "What sleeping? Get up." Suddenly, a group of people appeared in the sky. The leader said, "Over there, go find them over there. I don't care who falls, no need to spare anyone." Then the group landed before the three of them. Yi Yun saw this and said, "Be careful, someone is coming this way." One of the leading members of the group approached, loudly asking, "Are you the ones who barged into this place? You have some nerve." Seeing this, the boy replied, "You are the ones who knocked our spirit ship down." Quite bold indeed. The man became furious upon hearing him and looked at the three, continuing, "Impertinent. This place has been claimed by our Wang family from the southern region. Haven't you noticed that all the demon beasts have been cleared out by us?" Yi Yun calmly responded, "So it is the Wang family from the southern region. This is a super strong family, their ancestor gave birth to the great emperor Wang Tong." The young master Wang also replied cheerfully, "Indeed not easy to mess with, but it is still possible to engage." Suddenly, the man drew a sword, pointing it straight at the boy, and said majestically, "Kneel down immediately, and we will escort you to the prison. You still have a chance to live." Seeing him like that, the boy calmly asked, "Why are you blocking this place?" Hearing this, he grew impatient and said, "What does that have to do with you?" After he finished speaking, the boy delivered a punch to his chin, causing him to faint on the spot. At that moment, he also lost his patience and said, "If that's the case, I won't waste any more time with you." The two guys accompanying him rushed over. One of them shouted, "Seek death. Kill them." Yi Yun and Wang young master also charged forward. Yi Yun shouted loudly, "Charge." Moments later, Yi Yun coldly said to him, "It's all taken care of. Let's see if there's anything valuable on their corpses." Seeing this, he also moved closer and thought to himself, "System, extract the memories of these three corpses when they were alive." A few seconds later, the system displayed a notification, "Memories from when they were alive successfully extracted." After reviewing their memories, he felt disappointed and thought further. The memories have some clues, but since these three individuals had low status, the clues are not many. Then he calmly said, "There's nothing of value on them, let's continue our journey." Time passed again, and half an hour later, one young master stopped. He looked at the compass and said to the two, "We've arrived, the location displayed on the compass is right here." Upon hearing this, he looked around and asked, "Here? There's basically no entrance to the ancient tomb here." Yi Yun also had an idea. She suggested to them, "Let's search around to see." A moment later, there were three flying ships in the sky again. Seeing this, he was also astonished. At this point, Wang Xiaoting said, "Still can't find them." He then looked up at the sky, his face calm, and continued, "As members of the Wang family, perhaps we can use them to find the entrance." Hearing this, he replied, "Let's go, move away first." The 3 flying ships gradually landed. A blue-haired man, clearly the leader, raised his hand and spoke to his subordinates. "The treasure site here was discovered by our Wang family. Clear everything around and search for treasure." An old man with silver hair approached. He respectfully bowed and said, "Young master, I have 2 pieces of news. First, 3 disciples of our Wang family are missing. They followed a spirit ship that was shot down earlier, but the people on that spirit ship are also missing." Wang Xiaoting remained calm upon hearing this and responded to the old man, "They are just petty thieves, no need to pay attention to them. If those people dare to show up, kill them directly." Hearing this, the old man continued, "The second piece of news is that the little guy from Chao Xian's sect has discovered this place and is still trapped in the ancient tomb. He probably isn't dead yet." Seeing this, Wang Xiaoting said again, "There's nothing to worry about." After speaking, he moved forward with a majestic tone. He addressed the crowd below, "Everyone heed my command, Wang Xiaotang, and begin to enter the ancient tomb's secret realm." After that, the old man held a strangely shaped stone in his hand. He raised his hand, and with a calm expression said, "Open for me." Then a strange light shone from his hand, creating a pillar of light entwined with dragons and phoenixes. Seeing this, the crowd exclaimed in shock, "A phenomenon is happening, it's definitely a great tomb. This is indeed a rare opportunity." After a while, a gate rose from below, and intricate patterns adorned it, still emitting a dazzling golden light. Seeing this, the crowd screamed again, "It's out, the entrance has appeared. This gate is enormous, inside there must be great opportunities." One young master, hiding nearby, saw this and asked with a serious face, "It's here, the large gate and the ancient tomb have appeared, should we rush in?" Wang Xiaoting's face was joyful, he pointed towards the gate and shouted, "Everyone, heed my command, enter the ancient tomb and seek the legendary treasure, let's go." At this moment, he also began to take action. He stood up and said to Wang, "Young master, let's follow them and wait for the right moment to act." Time passed, and after a while, at the front of the gate, Wang Xiaoteng was instructing the group behind, "Leave 2 people outside to keep watch, don't let everyone in to prevent any unexpected events outside." Yi Yun and he were hiding behind some bushes not far away. Yi Yun said to him, "If we want to enter, we first have to deal with those 2. Seeing this, he replied, "Attack from the left and right, take them out in one strike, leaving no chance to send messages." In front of the gate, the 2 guards outside were chatting. The one in brown said, "Ling brother, once we finish this and go back, we should have some fun." Hearing this, the one in green happily responded, "Of course, I know a woman from the demon clan, I'll let you change things up a bit." Suddenly, he appeared behind the one in brown. He flashed a sinister smile, pressed a knife to his throat, and said, "Come here, brother." Seeing this, the man was startled and said, "Brother, what? This isn't good." Before he could finish, he was sent to meet his ancestors. The man in brown fell, still gasping, and said, "What, you?" The man in green saw this, and he reached into his robe. The angry voice said, "You are seeking death. I will immediately tell young master Wang Xiaoteng, you are definitely going to die." As soon as the words were finished, Yi Yun appeared behind him, coldly swinging her sword and replying, "You have no more chances." Once everything was settled, young master Wang also came outside. He laughed joyfully, "Haha, it's done, I, young master Wang, didn't even need to lift a finger." In the blink of an eye, the enemy vanished without a trace. Seeing this, the boy reminded him, "Don't be too pleased with yourself, hurry up and go inside." Once inside, young master Wang pinched his nose with his hand, complaining, "This place is filled with malevolent energy, and it smells like a rotten tomb. Didn't I say, isn't Huang Tang sick to choose this grave robbing profession?" Hearing this, Yi Yun also replied unpleasantly, "Can you be quiet?" Hearing this, young master Wang had no choice but to shut his mouth. He looked at her, forced a smile, and said, "All right, senior sister Yi, I will listen to you." Suddenly, the boy sensed something and quickly reminded both of them, don't talk, there's movement ahead. A group of people rushed over from inside, panicking and shouting, help, help us. Then one of them spotted the three. The suspect asked, there are people ahead. Hearing this, another one questioned, how did they get in? The leader then said, why care about him? First, let them die like ghosts. Then that person charged forward. He gritted his teeth and shouted, you kids, lie down for me. One young master also drew out his mace. He slung the mace over his shoulder and replied, go find your grandpa, see my mace here. One swing of Wang young master's mace sent that guy flying far away. On this side, Yi Yun looked displeased at her opponent. She swung her sword and chopped at him, then said irritably, who do you think you are to dare to speak arrogantly and act against me? On the other side, when his opponent tried to escape, he grabbed the collar and said, come here to me. He threw that man into the mouth of the monster in front of him. Seeing this, he desperately shouted, no. I don't want to. Come back. Help me. He looked at the man struggling and coldly said, goodbye. After dealing with those people, the three of them examined the monster in front of them. One young master said in astonishment, what is this? It looks so formidable. He, still calm, said to the other two, prepare for battle. One young master rushed forward. He swung his club at the monster and proudly said, I'll gouge out its eyes, pull out its teeth, and cut off its ears, I will smash you to death. One young master's strike made the monster furious, and it let out a roar. At that moment, one young master was preparing to land. Seeing that the monster was completely unharmed, he was surprised and exclaimed, damn it, nothing. It's fine after that. Then he shouted, come help me. Yi Yun saw this and rushed in as well. She bravely shouted, I'm coming. One of Yi Yun's strikes hit it, causing her sword to break into pieces. Seeing this, she was also confused and incredulous, asking, what kind of situation is this? The monster was now extremely angry, roaring in fury. Seeing this, Chen Yuan also rushed in, swinging at it, and shouted, let me, I'll slash it. The monster that took the hit began to retreat. Seeing this, he continued, no, this is just to scare this useless person but it has no effect in dealing damage to it. Hearing this, one young master had an idea. He said to him, so what should we do? Should we retreat for now? Plan long term. After he finished speaking, he was so angry that he stomped his foot, revealing his sharp teeth. He shouted at Wang young master, turn back, you just got here and want to run already. Can you even succeed? Yi Yun stood to the side, suddenly remembering something, said, use water technique. I've seen records about the flame beast in the sect. These demon beasts are most afraid of water, as long as we use water to lower its temperature, we can easily kill it. Her expression was serious. Hearing her, he asked in confusion, but this is an ancient tomb, where can we get water? As soon as he finished speaking, Wang young master raised his hand, happily saying, I have some. Seeing Wang young master say that, Yi Yun asked in confusion, you have some? At that moment, Wang young master took out a glowing basin and confidently said, if you don't believe me, just watch. His face was joyful, smiling as he held the basin towards the monster and shouted, Invincible bathing water. A large stream of water surged towards the monster. Seeing this, both he and Yi Yun rushed forward and yelled, now's the time. Kill it. Wang young master had also changed the basin into a hammer, and he joyfully shouted, watch my hammer. Moments later, all three were still battling the monster, and he delivered a strike to its head and said, annihilate it for me. One young master saw that the monster had been killed and became cheerful, saying, indeed effective. The flame beast, which was hard to defeat, was directly killed. At this moment, Yi Yun looked at Wang young master with confusion and asked, aren't you bored? Why are you carrying so much water? Seeing this, he quickly replied, to soak myself, wherever I go, I have to be comfortable. Upon hearing this, he helplessly raised his hand to his forehead and said, going out to carry water to soak yourself, you really are a talent. At this moment, Yi Yun was extremely anxious, coldly leaving and saying, let's go, quickly find Huang Tang. He then approached the corpse of the monster mumbling an order to the system, refine the body of the flame beast in front of me. At this time, the system also responded, please choose a refinement direction. 1. Demon Beast's Core. 2. Demon Beast's Innate Magma Protective Shield. 3. Attack Skills of Demon Beast's Flame Explosion. He read the text on the system panel and pondered, the Demon Beast's core is of no use to me. The Demon Beast's innate talent for defense, I already possess, so it's useless for me. Suddenly, he saw something and immediately asked the system, what is this flame explosion? Hearing you ask, the system reappeared, attack skills have a miraculous effect on attacking flame beast-type demon beasts. After hearing the system's answer, you sighed and made your choice, this is good, I choose 3, attack skill for demon beast's flame rage, absorb it all. Your entire body and the corpse of the monster glowed. One young master standing aside was confused and asked you, Qin Yuan, what are you mumbling about over there by yourself? Hearing his question, you quickly replied, it's nothing, let's go. A while later, the 3 of you encountered another monster. At this point, one young master had taken out his water basin and proudly said, come on, beasts, come drink the water and bathe of your master. After Wang young master splashed water on the monster, Yu and Yi Yun rushed in. Yi Yun shouted, now is the time. Yu also shouted, slash. After dealing with the monster, Yu approached it and whispered, system, refine the attack skill for demon beast's flame rage. At this moment, Yi Yun called you, Qin Yuan, we should go now. Elsewhere, the old man was fighting a monster alone and said to it, insignificant flame beast, die for me. At this moment, Wang shouting approached and asked the old butler Huang, have the flame beasts been dealt with? Hearing this, the old man quickly replied, young master, they have all been taken care of. Hearing this, he praised the old man and then asked, very good. Have we confirmed the little guy's location yet? Another man stepped forward and respectfully said to Wang Xiaotang, young master, Huang Tang is inside the burial chamber in front. It's still uncertain whether he is alive. After hearing that report, Wang Xiaoting ordered, go there, and if that little guy is still alive, capture him for me. He might still be useful when we enter the burial chamber. Meanwhile, the 3 of them had also arrived at their location. Yu and Yi Yun were hiding behind a rock. Seeing 2 people there, you said, there are people ahead. Yi Yun, seeing this, found it hard to believe and said, it's the members of the Wang family, they actually have someone on guard. Then you shared your plan, we need to kill both of them in one strike, otherwise, we will alarm the others from the Wang family. Suddenly, Wang young master stepped forward, firmly stating to Yi Yun, let me go. Hearing him, Yi Yun doubted and asked, let you? Are you capable? Seeing this, he replied, take away the cannot, I can definitely do it. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang young master happily stepped in. He confidently said to both of them, look closely here, so you can see what the strongest second-generation Rich looks like. Seeing him walk like that, Yi Yun also asked in disbelief, is he really advancing forward with such fanfare? At this moment, he also felt confused, but still exclaimed, why do I feel like he is so valiant? Upon seeing Wang young master, the 2 gatekeepers immediately asked suspiciously, someone is approaching. Another one replied, who is it? Seeing this, Wang young master also spread his arms, his face beaming as he said, cousin, long time no see. I thought you were dead. Hearing him say that, the 2 gatekeepers relaxed their guard. They happily said to each other, so it's your cousin who has come. The one with the tied hair also remarked, your cousin looks quite chubby. Suddenly, both of them realized something and exclaimed in shock, what? Not your cousin? As soon as he finished speaking, Wang young master threw a handful of pink powder towards them. He cheerfully said, cousin, I brought gifts for you. The one with the tied hair was still stammering, you, have an assassin. Then he was also hit by the pink powder. Once everything was done, Wang young master turned around, happily gave a thumbs up, and said, all done, come over here. The 2 guards had split into 2 directions. They saw something and approached, clutching some stones, and cheerfully said, little lady, don't run away. Another one said, Oh dear, the little lady's body is a bit stiff. The boy hiding behind the rock, seeing how he handled it, said happily. Wang young master really has a way, he's truly managed to deal with it. Yi Yun still had a cold expression. She said to the boy, come on, let's go over there. Chen Yuan gave a thumbs up, looking very impressed with Wang young master. Unable to look directly at the scene, he wondered, what kind of drug did you give them? Wang young master scratched his head, and the praise made him smile as if he had just won the lottery. It's nothing, just an aphrodisiac. This move took Chen Yuan by surprise. He tipped his hat in admiration. You're a talent. Others use love potions, you use an aphrodisiac. Thumbs up for you. At this moment, in the tomb chamber, Huang Tang was lonely and solitary. Just looking at him made one feel how alone he was. What on earth is going on? Am I trapped here? While Huang Tang was scratching his head in frustration, a loud voice came from outside the tomb. Huang Tang, open the tomb door, I promise you won't die. Such a request, lacking any goodwill, made Huang Tang furious. Damn you! Wang Xiaoteng, you are ungrateful. It was already agreed that we would share the loot here, yet you want to monopolize it. You will not rest in peace after this. Huang Tang's shout echoed out, quickly receiving a response. It seemed Wang Xiaoteng's group couldn't wait any longer and intended to break into the tomb. Shut your mouth, bring me the explosive to blast this stone door. Wang Xiaoteng's subordinate pulled out a massive explosive, its destructive power undoubtedly formidable. Wang Xiaoteng stood in place, pointing with 5 fingers and shouting, blow it up. If you dare not listen to me, that little guy will be turned into rubble. At this moment, Chen Yuan, Yi Yun, and young Master Wang were hiding in a corner to observe the situation. Huang Tang must be inside. Concerned about Wang Xiaoteng's actions, young Master Wang asked, they want to blow up the stone door, what should we do? Chen Yuan remained calm and replied, let them blow it up, we will benefit while they fight it out. Yi Yun, hearing Chen Yuan's words, was puzzled and said, I don't quite understand you. Young Master Wang pondered for a moment and seemed to grasp Chen Yuan's intention. I think I understand a bit. Chen Yuan wore a cryptic smile. Leisurely awaiting the next development, Yi senior sister, you just keep watching. Wang Xiaoteng and his gang swiftly fired artillery at the stone door, causing a thunderous explosion. Debris flew everywhere, the destructive power of the cannon was undeniably impressive. Wang Xiaoteng laughed triumphantly, eagerly anticipating capturing Huang Tang, oblivious to the deep-seated enmity surrounding him. Haha, we've broken through. Let's go in and capture the little thief Huang Tang. Huang Tang saw a large group advancing toward him and realized he was undoubtedly outnumbered. He sensed trouble lurking ahead. Damn it, what should I do? Is it really going to end for me here today? Wang Xiaoteng swaggered over, exuding confidence as he declared, Huang Tang, let's see where you can escape to this time. With the stone door destroyed, Chen Yuan saw his chance and spoke up, they're all going in now, let's head over there. In front of Huang Tang stood a group of over 10 subordinates of Wang Xiaoteng, quickly closing in. Huang Tang, surrender with your hands raised, otherwise, we'll cut off your limbs. When it came to verbal sparring, Huang Tang had never feared anyone. He immediately retorted, go to hell. If you have the guts, come over here and see if you can catch me, the big shot. Wang Xiaoteng, furious, ordered his subordinate, if you won't drink the requested wine, you will have to drink the punishment wine. Bring me the weapons and execute them mercilessly. Just leave a breath alive. At this point, Chen Yuan and Wang young master were still outside the tomb chamber. They approached the cannon that Wang Xiaoteng's group had used to break the door earlier. Chen Yuan seemed to be planning something. Got it, Wang young master next to him responded enthusiastically, Chen Yuan, you have a really bad temper, I like it a lot. After saying this, Chen Yuan aimed the cannon towards Wang Xiaoteng's group inside the tomb chamber, Huang Tang, I'm here for you. The group of Wang Xiaoteng was immediately thrown into confusion, each one had 1,000 questions swirling in their minds, who are they? How did they get in here? Huang Tang, seeing Chen Yuan was as happy as a child seeing their mother return from the market, shouted, wow, Chen Yuan, you're here. Chen Yuan and Wang young master laughed joyfully, their previous distressed expressions were now gone. Huang Tang, I am also here. Wang young master, I am here as well. Seeing Wang young master and Yi Yun also appearing, Huang Tang was moved to tears. Sister. That's great. You all have come. I knew I was lucky, I wouldn't die. Wang Xiaoting saw a few people, Huang Tang, emotionally greeting each other, and immediately felt a surge of anger. He shouted, don't you all look down on this young master. I'm still here. How can you talk like that? His subordinates were also not having it, they prepared to jump in and fight. I'll kill them for the young master, one of Wang Xiaoting's subordinates eagerly declared. Let's go, kill these guys. Chen Yuan suddenly spoke up, making a very confusing request, Huang Tang, get down to the ground. The group of subordinates shielded Wang Xiaotang, determined to protect him at all costs. What? You dare? Of course, Wang Xiaoting also valued his life. What are you standing there for? Quickly shield the front. Huang Tang unexpectedly found a hole and truly got down to the ground. Huang grandfather, I'll step aside first. Wang Xiaoting grimaced, feeling as if he had eaten chili, damn it. Chen Yuan wasted no time, immediately launching an attack that sent dozens of Wang Xiaoting's men flying. Ah, my leg. Wang Xiaoting was so angry he felt helpless. He pointed and ordered, bring them here, spare no expense, kill him for me, kill them all. Wang young master raised his hand, locking on to the remaining targets, let you play the hero while I deal with them. Locking on target, Wang young master continued to fire another shot. With this cannon fire, he was extremely excited, fireworks. Watch me blow you to pieces. The incoming shells made the group scatter in panic, each of them rolling helplessly on the ground, not good. Quickly dodge. Get out of the way. Wang young master found this game increasingly enjoyable and fired another shell, one more shot to make you all feel ecstatic. At this moment, Wang Xiaotang was crawling on the ground, unable to do anything but yell in anger, damn it. You deserve death. I will chop you into 1,000 pieces. Wang young master was firing enthusiastically when suddenly the cannon stopped working. Do you think you can stand with them? Just watch me blow you up. Why won't it fire anymore? It's jammed. Seeing this, Wang Xiaoting immediately put on a smug and triumphant expression, ha ha ha, you country bumpkin. You're out of spiritual energy ammo. Now, let's see how arrogant you are. Wang Xiaoting's butler couldn't hold back and rushed in to fight with Chen Yuan's group. Offending the young master is unforgivable. Yi Yun and Chen Yuan didn't mind confrontation either and charged in, shouting, kill. Looking like an old man on the outside, he seemed to possess exceptional strength. Chen Yuan and Yi Yun faced considerable difficulty. This old dog is quite formidable, his realm is much higher than ours. Huang Tang emerged from the pit, watching them fight and feeling anxious. Sister, Chen Yuan, are you okay? Wang Xiaotang, bearing numerous injuries, still stood outside giving orders with a commanding gesture. Men, surround them. Leave no one behind. Chen Yuan sensed that things were not looking good, and decided that running was the best option. It's okay, these people have exceptional strength, we should run first. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoting shouted angrily, don't even think about escaping. Chase them down. Wang Xiaoting's subordinates scrambled and shouted, while Chen Yuan and his group hurriedly tried to flee. Don't run, little guys. You can't escape. Offending the Wang family only leads to death. Seeing Wang Xiaoting's group closing in, Chen Yuan spoke up, continuing like this isn't the way. The grave worshippers could not act, and sooner or later they would be caught up. Young Master Wang immediately suggested, there's a burial chamber ahead, let's go that way. Shortly after, Chen Yuan and the others arrived at the entrance of another burial chamber. Huang Tang stepped forward to open the door, heaven and earth, the cosmic yin and yang transform, the blazing sun shines upon heaven, open for me. Young Master Wang beside him also nodded in appreciation, Huang Tang, that was good. It really opened. The door to the burial chamber opened, and they thought everything was fine, but waiting for them ahead was a pile of flame beasts, each more fierce and ugly than the last. Damn it, why are there so many flame beasts? We're definitely dead this time. Young Master Wang was so scared that his eyes widened. Quick, quick, move aside. The whole group of Wang Xiaoting also rushed over, and they were equally terrified by the flame beasts. Be careful. There are a lot of flame beasts ahead. Run. Yi Yin wanted to use water to deal with the flame beasts, so he proposed a plan. Quick, young Master Wang, use your bathing water. Young Master Wang immediately understood, pouring water over the flame beasts. Yes, yes, yes. Come here. Each flame beast was huge and surrounded by flames. Wherever they went, Wang Xiaoting's subordinates screamed with terror. Help. Run, run. There are too many flame beasts. Help me a bit, I can't take it anymore. His subordinates, still dealing with their own issues, fled in all directions. Run. Hurry, run away. Yet, Wang Xiaoting still had the nerve to stand there and point orders. Damn it. Everyone get up. Kill the... Before Wang Xiaoting could finish his sentence, several flame beasts charged at him. Caught off guard, he couldn't react in time and could only stand there struggling and screaming. Help, save me. Where are the guards? Where is the butler? Huang Tang, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. So arrogant. Didn't the young master just act so high and mighty? Wang Xiaoting, chased by the flame beasts, couldn't even think about pulling up his pants. Help me. I can spare your life. Huang Tang seized the opportunity and declared loudly, if you want us to save you, call your daddy. Hearing such a demand, Wang Xiaoting of course found it completely unacceptable. Daddy? What do you mean by daddy? The young master turned to remind, as they were also in a dire situation. Stop talking nonsense with him. Think of a way. Our bath water is about to run out. Yi Yin said after assessing the situation, no, we are afraid that we have disturbed the lair of the flame beast. This tomb has no other passages, we need to think of a new plan quickly. Chen Yuan seemed to have an idea, he confidently declared, Senior sister, don't worry, I have a solution. Wang Xiaoting had already been captured by the flame beast, and it was clear he was in trouble. You three fathers, consider this a plea from me. Today, as long as you protect my life, the Wang family will surely reward you. Wang Xiaoting went to such lengths, yet Chen Yuan still did not trust him. This Wang Xiaoting is known for being treacherous, I do not believe your words unless you swear complete loyalty to me. Wang Xiaoting had reached a dead end, now, he would do anything. I swear. From now on, Wang Xiaoting dedicates himself to you three fathers, if I have other intentions, may I die unpeacefully. Though he promised outwardly, his heart harbored contrasting thoughts. What is a father? I don't know. But if you save me, Wang Xiaoting will definitely repay this debt with vengeance. At this point, Chen Yuan immediately got to work, commanding, all right, stop delaying, step back. Huang Tang reminded from a distance. Worried that Chen Yuan might act recklessly again, no one could handle the consequences. Chen Yuan, little guy, don't play the self-sacrifice game. Brother, my merit points are already low, don't make me lose them all. Chen Yuan pouted in response, based on your lack of ethics, your merit points must be negative by now. With that, he summoned 2 fireballs in each hand. It was unclear what Chen Yuan intended to do next. Master Wang next to him kept praising him first, thinking about the details later. No wonder you're my brother, you always manage to amaze people. Chen Yuan launched a fire kick toward the flame beasts, powerful enough to incinerate them in a mystic flame explosion. Taking this opportunity, Wang Xiaoting sneaked away. As he dashed past Chen Yuan, he thought, what is this guy's background? How can he be so formidable? Huang Tang, witnessing the performance just now, couldn't help but be surprised and jumped into compliment. Wow, Chen Yuan, you're really amazing, you have so many skills, and I don't know any of them. How are you so impressive? Once everything was dealt with, it was naturally time to collect the loot. Chen Yuan called out to the system, refine everything. The system presented him with a series of options. Please choose a refinement direction. 1. Demon Beast's Core. 2. The Gifted Beastmaster's Magma Armor. 3. The attacking skill, Demon Beast's Blazing Fury. Chen Yuan didn't take long and immediately made his choice. I choose all 3. The system captured the information and immediately executed it. Upgrading, Blazing Fury attack skill level upgraded. Blazing Fury attack skill level upgraded. Blazing Fury attack skill level upgraded. Yi Yun watched Chen Yuan absorb the natural power, spreading his arms wide, closing his eyes. No matter how she thought about it, she felt a cool breeze. What does he mean by this? Spreading his arms, standing still like that, and posing like that. Huang Tang, standing by, pretended to understand. Sister, you really don't get it. Men, you know, all have a hero's complex. At this moment, they need cheers and praise. Only then will they be more motivated. Yi Yun flushed at this, not understanding where Huang Tang got this reasoning from, but she still believed it wholeheartedly. If it's really like that, Chen Yuan is so powerful, if I compliment him a bit, maybe he can directly wipe out the entire big tomb. Chen Yuan, who had just acquired the skills earlier, was also happily enjoying. Thanks to the flame beast here, my blazing fury skill is like a fish in water now. Yet it directly broke the high-class division. Even if it's an elder sect, it might not be able to reach this kind of height. Chen Yuan was standing there, smugly smiling, when a finger poked him. Hey! It was Yi Yun. She was practicing right away and immediately praised Chen Yuan. That is, you are so impressive, more impressive than all the men I've ever met. Chen Yuan grinned widely at the compliment from the girl. Really? Ha ha ha. While they were chatting happily, Huang Tang suddenly exclaimed, stop standing there feeling proud, can't you see Wang Xiaoteng is missing? Indeed, at this moment, Wang Xiaoteng was nowhere to be seen. Young Master Wang said, oh no, that little frog must have gone to the stone coffin over there. Huang Tang grew anxious and hurriedly moved, then why aren't we chasing after him? What are we waiting for? The group immediately sprinted after him. While the group was running with their pants falling down, Chen Yuan suddenly expressed his curiosity. What is so special about this ancient tomb that even the Wang family finds it intriguing? Huang Tang was also very enthusiastic and immediately answered Chen Yuan's question. The time of this ancient tomb is before the Great Flood occurred. Before the appearance of the corpse cultivator, Yi Yun quickly joined the conversation upon hearing about it. Are you saying there are clues about the corpse cultivator's appearance here? Huang Tang seemed to know a lot about this place, and he could answer 1,000 questions by himself. It's not certain, but we can open the coffin to check. The owner of this ancient tomb is said to be a ruler of the mortal realm, tremendously powerful, and there are many valuable items in the tomb. One young master, who was running behind, also expressed his doubts. Then why did you argue with the Wang family? You must have had a collaborative relationship before this, right? Huang Tang replied. The Wang family probably knows some information that I don't, they understand this ancient tomb very well. Huang Tang's face clearly showed his unwillingness, it was evident he had been harmed by someone. After I opened this ancient tomb, they acted against me. They are truly a bunch of beasts. After running for a while, they finally reached their destination. The path they had to go through was indeed not short. We have arrived, ahead is the main tomb chamber. The jumping around was indeed a great challenge for Wang young master. Phew, we've finally arrived, I'm exhausted. The group led by Wang Xiaoteng had gotten here first, and he and his subordinate were hurrying and doing something in a rush. Hurry up. They are almost here. As soon as Chen Yuan and the others caught up, it seemed Wang Xiaoteng's goal would be difficult to achieve. Wang Xiaoteng, the two-faced person from another family, today you won't get what you want. Just moments ago, Wang Xiaoteng was pitifully begging for help, but now he quickly returned to his arrogant demeanor as before. That was just a delaying tactic. You think you can be my opponents with just the two of you? Without the flame beast, I can easily kill you. Huang Tang's face turned sour seeing Wang Xiaoteng's arrogant attitude. Humph, you are driving me to madness. Chen Yuan reached out to stop Huang Tang from rushing to fight Wang Xiaoteng. I advise you not to open the coffin and leave immediately, otherwise, no one will be able to protect you. Of course, Wang Xiaoteng was as stubborn as a bull and would not easily listen to Chen Yuan. Who are you trying to scare? Do you think I'm someone easily frightened? Butler, take care of them. Wang Xiaoteng's butler heard the command and immediately rushed out, quickly attacking Chen Yuan. Young master, don't worry, I have a knife in hand and my own plans in mind. Chen Yuan also drew his sword, unafraid to engage. You have that hammer. The butler rushed out only to be knocked down to the ground by Chen Yuan. Wang Xiaoting immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. At present, no matter how the old butler tried to justify himself, just now, you didn't see it, young master, so let's ignore it this time. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up, filled with spirit, his whole body surrounded by red flames. Mystic fire body. Little guy, I'm going to kill you. The old butler had played his final move, but to Chen Yuan and the others, this trick was nothing. You and Wang young master teased him, master is on fire, do we need to put it out for him? A nice bath with water, I can see that. The old butler charged up with his fire sword, shouting confidently, today, none of the four of you will survive. Kill. Wang young master quickly brought out a basin of water, excited to counter, water's coming. The old butler, filled with vigor, suddenly got hit in the head with a basin of water. His face showed 7 parts confusion and 3 parts panic. He turned around and shouted loudly, no coolness left, who did that? Wang young master scratched his nose and replied with a laugh, I saw your fire energy was quite strong, so I put it out for you. As soon as Wang young master finished speaking, Chen Yuan and Huang Tang charged in with their swords, one with a sword, kill him. I'll chop that damn old man of yours to death. The old butler continued to stoke the fire, not knowing if anything would come of it this time. My hellfire won't extinguish, you will all die. Wang young master also wanted to join in the fun, eagerly drawing his sword and stepping forward, it's my turn now, I want to play too. Before anything could happen, the old butler was taken down in one blow by someone. Pfft. It turned out to be Sister Yi Yun, demonstrating her quick and decisive style, let me send him off. Seeing the old butler had just gone to sell salt, Wang Xiaoteng was extremely confused. Isn't this the old butler I specially invited with so much gold? Is he really dead just like that? A few of Wang Xiaoteng's subordinates were equally bewildered, beginning to murmur among themselves. It seems to be disciples from the Chao Xian sect, they're really quite powerful, no wonder, they're impressive. Wang young master quickly spoke up to challenge, striking at Wang Xiaoteng's pride. Open up. Immediately open the door. Anyone who doesn't open is a grandson. At this point, Wang Xiaoteng still held his ground. Threatening me is useless. I, Wang Xiaoteng, have the stance of a great emperor, why would I fear you all? Just when everyone thought Wang Xiaoteng was something, he turned out to be even more cowardly than one would expect. He ordered his subordinate, you come here. The subordinate naturally did not want to be the one risking his life, so he backed away. Young master, I suddenly remembered there are matters at home, you see. Wang Xiaoteng wanted to push his subordinate to the forefront of danger. He adopted a domineering tone, useless trash. Come here. His subordinate wasn't foolish either, why should he put himself in danger? Young master, my wife gave birth today, I must return immediately. Chen Yuan seized the opportunity to rush forward at top speed, closing in on Wang Xiaoteng. Huang Tang, make your move. At this moment, Wang Xiaoteng was still passionately scolding his subordinate. Useless trash. They're all a bunch of incompetents. It wasn't until he noticed that Chen Yuan had grabbed his neck with one hand and lifted him high that he realized what was happening. Wang Xiaoteng struggled, what do you intend to do? Chen Yuan smirked, what do you think? Haha. Huang Tang and Wang Xiaoteng had already subdued all of Wang Xiaoteng's subordinates. One wielded a sword, and the other explosives, who wouldn't be afraid? Anyone who dares to make a move, I will kill him. I will blow all of you to pieces, you bastards. They started to engage in a fierce fight, the dust and chaos making it evident just how chaotic the situation had become. A moment later, after a brief scuffle, Wang Xiaoteng's subordinates were lying scattered on the floor. Yi Yin went around to check and quickly said, only Wang Xiaoteng is still standing, the others have all knelt down. Chen Yuan was gripping Wang Xiaoteng by the throat with one hand, and seriously probed, "Do you want to kneel down now, or continue standing?" At this moment, Wang Xiaoteng still did not know his place, stubbornly insisting, "Wang Xiaoteng, will stand even if I have to surrender. There's no way I'm kneeling down." Seeing that Wang Xiaoteng was being so obstinate, Chen Yuan immediately ordered, "Huang Tang, open the coffin." Huang Tang obediently complied, "Understood, make sure to watch closely." After saying that, Huang Tang quickly brought the candle towards the coffin to search for the treasure. Seeing that the treasure was at risk of being lost, Wang Xiaoting became visibly anxious and thrashed around, "You promised to share equally, you can't break the rules. If you offend the Wang family, you won't be able to speak outside." At this moment, Wang Xiaoting's words carried no weight at all. Chen Yuan even slapped him across the face, "What's the point of talking so much nonsense? It's too late to reason now." Huang Tang opened the coffin, and a stream of light burst out. Whatever he saw seemed to greatly surprise him. "What's going on?" Hearing that the coffin had been opened, Wang Xiaoting disregarded everything and rushed toward it, ignoring Chen Yuan's warnings. "Step back, this stone coffin is problematic." At that moment, Wang Xiaoting's eyes were solely focused on the treasure, completely ignoring anything else. "The treasure is mine, no one can take it away from me." The flames inside the coffin erupted violently. Wang Xiaoteng, as if possessed, rushed forward and shouted, "Come here, enter my body, come here." Huang Tang noticed the flames had retreated thousands of miles and wondered, "What's happening? This is the first time I've seen such a phenomenon." Chen Yuan recognized that the flames hid many risks and analyzed, "We should have thought of this sooner. With many flame beasts guarding it, it won't be easy to obtain the treasure. This place is much more dangerous than we imagined." One young master, upon hearing this, expressed his worry, "What should we do? If the two of us go back, the Green Mountains will always have firewood. Even if the treasure is precious, one needs to have their life to take it. Now, rushing won't solve anything." Chen Yuan advised them, "Just stay calm, don't rush, observe more before making any further plans." Seeing Wang Xiaoting playing with fire for a bit too long, one of the subordinates spoke up to ask him, "Young master, are you okay?" At this moment, Wang Xiaoting seemed to have lost his sanity, laughing maniacally, "Ha ha." Hearing the subordinate's words, he cast a cold, inhumane glance at him. While the subordinate was not paying attention, Wang Xiaoting grabbed him by the neck, with flames engulfing his head, making the subordinate shiver fearfully, "Dare to touch my belongings, I will send you to the other side. Destroying my beautiful beast. Despicable." Chen Yuan, noticing Wang Xiaoting's condition, quickly guessed the situation. He rushed in to handle him to avoid unpredictable consequences. "Get out of the way. This guy is possessed." Endless fire, explode. With just one move from Chen Yuan, Wang Xiaoting was thrown several meters away. The attack was so strong that Wang Xiaoting crashed into the wall behind, causing it to crack into pieces. Wang, the young master, cheered from outside, praising Chen Yuan profusely, "Amazing. Truly worthy of being my brother. I will hold the flag for." Everyone is watching to see who dares confront him. Meanwhile, Yi Yun quickly realized that Wang Xiaoteng had not been completely defeated. "No, it's not over yet." A blow caused Wang Xiaoteng to rapidly transform. His nails turned black, grew longer, and scraped against the ground. Seeing Wang Xiaoting's unusual condition, Huang Tang couldn't help but wonder, what on earth is this situation? At this moment, down the mountain, a disciple of the Chao Xian sect was carrying water back. While looking around, he noticed someone nearby. "Huh? Who is over there?" Behind the tree canopy was someone. The disciple, having nothing to do, eagerly asked, "Do you need help?" Turning around, it was Chen Yao, but she seemed to be losing control. She was biting a person lying sprawled on the ground. Naturally, the disciple was shocked by this scene and shouted in the forest, "Eh!" The disciple ran away quickly, not wanting to be the next person lying on the ground. "Eh! Help, someone is killing. Where are you? Come save me." In a life and death moment, as Chen Yao was about to take a bite of the disciple, he could only scream in despair, "Don't! Don't kill me! I am a disciple of the Chao Xian sect. I haven't seen anything. Forgive me! Forgive me!" The name Chao Xian sect was very familiar to Chen Yao, a name that made her think of Chen Yuan. Chao Xian sect. Gij. Mentioning her brother, Chen Yao suddenly became unusually anxious. The girl glanced around, looking this way and that, disciple of Chao Xian sect, Gij. Where is Gij? The disciple took this opportunity to run away quickly. He was too late to save himself. Really a monster, hurry up and report to the sect master. At this moment, in the sect square, Ziyunzi saw a disciple rushing over in a panic. Sect master. It's not good. Ziyunzi seriously inquired about the matter. What is the urgent situation? The disciple quickly reported, the situation down the mountain, several corpses have been discovered. All of them were disciples of our sect. Ziyunzi appeared to be alarmed, the safety of the sect's disciples cannot be neglected. What? Who did this? Is there a corpse cultivator nearby? The disciple scratched his head and hesitated. I'm not sure, it seems to be a corpse cultivator, but according to eyewitnesses, the culprit is a girl. She doesn't look like a corpse cultivator, nor like a human. Moreover, she looks a bit like. Ziyunzi quickly hit the nail on the head. What is it like? The disciple pondered for a moment before replying, it's like the newly arrived inside sect disciple, Chen Yuan. Suddenly, Ziyunzi sensed an unusual surge of power emanating from beneath the mountain. This is power from the fire system. Such a strong fire explosion can only be achieved by someone extraordinary. This source of power captured Ziyunzi's attention. She commanded the disciple, immediately send a few experts from the inside sect with me down the mountain to investigate. The disciple naturally complied, yes. Ziyunzi furrowed her brow. Based on her life experience, she predicted that something was bound to happen later. Things have not been right lately, and it seems something big is about to occur. Now, back to Chen Yuan and the others. Wang Xiaoting had transformed into a monster, no longer resembling a human. Dealing with this monster was certainly not easy, it took a lot of effort, yet it still had no effect. Hey, do you still have your bathing water? Can you still hold on? Yes, but one this big won't be enough. Chen Yuan and Wang Young Master clearly had no chance to counterattack, it was lucky they could focus on successfully dodging its attacks. Damn, it's charging over here. Get out of the way. The water has activated its ferocity. The monster was dozens of times larger than the group. It swung a palm attack, naturally difficult to defend against. After a while of pursuit, it forced Chen Yuan and Wang Young Master into a corner. Keeping up this back and forth was not the solution. Chen Yuan thought, the fire system's attacks in front of me are no longer usable, and I have yet to learn the water system's skills, I must quickly think of a new way. At that moment, Yi Yun volunteered to block the monster, saying, you all go ahead, let me hold it off. Huang Tang naturally wouldn't let Yi Yun do that, they couldn't be selfish and leave her behind. Sister, how can we do that? If something happens to you, how will I explain it to my father? While they were talking, the monster immediately spewed fire down at them, threateningly declaring, none of you can escape. Chen Yuan was hit by the flames and suddenly realized how to resist this monster's fire. Although it is a spiritual herb, it can still survive after being burned multiple times by the flame beast, this can only prove. With this thought, Chen Yuan boldly jumped straight into the flames. Seeing this, Yi Yun was worried and cried out, Chen Yuan, what are you doing? The monster, fully engulfed in flames, wielded a treasured sword, looking extremely confident. A useless person dares to dream of becoming a hero, sacrificing their life for justice? How ridiculous! I will let you know that your sacrifice is meaningless. Chen Yuan didn't care about the beast's foolish words and continued forward, shut up. The beast saw Chen Yuan unleash a fire attack and pretended to be smug, you fool. The fire power is basically useless against me, the more you attack, the stronger I become. Haha. Huang Tang, standing outside, could do nothing but advise, Chen Yuan, be careful. That is the heavenly sword god of the Wang family, don't get hit. The beast seemed unaffected, mocking, being careful is useless, you are going to die, you worthless thing. Chen Yuan had his own plan and was very confident, do you think I'm attacking at random? The beast seemed unable to grasp Chen Yuan's intentions, panic rising, what? Covered by water, the beast could only scream in unwillingness, no. How can I lose? I won't accept this. I won't accept this. I won't accept this. No matter what, it had to lie still under the water. The remaining corpse was used by Chen Yuan to absorb spiritual energy. Phew, finally killed this useless person, so exhausting. The system processed the corpse in front of him, and immediately presented several options to Chen Yuan. Please choose a refining direction, 1. Memory, 2. Demon Beast Core, 3. Love Attack Skill. Chen Yuan looked over it and thought carefully. My flame explosion has reached the earth level, I'm not afraid even if the Elder Sect comes. No need to rush to level up. At the moment, Wang Xiaoteng is dead, and the Wang family will definitely not let it go. It's better to take the memory, just in case. In the end, Chen Yuan chose to take the memory. I will grasp quite a bit of information. I choose 1, to take the memory. This memory not only belongs to Wang Xiaoteng but also to this Flame Beast King. Looking at the spirit spring where the monster had fallen earlier, Yi Yun couldn't help but be surprised, wow. I didn't expect there to be such a large spirit spring behind the cliff. They followed that spirit spring and found a very distinctive new location. Oh my god. So many spiritual herbs, this is even more than the treasury of the sect. While the group was enjoying the flowers and grass, Yi Yun exclaimed, you guys look over there. In the distance, a familiar herb has grown. Huang Tang immediately showed off to Chen Yuan, 9 Yang Soul Recovery Herb. Seeing this herb made Chen Yuan visibly delighted, and he quickly ran towards it. That's great. Yao Yao has been saved. Seeing the rare spiritual herb garden around, Wang Young Master immediately complimented, this is not just any spiritual herb, this is a silver garden. To process the spiritual herb quickly, Chen Yuan swiftly called out the system, refine the spiritual herb right in front of me. This place truly is a paradise, even the soil emits spiritual energy. With so many spiritual herbs in this area, the soil must definitely contain celestial energy. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Chen Yuan needed to gather everything he could today. System, refine all the soil in this area. The system immediately presented several options for Chen Yuan to refine something suitable, please choose a refinement direction, 1. Pure royal spiritual soil, 2. Pure spiritual energy, 3. Celestial energy. After considering for a while, Chen Yuan noticed that the spiritual energy of the soil here was the richest. Royal spiritual soil, this is even a higher grade than the black spirit soil from before. Such good land could be left to grow spiritual herbs. But if the spiritual herbs can be directly obtained, why bother? After pondering for a while, Chen Yuan finally made a decision, I choose 3, refine all celestial energy. The refinement process began, and dust filled the air, making it hard for Wang Young Master and Huang Tang to see clearly. My eyes. What situation is this? I can't see anything anymore. In Chen Yuan's place, however, the atmosphere was different, with a bright radiance coming from him. It seemed that he had converted quite a bit of spiritual energy this time. I've broken through. I actually broke through 2 realms in a row. I've reached the mid-stage of the 4th realm now. This, after all, meant he had achieved the realm of the sect master of Chao Xian sect. Notifications from the system kept flooding in, unstoppable. Congratulations, you have unlocked the reward for the 3rd realm. The system space has been expanded to 500. Congratulations, you have unlocked the reward for the 4th realm. The challenge of the spiritual realm has now expanded. The spirit realm experiment is open, and you have received a new mission. Yet, Chen Yuan was still confused and didn't understand. He immediately asked the system, what is the spirit realm experimental field? After the spiritual energy conversion was complete, the dust quickly settled, and everything returned to its original state. Strange, what just happened? Everything was fine, so why did a strong wind suddenly blow like that? At this time, the system was eagerly answering Chen Yuan's questions. The Spirit Realm Experimental Field is a super-level testing ground for cultivating spiritual plants. The special soil can be used to sow and cultivate different spiritual plants. Chen Yuan thought for a while about the system's mission. In the end, he decided, let's just get out of here first, we'll figure things out later. How many peculiarities can this special soil have? Never mind, let's leave the large tomb first and talk later. Young Master Wang was still complaining about the wind blowing into his eyes. It blew so hard that I felt like I was going to fly away. Both Huang Tang and young Master Wang were puzzled. What kind of day is it today that we keep running into misfortunes? It really feels like we're meeting ghosts today. That's right, it's become too strange, Chen Yuan thought, relieved to see the two talking meaninglessly, as they hadn't noticed his breakthrough in realm. They don't realize I've broken through. It seems my realm has risen to the point that it's beyond their understanding. That's good, it avoids drawing attention from others. Chen Yuan then urged Huang Tang and the others to pick any elixirs they wanted, saying, let's stop talking about this. There are so many spiritual herbs here, the four of us can't take them all at once. You decide what to take first, and we'll talk about the rest later. Even though he said that, Chen Yuan secretly schemed to collect everything here, thinking, once you're done taking what you want, the rest will all be mine. But human plans cannot keep up with the heavens. Young Master Wang pulled out a bag, happily saying, why not take it all? This bag of mine can hold everything. Even if the spiritual herbs doubled or tripled, I could still contain them all. This time it was indeed difficult for Chen Yuan. Was his plan to grab all this stuff going to fail? Damn it! I forgot about my nephew's bag of treasures. System, quickly refine all the spiritual herbs. Indeed, when things get tough, the system takes care of it. The elixirs automatically entered Chen Yuan's bag without him lifting a finger. Congratulations, you have received 50 intermediate healing pills, 25 antidote pills, 30 advanced explosive pills, 45 intermediate marrow washing pills, and 36 heavenly nourishment pills. Young Master Wang saw the pile of spiritual herbs evaporating and panicked greatly. My spiritual herbs. What is going on? Chen Yuan enjoyed all those elixirs by himself, extremely satisfied. Today has been such a fruitful harvest. And even heavenly nourishment pills are included. These are pills that can alter spiritual roots. This spirit spring surely can be refined too. Huang Tang and young Master Wang left empty-handed, disappointed. It seems we are out of luck, let's go, let's go. Only Yi Yun still felt something was off about this situation. Women's intuition is no joke. The Lai Yang sect also encountered a similar situation before. Could it be related to humans? Huang Tang called from a distance, interrupting Yi Yun's thoughts. Let's go. Don't look anymore. Yi Yun didn't think much of it and quickly replied, coming. Once outside the large tomb, Wang young master was still heartbroken over the spiritual herbs he had just lost. My spiritual herbs, my spiritual herbs. As soon as they stepped outside, they encountered Master Zi Yun Zi. She didn't seem very friendly, raising her sword and ordering, take them all away from me. The disciples behind her quickly responded, yes. Huang Tang didn't understand why this situation had arisen and raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. Master, what are you doing? We haven't taken anything, the spiritual herbs inside are all gone. Wang young master, unaware of Zi Yun Zi's identity, pointed directly at her with bravado, you woman, I advise you to let us go quickly. Otherwise, even if my older brother tells me to endure it, I won't listen. Zi Yun Zi didn't know anyone with the ability to oppose her and asked, who is your older brother? Chen Yuan, seeing Wang young master acting foolishly, couldn't help but feel nervous, thinking, idiot, don't expose me. I still need to save face. Wang young master certainly didn't know Chen Yuan's thoughts and still proudly pointed directly at him. Humph, just saying that would scare you to death. This person is my elder brother. Chen Yuan got angry at Wang young master's naivety. Hey. You need to clarify things first. Whose disciple do you think you are talking to? One young master continued to put on an innocent face. Oh, elder brother, whose disciple are you? Chen Yuan was so furious he felt like he could fly away. Yours. Zi Yunzi maintained his cold and serious expression. Take him away.